Author's note. The literary antecedents of this novel lie in two earlier works of mine. The unsolved murders in Jefferson Davis Parish formed the backdrop for the Dave Robicheaux novel titled The Glass Rainbow, published by Simon & Schuster in 2010. These homicides are often referred to in the media as the Jeff Davis 8. The bombing of the Indian village in Latin America happened in 1956. I wrote about this incident in the short story titled The Wild Side of Life, published in the winter issue of the Southern Review in 2017.
Simon & Schuster Audio presents Robicheaux, a novel by James Lee Burke. Read by Will Patton.
Chapter 1. Like an early 19th century poet, when I have melancholy moments and feel the world is too much for us and that late and soon we lay waste to our powers in getting and spending, I'm forced to pause and reflect upon my experiences with the dead and the hold they exert on our lives. This may seem a macabre perspective on one's life, but at a certain point it seems to be the only one we have. Mortality is not kind, and do not let anyone tell you it is. If there is such a thing as wisdom, and I have serious doubts about its presence in my own life, it lies in the acceptance of the human condition, and perhaps the knowledge that those who have passed on are still with us, out there in the mist, showing us the way, sometimes uttering a word of caution from the shadows, sometimes visiting us in our sleep, as bright as a candle burning inside a basement that has no windows. On a winter morning, among white clouds of fog out at Spanish Lake, I would see the boys in butternut splashing their way through the flooded cypress, their muskets held above their heads, their equipment tied with rags so it wouldn't rattle. I was standing no more than 10 feet from them, although they took no notice of me, as though they knew I had not been born yet, and their travail and sacrifice were not mine to bear. Their faces were lean from privation, as pale as wax, their hair uncut, the rents in their uniforms stitched clumsily with string. Their mouths were pinched, their eyes luminous with caution. The youngest soldier, a drummer boy, could not have been older than 12. On one occasion I stepped into the water to join them. Even then none acknowledged my presence. The drummer boy stumbled and couldn't right himself, struggling with the leather strap around his neck and the weight of his drum. I reached out to help him and felt my hand and arm sink through his shoulder. A shaft of sunlight pierced the canopy, turning the fog into white silk. In less than a second, the column was gone. Long ago I ceased trying to explain events such as these to either myself or others. Like many my age, I believe people in groups are to be feared, and that arguing with others is folly, and the knowledge of one generation cannot be passed down to the next. Those may seem cynical sentiments, but there are certain truths you keep inside you and do not defend, lest you cheapen and then lose them altogether. Those truths have less to do with the dead than the awareness that we are no different from them, that they are still with us, and we are still with them, and there is no afterlife, but only one life, a continuum in which all time occurs at once, like a dream inside the mind of God. Why should an old man thrice widowed dwell on things that are not demonstrable and have nothing to do with a reasonable view of the world? Because only yesterday on a broken sidewalk in a shabby neighborhood at the bottom of St. Claude Avenue in the lower Ninth Ward of St. Bernard Parish, under a colonnade that was still twisted out of shape by Katrina, across from a liquor store with barred windows that stood under a live oak probably 200 years old. I saw a platoon of Confederate infantry march out of a field to the tune of Darling Nellie Gray and disappear through the wall of a gutted building and not exit on the other side. The man I came to see was Fat Tony Nemo, also known as Tony the Nose, Tony Squid, or Tony Nineball, the latter not because he was a pool shark, but because he packed a 9-ball into a bartender's mouth with the butt of a pool cue. Of course, that was during his earlier incarnation when he was a collector for Didoni Giacano, and the two of them used to drive around New Orleans in Dee Dee's caddy convertible, terrifying whoever couldn't make the weekly vig, a blood-stained baseball bat propped up in the back seat. Currently, Fat Tony was involved in politics and narcotics and porn and casinos and Hollywood movies and the concrete business. He had also laundered money for the triads in Hong Kong and helped Somoza's greaseballs introduce crack cocaine to America's inner cities. In terms of territory, he had fingers in pies all over Louisiana, Mississippi, and Florida. If he had any sense of morality or fear about a judgment down the track, I never saw it. So why would a semi-retired sheriff's detective from Iberia Parish want to make a social call on a psychopath like Tony Squid? Simple. Most investigative cops, often without knowing who Niccolo Machiavelli was, adhere to his admonition to keep your friends close but your enemies closer. Less simple is the fact that we share much of the same culture as the lowlifes, and we are more alike than different, and the information they give us is indispensable. Fat Tony was sitting in a swivel chair behind his desk when I entered his office. No, that's not correct. Tony didn't sit. He piled himself into a chair or on a couch like a gelatinous heap of whale sperm thrown on a beach, except he was wearing a blue suit with a red boutonniere in the lapel. A sword with a scrolled brass guard and a plain metal scabbard lay across his ink pad.
"I'm glad you could come, Dave. You never disappoint. That's why I like you," he wheezed.
"What's the haps, Tony?"
"I'm on an oxygen bottle. I'm scheduled for a colostomy. I couldn't get laid in a whorehouse that has an ATM. My wife tells me I got a serious case of Gapo. Otherwise, I'm doing great. What kind of question is that?"
He had to catch his breath before he could continue.
"Want a drink?"
"No, thanks. What's Gapo?"
"Gorilla armpit odor. You still on the wagon?"
"I'm still in AA, if that's what you mean."
"The same thing, right?"
"No."
"Whatever. Take Cleet Purcell to a meeting with you."
"What's Cleet done?"
"What hasn't he done? He's a fucking cancer on the whole city. He should have a steel codpiece locked on his body so he can't reproduce."
"How can I help you, Tony?"
"Maybe I can help you. I heard about your wife."
"I appreciate your concern. I need to get back to New Iberia."
"She got killed in an accident?"
I nodded.
"What, about 3 months ago?"
2 years. She was T-boned by a guy in a pickup. I'd rather talk about something else. He handed me the sword.
"I got this at a flea market in Memphis. I asked an expert what it's worth. He said he'd take it off my hands for $3,000. The real value, what is it?"
I wouldn't know.
"You know about history? What the names of these places on the hilt mean, whether those places make the sword more valuable? What's this Cemetery Hill stuff? Who fights a war in a fucking cemetery?"
The brass on the handle was engraved with the name of Lieutenant Robert S. Broussard, 8th Louisiana Infantry. The base of the blade was stamped with the initials CSA and the name of the maker, James Conning of Mobile, Alabama, and the year 1861.
"I did some Googling," Tony said. "The guy who owned us was from New Iberia. It's worth a lot more than $2,000 or $3,000, right? Maybe the guy was famous for something."
You couldn't find any of that on the internet with all the Civil War junk that's on sale?
You can't trust the internet. It's full of crazoids.
I couldn't begin to sort through the contradictions in what he had just said. This was a typical Fat Tony conversation. Trying to get inside his mind was akin to submerging your hand in an unflushed toilet. Outside, some black kids were breaking bottles with an air rifle in a vacant lot. There were concrete foundations in the lot without structures on them. A garbage truck was driving down a street, seagulls picking at its overflow. "Is this about Cleet?" I said.
I got no problem with Purcell. Other people do. It's true he took out that fat dick of his at the Southern Yacht Club and hosed down Bobby Earl's car.
I don't know. I lied.
2 weeks ago he did it again, at the casino.
Cleet did?
No, the Pope. Earl put his lady friend in the car and suddenly she's sitting in a puddle of piss.
Why did you show me this sword, Tony?
Because the family of the guy who owned it lives in New Iberia. I thought maybe they'd want it.
What does any of this have to do with Cleet and Bobby Earl?
Nothing.
My head was throbbing. It was good seeing you.
Sit down. I know what happened with your wife. No witnesses except the guy who killed her. He says she ran the stop sign. They had to cut her out with the jaws of life.
I could feel blood veins tightening on the side of my head.
She died on the way to the hospital and got blamed for her own death, he said.
Who told you this?
Some cops. You got a dirty deal. Something ought to be done.
You need to disengage, Tony.
On top of it, I heard the guy tried to pump the insurance company. Shut the door.
I leaned forward. Listen carefully, Tony. My wife's death is my business. You stay out of it.
Mabel, shut the door, he yelled at his secretary.
I raised my finger at him. I was trembling. I heard the door click shut behind me. He spoke before I could.
Hear me out. The guy ran over a kid in a school zone in Alabama. The kid was crippled for life. You give me the nod, this guy is going to be crawling around on stumps.
When did he run over a child in a school zone?
10, 15 years back.
Where in Alabama?
What difference does it make? I'm telling you like it is. A guy like that has got it coming.
He was like every gangster I ever knew. They're self-righteous and marginalize their victims before breaking their bones. Not one of them could think his way out of a wet paper bag. Their level of cruelty is equaled only by the level of disingenuousness that governs their lives. I want you to get this straight, Tony. Go near the man who hit my wife's car, and I'll come looking for you, up close and personal.
Yeah?
He lit a cigarette with a paper match cupping the flame. He threw the burnt match into the wastebasket.
So fuck me.
I stood up and pulled the sword halfway from its scabbard, then slid it inside again. The guard was brass, molded like a metal basket with slits in it. It was incised with the names of 3 battles that took place during Stonewall Jackson's Shenandoah campaign, plus Cemetery Hill at Gettysburg, and extended protectively and cup-like over the back of my hand. The black leather on the grip was both soft and firm, wrapped with gold wire. I replaced the sword on Tony's desk. I think the Broussard family would be honored and delighted if you gave this to them.
I'm having a hard time processing this, he said. I try to be your friend, and you're offended and make threats. If you were somebody else, we'd have a different outcome here.
So fuck both of us. Tell me something, Tony.
What? I should get rid of terminal asshole-itis?
Why do you keep your office in a neighborhood like this?
What's wrong with it?
It looks like a moonscape. In the next storm, it's going underwater again.
I like to stay close to the people. On that subject, I'm backing a guy who might end up president of the United States. Want to know who that is?
Not really.
Jimmy Nightingale. People have been talking political correctness in this country for too many years. There's gonna be a change, fucking A.
Somehow I believe you, Tony. And that was probably the most depressing thought I'd had in a long time. Chapter 2. I parked my pickup on Decatur and walked across Jackson Square, past Pirates Alley and St. Louis Cathedral and a marimba band playing in the shade by the bookstore that used to be William Faulkner's apartment. The day was bright and windy, cool even for March. The flower pots on the balconies bursting with color. The kind of day in Louisiana that lifts the heart and tells you perhaps spring is forever, that the long rainy weeks of winter were nothing more than a passing aberration, that even death can be stilled by the season, if you'll only believe. Cleet's apartment and P.I. office were located in a grand old building on St. Anne Street. The plaster painted a pale yellow, the ironwork on the balcony dripping with bougainvillea and bugle vine, a dry wishing well in the courtyard. Other than the vintage Cadillacs he drove, the only material possession he ever loved was his building, which may have been owned in the 19th century by the same woman who ran the House of the Rising Sun. When I rounded the corner, I saw not only the building, but a moving van at the curb and half of Cleet's furniture and office equipment on the sidewalk. Cleet was on the sidewalk, arguing with a notorious New Orleans character named Whitey Zarosky, known as the dumbest white person in the city. When he was an independent taxi driver, he thought he'd widen his horizons and run for city council. He outfitted a pickup truck with loudspeakers and a huge sign on the roof, and on Saturday night drove into a black neighborhood, blaring to the crowds on the sidewalks, "Vote for Whitey! Whitey is your friend! Don't forget Whitey on Tuesday! Whitey will never let you down!" He was stunned by the cascade of rocks, bricks, bottles, and beer cans that crashed on top of his vehicle. I hadn't seen Cleet in weeks, and I missed him, as I always did when we were separated for very long. Oddly, in the last couple of years, Cleet had imposed a degree of order upon his life. The scars he carried from an abusive home in the old Irish Channel in Vietnam, and the romances that began passionately but always ended badly, no longer seemed to be his burden. He didn't drink before noon, laid off the weed and cigarettes, ate one po' boy sandwich for lunch instead of two, and clanked iron and a baggy pair of Everlasts in his courtyard and sometimes jogged from one end of the quarter to the other. When he'd head down Bourbon, one of the black kids who tap danced for the tourists would sometimes say, "Here come the pink elephant. Hope he don't crack the cement." None of this stopped me from worrying about Cleet and his swollen liver and his blood pressure and the violence he inflicted upon others as surrogates for himself and for the father who had beaten him unmercifully with a razor strop. I loved Cleet Purcell, and I didn't care who knew it or what others might think of us. We started off our careers walking a beat on Canal and in the Quarter, fresh back from Indochina, the evening sky robin's egg blue, the clouds as pink as cotton candy and ribbed like piano keys arching over the city. We thought we'd hit the perfecta. The Quarter was alive with music and full of beautiful women, and the smell of burgundy and tap beer and bruised mint in a glass of shaved ice and Jack Daniels. Could the world offer any finer gifts? Since the death of my wife Molly, I wanted to see more and more of Cleet, particularly in those moments when I felt as though the defining moments of my life had little application in the present, that somewhere down a deserted street, a bus was throbbing at the curb, the passengers hollow-eyed and mute, unable to assimilate the journey that awaited them. Then the driver popped open the doors with a sucking sound, and I knew with a sinking of the heart that the bus was for me, and I wouldn't be returning to the city or the state I loved. When I have those moments, I say the names of Cleet and my daughter Alifair over and over. I've done it even in public, indifferent to the stares of others, a napkin held to my mouth or with my chin pointed down at my chest. And that's why I resented Whitey Zarosky and his hired help or anyone else who tried to hurt the noblest man I ever knew. "How's tricks, Whitey?" I said. He always looked surprised, as though someone had just stepped on his foot. He also had a habit of jerking his entire head when something caught his attention, like a meth addict or a chicken pecking in a barnyard or a man with a fused neck. He wore coveralls zipped up to his neck, the sleeves cut off at the armpits, his arms covered with hair. "What it is, Robicheaux," he said. "Mind telling me what the hell you're doing?" "I work for the bank now. They gave me the key to Purcell's building and the paperwork to move his belongings out on the sidewalk. He's got another point of view on that." "This idiot creeped my house streak," Cleet said. "What happened to your cab business?" I said to Whitey. "Heard of Katrina?" he said. "Don't do this, Whitey," I said. "Off my back, Robicheaux. This is a legal action here." "Whitey, I try to be kind to dumb Polacks, but I'm about to stuff you in the storm sewer," Cleet said. "How about laying off the ethnic slurs?" Whitey said. Cleet looked at me and opened his hands. A pale red scar ran diagonally through his left eyebrow where he'd been hit with a pipe when he was a kid. "This is like beating up on somebody who was born brain dead. Whitey, I apologize for calling you a dumb Polak. That's an insult to dumb Polacks." Whitey's face contorted as he tried to figure out what Cleet had just said. "Let me see the paperwork," I said. "It's a reverse mortgage," Cleet said, his face coloring. I looked at him blankly. "You didn't." "I was jammed up," he said. He had a little boy haircut and a dimpled chin and green eyes that never faltered unless he was hiding something from me. "We'll get the furniture off the sidewalk," I said. "We'll work it out." "Oh, you will?" Whitey said. He had a New Orleans working-class accent like someone whose voice box had been injected with Novocaine. "What, I got nothing else to do but walk behind Dick Brain here with a dustpan and a broom?" "Shoot your mouth off one more time, Whitey, and see what happens," Cleet said. I placed my arm across Whitey's shoulders. "Take a walk with me." "What for?" "Your helpers don't seem to speak English. You don't have an inspection sticker on your windshield. Your license plate isn't current. You're parked in a no-loading zone. You don't have flashers. What should we do about that?" "Give me a break here, Robicheaux." I took out my wallet, removed all the bills from it, and put them in his hand. "That's about $60. Tell your boys to put everything back in the building and buy them around. I'll call the bank and get this straightened out." "We're supposed to live on a beer shop while you get me fired by the bank? I can't wait to tell my boys this." "Cleet never did anything to you, Whitey, but you're making money off an unrighteous situation that's not Cleet's fault." "I'll make you a counteroffer. Wipe your ass with your $60. I'll buy the round for the boys, and you and Purcell can haul everything back in the building. Then pour a shitload of Vaseline on it and cram it up your ass. I hope both of you get rich twice and go broke 3 times. I hope both of you inherit a house with 50 rooms in it and drop dead in every one of them." I had to hand it to him. Whitey was stand up. I had tried to use my power wrongly to help a friend, and in so doing I had probably put an unskilled and poor man at the mercy of an unscrupulous mortgage holder. Cleet and I spent the next 2 hours dragging furniture back into the building or wrestling it up the stairs into the apartment. It was 4 o'clock when I sat down heavily on the couch, my head swimming. Cleet was in the kitchen, pouring 4 inches of scotch into a glass packed with cracked ice. It was not a good moment. My defenses were down, the smoky smell of the scotch like an irresistible thread from an erotic dream you can't let go of at first light. "You want a Dr. Pepper?" he said, his back to me. "No, thanks. I got some cherries and limes." "I don't want one." "Suit yourself." I think I pulled something in my back. I got up and went into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. I took out a Dr. Pepper and opened it. "I thought you didn't want one." "I changed my mind. Why didn't you tell me you needed money?" "It was 80 grand. "How much?" "What I said." "You got it from a Shylock?" "I started gambling. I did pretty good at first." "Here?" "Everywhere. I had a credit line in Vegas. Google has ruined private investigation. Anyway, I started losing, and I didn't stop until I was broke and borrowing on the property. He took a long drink from the glass, his eyes on mine, the ice and mint and scotch sliding down his throat. I felt a twitch in my face. So the bank owns your place now? It's not a bank, it's a mortgage company. They screw old people. Maybe they're mobbed up. Great choice. He set down the glass. The scotch was drained from the ice. He dumped the ice into the sink. I felt myself swallow. "Let's go eat," he said. "There's something you're not telling me. Tony Nineball said you had trouble with Bobby Earl. What's that about?" "The problem wasn't exactly with Bobby Earl. I almost feel sorry for the bastard. I heard the blacks were loading up on condoms his first night in Lewisburg." "Tony says you pissed in Earl's car." "Yeah, years ago at the yacht club." "Just recently?" "Okay, I'm shooting craps at Harrah's, and in come Bobby Earl and Jimmy Nightingale with this stripper who used to work on Bourbon. Except it was obvious Earl is carrying the stripper for Nightingale, or at least obvious to me, because Nightingale is a bucket of warm vomit who manipulates the subculture like it's his private worm farm. But right now, that's not my business, and I'm simpatico at the table as long as these two assholes leave me alone. I've got $2,600 in chips in front of me and a magic arm, and I'm rolling nothing but 11s and 7s. The broad hanging all over Earl is staring at me with this curious look. Then a light bulb goes off in her head, and she says, 'Hey, you're the fat guy who came to my house.'" Listening to a story told by Clete Purcell was like building the pyramids with your bare hands. I twirled my finger trying to make him finish. "Seconds earlier, I felt like I owned Fort Knox," he said. "Then I see it all draining away like dirty water going down the lavatory. I pick up the dice and rattle them once and fling them down the felt. Snake eyes. She goes, 'I'm right, aren't I? You're the guy who came around about that legal problem?'" "Cletus, try to get to the point," I said. "Legal problem? She got busted for leaving her kid in a hot car while she was stoned and bawling a couple of truck drivers in a motel room. She skipped on her court appearance and left the bondsman on the hook for 10 grand. So I passed the dice and slapped Bobby Earl on the back hard enough to rattle his teeth and say, 'Hey, Bob, I hear you picked up another nail. If you're on penicillin, you shouldn't be drinking. Next time out, wear a hazmat suit or get some radioactive condoms for your flopper.'" He was sitting at the breakfast table now. He yawned as though just waking up and put 2 fingers into his shirt pocket for cigarettes that weren't there. Then he blinked. "What's the rest of it?" I said. "Nothing. I left. I saw Earl's wheels. I used my Slim Jim to pop his door and took a leak inside." "No, you've left something out." "Like what?" "Why give Bobby Earl a hard time? Like you said, he's pitiful." "He makes me ashamed I'm from New Orleans. He's a disgrace to the city. He's a disgrace to the planet." "Does Jimmy Nightingale figure in this?" "I might have said 1 or 2 things I shouldn't have." "Really?" "He put his arm on my shoulders like we were old pals. Then he touched my cheek with the back of his wrist. Yuck. I called him a cunt and got escorted in cuffs out the front door. There were only about 300 or 400 people watching." He cleared his throat softly, his eyes shining. "He's lucky you didn't drop him," I said. "Those security guys, too." "Think so?" "I'm proud of you, Clete." "Yeah?" He looked at me guiltily. "What?" I said. "Nightingale was part owner of the company I took the reverse mortgage from." Jimmy Nightingale was one of the most unusual men I ever knew. He grew up in Franklin on Bayou Teche and lived in a refurbished antebellum home that resembled a candlelit steamboat couched among the live oaks. Like his family, Jimmy was a patrician and an elitist, but among common people he was kind and humble and an attentive listener when they spoke of their difficulties and travail and Friday night football games and the items they bought at Walmart. If someone told a vulgar joke or used profanity in his presence, he pretended not to hear, or he walked away, but he never indicated condemnation. In a dressing room or a pickup basketball game, his manners and smile were so disarming that it was easy to think of him as an avatar of noblesse oblige rather than the personification of greed for which the Nightingales were infamous. Please don't misunderstand. My description of Jimmy is not about him or the system he served, but a weakness in me. In trying to be a halfway decent Christian, I put aside my resentment of his oligarchic background and accepted him as he was. Actually, it went further than that. I liked Jimmy a lot, or at least I liked things about him. I admired him, and perhaps sometimes even envied his combination of composure and ardor, as well as his ability to float above the pettiness that characterizes the greater part of our lives. He was handsome in an androgynous way, his hair bronze-colored and neatly clipped and perfectly combed, his face egg-shaped, his cheeks pooled with color, his breath sweet. Both men and women were drawn to him in a physical way, and I think many times his admirers could not explain the attraction. He probably wasn't over 5'9" and 150 pounds, but maybe that was the key to his likability. He was one of us, yet confident in a locker room or at a boxing match, and he didn't feel a need to contend with criticism or personal insult. Jimmy used to say the only argument you ever win is the one you don't have. He was our man of all seasons, a graduate of military school, a screenwriter, a yachtsman, a polo player, and a performer at aerial shows. He could speak on any subject and was the escort of women who were both beautiful and cerebral, although he had never married nor, to my knowledge, ever been engaged. His self-contained manner and repressed intensity made me wonder if he didn't belong in a Greek tragedy. I believed Jimmy had an enormous capacity for either good or evil, and that his spirit was as capricious as a wind vane. F. Scott Fitzgerald once said no one could understand America without understanding the graves of Shiloh. I think the same could have been said of Jimmy Nightingale. He was about to announce his candidacy for the United States Senate. If elected, he would establish a precedent. Yes, Louisiana has produced some statesmen and stateswomen, but they are the exception and not the norm. For many years, our state legislature has been known as a mental asylum run by ExxonMobil. Since Huey Long, demagoguery has been a given. Misogamy and racism and homophobia have become religious virtues, and self-congratulatory ignorance has become a source of pride. I shared none of these thoughts with Cleet. Instead, when I returned to New Iberia in my shotgun house on the bayou a short distance from the shadows, I called Jimmy Nightingale's home in Franklin. A female secretary answered and took a message. "Did you ever have a conversation with a professional ice cube?" "Do you know where Mr. Nightingale is?" I asked. "He didn't say." "Is he in New Orleans?" "I'm sure he'll return your call very soon, Mr. Robicheaux." "It's Detective Robicheaux." "Thank you for your call, Detective Robicheaux. Is your call in reference to an official matter?" "I really don't know how to define it." "I'll tell him that. Goodbye." The line went dead. I lit the gas stove in the kitchen and warmed a bowl of frozen crawfish gumbo. The windows were open, the curtains swelling with wind, the house creaking. The light was failing in the oak and pecan trees in my backyard. On the far side of the bayou, a man of color was sitting on a wooden chair, fishing with a cane pole and bobber among the reeds, the late sun splintering on the water. Since my wife's accident, this had become my worst time of day. My home was cavernous with silence and emptiness. My wife was gone, and so were my pets and most of my relatives. With each day that passed, I felt as though the world I had known was being airbrushed out of a painting. I took the gumbo off the stove and sat down at the breakfast table with a spoon and a chunk of dry French bread and started to eat. I heard a car turn into my gravel drive, the tires clicking, and come to a stop at the porte-cochere. "Dave?" someone called. I walked through the hallway into the living room. Jimmy Nightingale stood at the screen, Panama hat in hand, trying to see inside. He was wearing beige slacks and a maroon shirt and a windbreaker with a pair of aviator glasses sticking out of the breast pocket. "How you doing, copper?" he said. "Come in," I said, pushing open the door. "My secretary called me on the cell." He shook hands. his eyes sweeping through the house, then brightening when they came back to mine. "You look good." "You too, Jimmy." But Jimmy always looked good. He followed me into the kitchen. "I have some gumbo on the stove," I said. "Or would you like a cold drink?" "I just ate at Clementine's." "You have such a nice place here. The park is right across the bayou, huh? Tell me the truth, did my secretary give you the impression she was blowing you off? She's like that, but she's a class act, believe me." I had forgotten that Jimmy often spoke in paragraphs rather than sentences. "She was fine," I said. "Always the gentleman," he said, soft-punching me on the arm. "I bet you were calling about Clete Purcell." "Clete's sorry about the encounter at the casino." "Sprinkling his head with ashes? Using a flagellum on his back, that sort of thing?" "Clete doesn't mean half the things he says." "Finish your supper while I explain something. Come on, sit down." That he was inviting me to sit down in my own house didn't seem to cross his mind. He pinched the bridge of his nose and closed and opened his eyes as though fatigued. "I flew a biplane today and got a little sunburn. Ever go up in one?" I shook my head. "I wish I could have been in the Lafayette Escadrille, dancing around the skies of France and Belgium, giving the Red Baron a tap or two with the Vickers. War is usually interesting only to people who haven't been to one." "You should have been a funeral director, Dave." "Clete says you own the mortgage on his house," I said. "I own part of a lending company that does. He thinks I'm having him evicted because of a little incident at a craps table?" "Are you?" "I forgot it 2 minutes after it was over." "People call you a cunt in public with regularity?" "Wow, you know how to say it." "Cut him some slack, Jimmy." Then he surprised me. "I'll look into it. If there's something I can do, I will." "I have your word?" "I just gave it to you." I forgot to mention Jimmy was a very good baseball pitcher, both in the American Legion and in college. His best pitch was the change-up, when you hold the ball in the back of your palm and leave the batter swinging at empty space. "Thank you," I said. "You getting along all right? Since the accident?" "I don't talk about it much." "I understand." He gazed through the back window. The lawn was deep in shadow, the air tannic and cold, the ground strewn with yellow leaves spotted with black mold. The door hung open on the hutch that once housed our pet coon tripod, the wood floor clean and dry and empty. "I love your place," he said. "Why?" "It's out of another era, a more innocent time." "Why do you pal around with a shitbag like Bobby Earl?" "The eyes of God see no evil," he replied. "I've always envied people who know the mind of God." "I'll call you by the end of business tomorrow on that mortgage situation. Can you do me a favor?" I waited. "This novelist who lives up the Teche on Lauraville Road, you know him?" "Levon Broussard," I said. "That's the baby. How about an introduction?" "You need me for that?" "I hear he's a little eccentric and his wife got kicked off a spaceship." "You're the second unlikely person to say something to me today about the Broussard family. The other was Tony Nemo. Is that coincidence?" "You know what they say at meetings. Coincidence is your higher power acting with anonymity." "I didn't know you were in the program." "I'm not. I go for the dialogue. It's great material." "I'll ask Levon if he wants to have dinner with us." Jimmy made a snicking sound in his jaw. "That's my man. Make it soon, will you? I really dig the guy's work. I'm going to get a shotgun house just like this. See ya." He tapped me on the shoulder with his hat and went out the door. Jimmy kept it simple. Chapter 3. After sunset, I drove to the rural two-lane highway where Molly's car had been struck broadside on the driver's door, knocking her unconscious, pinning her inside. I had revisited the site more than a dozen times, either at night or before sunrise when there was little traffic. There was a stop sign at the access road, then nothing but the long, curving bend of the two-lane. By flashlight, I had looked for the pickup's skid marks, recreated every possibility about the speed of the pickup, and measured the exact distance from the bend to the stop sign. The speed limit was 45 miles an hour, the speed the pickup driver said he was traveling when Molly's Toyota had suddenly come through the stop sign and made a reckless left turn in front of him. I used a stopwatch to compute the time it would take for the pickup driver to traverse the distance from the bend to the point of impact if he were driving the legal limit. The math led to only two possible conclusions. Either Molly ran the stop sign, abandoning all reason, or she looked to the left, saw nothing coming, then looked to the right, saw the road was clear, and turned left without looking again and got crushed. But Molly never ran stop signs. She would never willingly break a law of any kind. The skid marks, now washed away, were no longer than 18 inches in length, indicating the pickup driver saw her car only seconds before the collision. Everything in me told me that Molly probably failed to double-check the two-lane before she started her turn, and the pickup driver lied and was coming much faster than 45 miles an hour. The causes of the crash were shared ones. Like many victims of violent crimes who never find justice, I became obsessed with speculations I could not prove. I told myself that Molly's fate could have been worse, that the Toyota could have burst into flame while she was conscious and trapped inside, that she could have spent the rest of her life as a vegetable or disfigured beyond recognition or left a quadriplegic. I soon began to gaze into space at the office, in the middle of conversation, on a street corner, my hands bawling, while others stared at me with pity and concern. I had never confronted the driver or even spoken to him because he was part of an official investigation and my contacting him would have been improper. But the day after I'd talked with Fat Tony, I drove up to Tesh to what were called the quarters, outside the little town of Lauraville. The quarters were composed of cabins and shotgun houses that went back to the corporate plantation era of the 19th century. Most of them were painted a yellowish gray and aligned in rows on dirt streets with rain ditches and bare yards where whites and people of color lived in harmony and seemed to enjoy the lives they had. On weekends, the residents barbecued and drank beer on their small galleries, washed their cars in the yard, and flew kites and played softball in the streets with their children. I don't mean to romanticize poverty. The Lauraville quarters were a window into my childhood, a time when few people in the community spoke English and few had traveled farther than 2 parishes from their place of birth. It wasn't a half-bad world in which to grow up. I found his name, T.J. D'Artez, on a mailbox. I slipped my badge holder and my clip-on holster from my belt and put them under the seat and stepped across the rain ditch into his yard. An old washing machine converted into a barbecue pit was smoking on the gallery, a chicken dripping in the coals. I heard children's voices in back. I walked up the dirt driveway. A dented, washed-out blue pickup was parked in a shed. An unshaved man in work pants and a clean strap undershirt was lobbing a wiffle ball at 2 little girls armed with plastic baseball bats. His hair was black and greasy and curly on the back of his neck. He turned around smiling. The stub of a filter-tipped cigar was clenched in his teeth. I had never seen him before. "You looking for somebody?" he asked. "Are you Mr. D'Artez?" "Yes, sir." I stared at him. I don't know for how long. The little girls looked about 6 and 8. They had both gone silent. "I need to talk to you." "About what?" I glanced at the girls. "A serious matter." "Y'all go help your mama," he said. His house looked like a boxcar, a poorer version of mine, set up on cinder blocks. The girls went up the wooden steps and let the screen slam behind them. "You're from the agency?" he said. "What agency?" "The bill collection one." "No, I'm not." He looked at nothing. "You're him, ain't you?" "I don't know who him is." "The husband of the woman in the accident?" "Yes, that's who I am." "What you want with me?" "You know who Tony Nemo is?" "Who?" "You may not know him, but he knows you. He says you ran over a child in Alabama." "That's a damn lie." "It didn't happen?" "I got a DWI for driving drunk in a school zone there. I didn't hurt nobody. I don't drink no more either." "But you were driving faster than 45 when you hit my wife, weren't you?" Through the screen I could see his wife and children staring at us. These were people for whom bad luck was not an abstraction but a constant. A knock on the door, a puff of wind, and their lives could be up the spout. "You always got your eye on the speedometer when you're driving at night?" he said. "I think I was driving 45. I can't say for sure. She come out of the dark." "Her lights weren't on?" He tried to hold his eyes on mine. "I can't remember." "Your lawyer told you to say that?" "Sir?" "You heard me." His expression turned into a pout, like a child's. "I ain't got nothing else to say." "I hear you tried to pump State Farm." "I missed 8 days of work. Who's going to pay for that? You?" "My wife was a nun in Central America," I said. His mouth moved, but no sound came out. "She was a former sister. She devoted her life to helping the poor." "She's a farmer?" How do you get angry at a man who cannot understand or speak his own language? "If you were me, what would you do, Mr. D'Artes? What would you feel?" There was a big, thickly leafed shade tree by his garage. It was filled with wind, its leaves dark green against an orange sun. He stared at it as though he wanted to hide inside its branches. "This guy you call Tony, he's a Dago gangster you using to scare me?" "How do you know he's a gangster?" "I know what goes on." "I'm telling you he took an interest in you. I'm not sure why. I told him to butt out. I'm telling you to learn who your friends are." "You're my friend? A man who comes to my house and scares my wife and children?" I stepped closer to him. I couldn't help my feelings. The surge of bile in my stomach, the visceral disgust I felt for his ignorance, my desire to do things with my fists that were ultimately a confession of defeat. He stepped back. "My old lady is calling the cops." The wind shifted. I could smell his odor, the barbecue smoke on his skin, the grease in his hair. "You lied to the state trooper. Until you admit your part in the accident, you'll never have peace." "I'm sorry your wife is dead. She come at me. I didn't do nothing wrong. If you won't accept that, go fuck yourself." "You had your warning," I said. "My family heard that. What's the sheriff going to say if I call him and tell him that? Answer me that." "Yeah, I didn't think so. Fuck you twice." I walked away, the sugarcane fields and the horizon tilting, my long-sleeve white shirt peppered with sweat, a war taking place in my chest that I knew I would never win. Cleet had 2 offices, one in New Orleans, one in New Iberia. When he worked out of his New Iberia office, he rented a cottage at the Tesh Motel on East Main down the bayou from my house. When I woke Sunday morning, there were clouds of thick white fog bumping against the tree trunks in the backyard, like cotton on the floor of a gin. I saw a raccoon on top of Tripod's hutch, its coat shiny with dew. I went to the back door and looked through the screen. The coon had climbed into an oak tree and was looking at me from atop a limb. I pushed open the screen. "Tripod?" Then he was gone. I went outside in my pajamas and slippers and looked up at the branches, but saw no sign of him. I went back inside and dressed and ate breakfast and went to Mass at St. Edward's. When I returned home, Cleet's metallic purple Cadillac was parked in the driveway, the top up, his stocking feet sticking out the back window. He was asleep on the back seat with a pillow over his face. He smelled like a beer truck. I went inside and made coffee and warmed a pan of milk and put 4 cinnamon rolls in the oven, then went into the backyard again and looked for the coon. Tripod had died years ago, but I often dreamed of him in my sleep, as I did my other pets, and I wondered if animals, like people I've known, have ways of contacting us again. A half hour later, Cleet came through the back door, his face wrinkled on one side by the pillow, his eyes bleary. "You just hit town?" I said.
"I'm not sure what I did. I was drinking Jack with a beer back in Morgan City, then my lights went out. You got a beer?"
"Nope."
"I'll drink kerosene if you've got it."
He sat down at the breakfast table. He was wearing his pork pie hat and the long-sleeved tropical shirt he had bought in Miami.
"You got any uppers?"
"Are you out of your mind?"
"You want me to go?"
"No, I fixed you some breakfast. Just don't get sick on the floor."
"Something weird happened yesterday. I was trying to think my way through it. That's why I was drinking depth charges. You know when you're arguing with yourself and wondering if you're letting somebody work your crank? My head feels like a basketball."
"What are we talking about, Cleet?"
"That douchebag called me."
"Which douchebag?"
"The one who tried to evict me, Jimmy Nightingale. He says we can work out my problem on a reverse mortgage. I can refinance and let his company have a 1/4-acre lot I own in Biloxi. He'll also introduce me to a stockbroker who'll let me buy some surefire winners on the margin. I asked him why he was doing all this. He said because you talked to him."
"I did."
"You don't think he's trying to shaft me?"
"He wants me to introduce him to Levon Broussard." Cleet looked blank for a moment.
"The writer who's got the wife with outstanding bongos? She jogged by my office a couple of times. I hear she's nuts."
"Has anyone ever used the term arrested development to you?"
"Yeah, the marriage counselor who was screwing my ex while he was counseling us. You think I should take the deal?"
"What'll happen if you don't?"
"The guys I owe in Vegas and Reno are real shitheads, guys I used to work with. Use your imagination."
"I have 30,000 at Vanguard. You can have it."
"That would be like putting a bicycle patch on the rip in the Titanic."
I placed the rolls on a plate and set them in a butter dish and a cup of coffee and milk on the table. "Eat up."
"You're the best, nobleman," he replied.
No, Cleet was, but no one would ever convince him of that. Cleet checked into his cottage at the Tesh Motel, and I called the home of Levon Broussard and his wife Rowena. Levon had been on the New York Times bestseller list for 20 years, and Rowena's raw-edged paintings and photography were loved by many people in need of a cause and a banner. The only reason I'd been given their private number was Levon's admiration for the novels by my daughter, Alifair. The couple lived up the bayou from me in a spacious home built of tear-down South Carolina brick, with floor-to-ceiling windows and ventilated green storm shutters and a wide gallery. The house stayed in almost permanent shadow inside a half-dozen live oaks hung with Spanish moss. Rowena answered the phone. "Hello, Miss Rowena," I said. "It's Dave Robicheaux. Is Levon there?" There was a beat, the kind that makes you wonder what kind of expression is on your phone party's face. "I'll get him," she said, and dropped the receiver on a hard surface. "Hello," Levon said. I told him that Jimmy Nightingale wanted to take us to dinner. "What's he want with us?" Levon said. "You're a famous writer. He's written some screenplays. Maybe he wants to do business." "Isn't Nightingale hooked up with the casino industry?" "Among other things." "I don't think this is a good idea." "He's helping Cleet Purcell out of a jam. As a favor, he asked for an introduction." "So you're being charitable at my expense?" He had me. "You're right. Forget I called." "Is Alifair there?" "She's living in Bodega Bay." I could hear him breathing against the receiver. Levon was known for his reluctance to say no to anyone when asked for money or to help with a personal problem. In fact, he seemed to live with conflicting voices in his head. I don't like these casino people, Dave. They put the Indians' face on their operations, but most of them are out of Jersey. So is Bruce Springsteen, I said. How important is this? Cleet has screwed himself financially 6 ways from breakfast. Jimmy Nightingale can probably get him out of it. We're talking about 1 hour at a dinner table. I heard him blow out his breath. When? 6:30 tomorrow night at Clementine's. I'll call Jimmy and set it up. Give Alifair my best. I love her new book. Before I could reply, he eased the receiver into the cradle. Helen Swallow was in her 3rd term as sheriff, a period when the Iberia Sheriff's Department and the city police had merged. She had started her career as a meter maid with the NOPD and had worked her way up to patrolwoman, then returned to New Iberia, her birthplace, and worked as my plainclothes partner in our small homicide and felony assault unit. Helen defied all conventions and categorizations. Years ago, a smart-ass told her at our department Christmas party that she had the perfect body for a man. She slapped him off the stool, slammed his head into the bar, then picked him up and propped him on the stool and placed a drink in his hand. No hard feelings, she said. She had blonde hair, cut short at the neck, and she never dyed it. She wore slacks and sometimes makeup and sometimes not. Her love affairs included a dalliance with a female informant, which almost destroyed her career, a circus owner, a male masseuse, a feminist professor, and Cleet Purcell. The silence between her sentences was often louder than her words. She didn't carry a throwdown or jam the perps, and as a consequence, she usually learned more from them than others did with coercion. I believed she had several personalities, one of which was a sexual adventurer whose eyes sometimes strayed over me. I didn't care. My feelings about Helen were the same as my feelings about Cleet. I believed their virtues were poured from a crucible whose heat couldn't be measured. Monday morning she called me into her office. Through the window I could see Bayou Teche, the sunlight dancing on the surface, a concrete boat ramp on the far side. Her gaze lifted to mine. She had a ballpoint gripped in her right hand. She clicked it over and over. I got a call from T.J. Tortez's lawyer, she said. I suspected that was coming. He says you threatened his client. Not true. What were you doing at his house? I told him I thought he was speeding when he hit Molly's car. I told him he wouldn't have any peace until he owned up. Her thumb pressed and released the button on top of the ballpoint. Click, 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 click. Those were your words? More or less. You know what a good liability lawyer could do with that? I had another reason for being there. Tony Nineball offered to do some damage to him, maybe take him off the board. You had a conversation with Tony Nemo about killing T.J. Tortez? No, I had a conversation with him about a Civil War sword. On the other subject, I told him to stay out of my business. He said Tortez ran over a child in Alabama. This isn't coming together for me, Buana. Tony likes to pretend he's in tight with cops. He bought a sword at a flea market. It belonged to one of Levon Broussard's ancestors. He either wants to make some money off it or he wants to get close to Levon. Tony has been involved with 2 or 3 film productions. He's a self-serving, greedy, fat shit. He's not a complex man. She gave me a look and let the ballpoint drop on the blotter. Keep clear of Tortez and Nemo. I planned to. She stared into my face, her expression flat. As often was the case, I had no idea what she was thinking or who presently occupied her skin. Her hair looked lighter, sun-bleached perhaps, thicker and more attractive, as though she had been out on the salt. Buy me lunch, Pops, and don't give me any more of your trash, she said. Chapter 4. Jimmy picked me up in a limo, and we drove up Lauraville Road and turned into the long driveway of the Broussard home. The carriage lamps on the gallery were lit, the floor-to-ceiling windows glowing from the lighted chandelier in the hallway. The wind was up, and the trees were filled with shadows that seemed to battle one another. 3 of his live oaks were registered with the National Conservation Society and named Mosby, Forest, and Longstreet, perhaps indicating a tired and old and depressing Southern obsession with the illusion that war is grand. But I had a hard time thinking of Levon in that fashion. He avoided crowds and formal social situations and conventional thinking, and he had a pathological aversion to people who asked questions about his work. He seldom spoke specifically of his family, but supposedly they were related to Oliver Hazard Perry, John Mosby, Edmund Burke, and John Wilkes Booth. He said he'd grown up in Galveston or Lake Charles or Lafayette, or maybe all 3, I'm not sure. He was one of those paradoxical individuals who became notorious for his obsession with privacy. He had lived in the tropics and had known leftists in Mexico and DEA agents in Colombia and CIA operatives who flew for an airline headquartered in Fort Lauderdale. Why he had been drawn into the edges of the new American empire no one knew. With his tall frame and genteel manners and kind face and egalitarian attitudes, he seemed to personify virtue. Strangely, although they looked nothing alike, he and Jimmy Nightingale made me think of bookends that belonged on the same shelf. I sometimes saw Levon's wife at Red Lorille's Health and Racket Club in Lafayette, in boxing trunks and a halter, sweaty and dedicated, slamming the body bag hard enough to rattle it on the chain. She was Australian and had dark hair and wide-set blue eyes that stared boldly into your face. She seldom spoke or smiled, and if she had any expression, it seemed to be one of puzzlement or wariness, as though the world were constantly deconstructing and reassembling itself before her eyes. Before I could get out of the limo and ring the bell, Levon and Rowena came out the front door. Levon put his wife inside the limo, then leaned across the seat and shook Jimmy's hand vigorously. "It's very nice to meet you, sir. This is my wife, Rowena. Thank you for your kind invitation. How you doing, Dave?" That was Levon, the effusive gentleman no matter the occasion. But his cordiality had no influence on what was about to take place. Jimmy's eyes were glued on Rowena's. The connection was electric and naked to the degree that both of them were obviously embarrassed. She sat down heavily on the leather seat, her gaze never leaving Jimmy's. "You're a screenwriter?" she asked him. "Not really. I try at it." "Does anyone have a drink?" she said. "I started to ice some champagne, but I didn't think we'd be long in getting to the restaurant," Jimmy said. "We're fine," Levon said. "I'm starved and dry," she said. "Can we get the bloody hell out of here?" "Right-o," Jimmy said. He tapped the glass behind the driver. "Is this your vehicle?" Levon said. "My vehicle? No, it belongs to the car service," Jimmy replied clearly, not sure what was happening. "I'm not that uptown." "Hello, Miss Rowena, I'm Dave Robicheaux," I said. "I've seen you at Red's Health Club in Lafayette." "You're who?" We spoke on the phone. Her window was up. She stared at her reflection in the dark. Then she turned and looked at Jimmy again, as though seeing him for the first time. Levon leaned forward, interdicting her line of sight. "You keep company with Bobby Earl, Mr. Nightingale?" "Call me Jimmy. I know Earl, but I wouldn't call him a close friend." "A friend, nonetheless," Levon said. "Judge not lest you be judged," Jimmy said. "What's to judge? His record is demonstrable, isn't it?" Levon said. "If he had his way, the bunch of us would be soap." "I think he's paid for his sins," Jimmy said. "His time in prison?" Levon said. "Considering the ethnic makeup of the population, I suspect he found himself in the middle of a nightmare," Jimmy said. "I don't think that's much solace to the victims of the Ku Klux Klan." "Oh, shove it along, you two," Rowena said. She massaged the back of her neck and rotated her head, glancing sideways at Jimmy. Good advice, Jimmy said, reaching for something on the floor. Rowena rolled down her window, flooding the limo with the smell of night-blooming flowers and the sprinklers spinning on the St. Augustine grass in the dark. Look at the stars. Did you ever see Night Has 1,000 Eyes? When the constellations are out, I always think of that movie. Look, each star is vaporous. What do you have there? Levon asked. A sword, Jimmy said, lifting it into the light. I think it belonged to your great-grandfather. I'd like you to have it. Levon looked at the name and sized on the handle. My God, where did you get this? Did anybody hear me? Rowena said. Has anyone seen Night Has 1,000 Eyes? I have, Jimmy said. He pushed the sword away when Levon tried to return it. It starred Edward G. Robinson and Gail Russell. Did you see her in Angel and the Bad Man or Wake of the Red Witch? Yes, Rowena said, her face thrust forward, her wide-set eyes filled with interest. How about rolling up the window, Rowena? Levon said. The air smells like insecticide. If that's what everyone wants, she replied. Listen here, Levon said. I can't accept this gift. Maybe we can give it to a museum, Jimmy said. It needs to be somewhere other than in the hands of its previous owner. Levon waited for Jimmy to continue. I got it from Fat Tony Nemo. He bought it at a flea market, Jimmy said. You know Nemo? Levon said. He poured the concrete for a couple of my buildings. I forgot. He does that when he's not killing people, Levon said. Tony was out of the rackets 20 years ago, Jimmy said. Is that right, Dave? Levon said. This guy who used to break arms and legs with a baseball bat found salvation. I wouldn't know, I replied, regretting the choices I had made to help Cleet. Could you tell your driver to go a little faster? Rowena said to Jimmy. I'm about to faint. No down under histrionics tonight, Levon said. Oh, balls, she said. I need to write you a check for this, Levon said to Jimmy. Show me the secret to your novels instead. Beg your pardon, Levon said. I'm envious. They're marvelous books. Your prose is magical. I want to know how you do it. Then Rowena said something I didn't expect, considering the undisguised arousal Jimmy obviously caused in her. We all have our private cubbyholes, love. Don't be fucking with them. The chauffeur was a peroxided, crew-cut, steroid-pumped weightlifter with a concave-shaped face whose eyes looked like lumps of lead in the rearview mirror. I wanted to get in the front with him. Clementine's was on Main Street in a building that once was a saloon and pool hall and betting parlor with wood floors and a stamped tin ceiling and a long bar and cuspidors and a potbelly stove in a time when saloon owners one night a week covered pool tables with oilcloths and served free robin gumbo. Now it was a fine restaurant, with a large, formally attired staff and sometimes a famous movie actor or musician among the guests. Unfortunately, none of this was any comfort to me. The atmosphere at our table was poisonous, the tension unbearable, primarily because there was no way to both acknowledge and resolve the problem, which was raw hatred between Jimmy and Levon, and, I suspect, a flicker or two of the green-eyed monster in Levon. You understood about my writing a check, didn't you? Levon said. If you want, Jimmy said. There's no if to it. Jimmy smiled. I think I gave him $2,000 for it. Why don't you give that amount in my name to a charity? Why don't I just leave it on the table for the waiter? Levon said. Rowena was on her third glass of Burgundy. My grandfather was at Gallipoli. A neighbor tried to give him a souvenir bayonet to cut his 100th birthday cake. Grandfather told him where to park it. Lower the volume, Rowena, Levon said. Fuck if I will, she replied. How about that for conversation in a small city on Bayou Teche where decorum is a religion and manners and morality are interchangeable. The back of my neck was burning, my scalp drawing tighter each time Rowena had something to say. I went to the restroom, located in a separate building by the patio, and washed and dried my face and went back inside. The bar area was crowded, but in the midst of drinkers, I saw Cleet Purcell hunched over a po' boy sandwich and a frosted mug of beer. When I went to places where alcohol was served, I usually avoided sitting at the bar or at tables where people were there to drink rather than eat. Those distinctions might seem foolish to normal people, but the slip that puts a sober alcoholic back on the dirty boogie usually has innocuous origins. You accidentally eat chocolate cake that has whiskey in it? There's brandy in the plum sauce. 2 miles from shore, the sun blazing on your head, a friend tossed you a cold can of Miller from the ice chest. Or worse, you wake at 1 a.m, your head full of nightmarish images, and rather than deal with your dragons, you put on your beat-up leather jacket and a wilted hat and find an end-of-the-line dive that has no clocks or windows. But I wanted to be near Cleet, the man who'd carried me down a fire escape when I had 2 bullets in my back, a man who sought excoriation and feared approval, a blue-collar iconoclast who had to look up the word. "Can you tell me how to get to Sharky Bonanno's dream room?" I said. Sharky's joint on Bourbon used to feature musicians like the Kings of Dixieland and Johnny Scat Davis and Louis Prima and Sam Butera, and Cleet and I had spent many wasted days and nights there. Cleet jumped when I put my hand on his shoulder.
Jesus, Dave, you know I have a coronary when people walk up on me like that. When did you come in?
"I'm with Jimmy Nightingale and Levon and his wife."
You're kidding.
He strained his neck to see into the dining room.
Oops, I shouldn't have looked.
"What do you mean?"
That Australian broad gets to me. My big boy just went on red alert.
"Will you stop that?"
I know an animal when I see one.
"I mean it, Cleet." But what was the point? Cleet was Cleet. "Join us. I feel like I'm in the middle of a blender."
I can't take Nightingale. I know he's cutting me a deal, but he's still a bum and a fraud.
"But it's fine for me," I said.
Stop pretending. Nightingale hates my guts. I don't know what you see in that prick. Anyway, he's doing a favor for you, not me. He wants something from Levon Broussard. So does Tony Nineball.
"Where'd you hear this?"
From Nig Rosewater.
Nig and Wee Willie Bimstein had run New Orleans' oldest bail bond service until Katrina drowned the city and FEMA transported their clients all over the United States, never to return.
Tony thinks he's going to be a Hollywood movie producer, Cleet said. He bought this sword to give to Levon Broussard, except Nightingale took it away from him.
When did Fat Tony start rolling over for anyone?
He's got diabetes and emphysema and cancer in his colon and lymph nodes. He carries a bucket in his car to puke in.
The bartender leaned close to Cleet. "Would you like another drink, sir?" Cleet lifted his mug, the shell of ice sliding down the sides, the beer almost to the top.
Do I look like I need one? But since you asked, give Dave a Diet Doc with cherries and limes in it.
The man on the other side of Cleet left the bar, and I took his stool with no plan in mind other than to delay rejoining the group I'd come with. In seconds I felt at home, the television set tuned to a sports channel, stuffed shrimp I hadn't ordered placed on a paper napkin in front of me, someone talking about the New Orleans Saints. Cleet ordered a shot and poured it into his mug. I watched the whiskey bounce on the bottom and rise in a brown cloud. "Why not just put your brain in a jar and give it to a medical school?" I said.
I did that 5 years ago. They gave it back.
He chugged half the mug. I bit into a stuffed shrimp and looked over my shoulder at the dining room, then at the icy cloud rising from the beer box. The bartenders uncorking bottles of Liebfraumilch and dark red wine, fitting an orange slice on the rim of a Collins glass, tipping a jigger of Jack into shaved ice and mint leaves, pouring a creamy pink gin fizz, setting up a round of Hennessy for everyone, provided by the distributor. "No?" the bartender said after setting a shot glass in front of me. I cleared my throat to answer.
Did he ask for one?
Cleet said. "Sorry, my mistake," the bartender said.
Give us both a Diet Doc. I need a bowl of gumbo, too, Cleet said.
You got it, the bartender said.
Where you from? Cleet asked.
California.
You ever hear of the Bobbsey twins from Homicide?
That's a new one on me, the bartender said. He wore a white jacket, his hair slicked back.
You're looking at them, Cleet said. You're standing in the middle of history.
Knock it off, Cleet, I said.
He knows I'm kidding, Cleet said. What's your name? You don't take people like me seriously, do you?
My name is Cedric.
You knew I was kidding, right, Cedric?
The bartender wiped the bar. 2 diet drinks coming up. He walked away on the duckboards, wadding up his bar rag, tossing it into a sink. My face felt small and tight. My eardrums were ringing. Don't do that again, Cleet.
He's foisting drinks on people. I set him straight.
Did you hear me?
Climb down off it, Streak.
Off what?
You know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't, I said.
I gave up trying to pork everything in sight. Why? Because I'm old and I make an idiot of myself. It's called recognizing your limitations.
See you later, I said.
Come back here.
But I kept walking, letting the noise in the dining room swallow up my conversation with Cleet and the temptations that were as abiding in me as sexual desire, and even worse, that had to do with guns and gambling and the rush of stepping through the dimension into a place I never wanted to go again. Levon and Rowena and Jimmy were sloshed and had stupid smiles on their faces when I got to the table. Sorry, something just came up, I said. You're leaving? Levon said. We'll do it another time, I said. Thanks for inviting me.
You got your nose bent out of shape, Rowena said. Just throw the food to the hogs.
Chacun son goût, I said. Then I walked out of the dining room and past the revelers at the bar, including Cleet, and out the door and into the night. The street was empty. The great looming structure called the Shadows, illuminated by floodlights in the yard, a tribute to all the suffering passed down to us by the antebellum era. What a joke, I thought. But my cynicism gave me no release from the fire and the insatiable need burning inside me. Chapter 5. Cleet called me at the office in the morning.
I'm sorry about last night, he said.
Forget it. I had my head on sideways, I said.
You didn't go home and get wasted, did you?
Worry about yourself, I said.
I'll see you for lunch.
I've got too much desk work.
I'll come by tonight. It's about that prick.
Which prick?
That prick Nightingale. Who else? I've got to pick up a bail skip in Jennings. I'll see you about 9.
At 5:15 p.m., I threw my tackle box and rod and reel into the back of my truck, hooked up my boat and trailer, and drove to the Henderson Levee outside Bro Bridge. Henderson Swamp is part of the vast network of bayous and bays and rivers that constitute the Atchafalaya Basin. The flooded woods are golden green at sunset and so swollen with silence that you wonder if this piece of primordial creation was saved by a divine hand to remind us of what the earth was like when our ancestors grew feet and crawled out of the sea. The cypress trees were in early leaf, as delicate as green lace, ruffling in the breeze, the water high and black and undisturbed, chained with lily pads, the bream and goggle-eye perch rolling under the pads like pillows of air floating to the surface. I cut my outboard and let my boat glide silently into a cove lit by a molten red sun, then flipped my plug in an arching loop just beyond a clutch of flooded willows. The western sky was streaked with clouds as pink as flamingo wings. In the distance, I heard the southern Pacific blowing down the line. But if I had come here for solace, my journey was in vain. The loss of my wife, my inability to accept the suddenness of the accident, the words of a paramedic telling me she was gone and they had done everything they could, his mouth moving like that of someone in a film with no soundtrack. I carried all these things wherever I went, my blood and mind fouled, the ground shifting, the realization at sunrise that her death was not a dream and that she was gone forever. unfairly taken, her dignity and courage and spiritual resolve extinguished by a fool rounding a curve in a pickup truck, the accelerator mashed to the floor. These thoughts robbed the light from my eyes, the bird song from the trees, the sound of children playing in a park. Instead of the glory of the sunset, I saw beer cans and styrofoam cups undulating in the shallows. A rubber tire submerged among the willows, a blanket of debris caught in the cattails, as viscous as dried paint skimmed off the top of a paint bucket. I retrieved my lure and started the engine and drove back to the levee, the bow scraping on the concrete ramp like fingernails on a blackboard. I stopped into a bait shop and ate a sandwich on the gallery and watched the last of the sun slip beyond the trees. Several men were drinking beer at a spool table next to me. I believed I knew one of them, but I couldn't say for sure. They invited me to join them. I could not get my mind off Molly. Her warmth and steadfastness as a companion, her ability to deal with the sorrow and suffering of the world and not be undone by it. "Everything cool, buddy?" a man said. "Sure. I look like my gyroscope is busted," I replied. "Have a brew." "I have to be on my way." "I should too," he said. "My old lady is going to throw my supper in the backyard. Is yours like that?" The sun was only an ember when I drove down the levee. A few minutes later, I was on the 2-lane highway outside Bro Bridge, the sky dark with rain clouds, when a pickup truck got on the back of my trailer and the driver clicked on his high beams, flooding the inside of my truck with light. I tried to see the driver's face in the rearview mirror, but his headlights were blinding. I touched my brake pedal to no avail. I had broken the clamp-on emergency flasher I had carried in my truck only 2 days earlier. There were ditches on either side of the road and no shoulder where I could pull off. My eyes were watering from the glare in the mirror. Like anyone who has been harassed on the road by a tailgater, I felt my anger begin to rise, slowly at first, then build into an emotional straitjacket, and I began to have thoughts I did not associate with who I was. I pressed the brake again, this time hard, but he didn't back off. His headlights were so close they were beneath the level of my trailer. I accelerated. He dropped back a few feet in the mirror, and I saw a pipe bumper welded on the front of his vehicle. Then he came at me again. As I neared the convenience store at the intersection, he roared through the blinking red light and shot me the finger. The truck was pale blue, one side gnarled with dents, one taillight broken. I saw the driver for only seconds. His hair was black, his face unshaved. He looked like thousands of Cajun men. I drove home, my wrists throbbing. Cleet was sitting on the steps tossing acorns at nothing, a fedora slanted on his brow. I pulled my trailer around his caddy and parked it on the grass. The leaves crackled under my feet as I crossed the yard. He sniffed. "You have a cold?" I asked. "I smell beer." I was sitting next to some guys at a bait shop. His eyes searched my face. I looked away down the street. The street lamps were on, rain dripping from the oaks. The sidewalk was arched in the places where the oak roots had broken through the concrete. The only sound was the whir of automobile tires on the street. "I told Nightingale to stick his deal," Cleet said. "You're not going to work it out with him?" "You don't work out things with a guy like Nightingale. You park one in his ear." "When did you get this bright idea?" "Last night. I couldn't sleep. I felt dirty all over." "What are you going to do, Cleet?" "Nig and Wee Willie will front me 100,000. "At what interest rate?" "I didn't ask." "How much do you owe?" "Altogether, with loans all over the city and back interest and my maxed-out credit cards and the vigorish and principal with the Shylocks, close to 250,000. "How'd you do this, Cleet?" "Why don't you try to make me feel bad?" I sat down next to him. "I'll get a loan on the house." "Not for me, you won't." "I'll do it whether you like it or not." He shook his head, his hands between his knees. "What can they do?" You know what they can do.
I'll go out smoking.
Why did you change your mind about Nightingale's offer?
The skip I had to pick up in Jennings is a pimp and meth dealer. His name is Kevin Penny. Ever hear of him?
No.
This is the third time I've had to go after him. I almost capped him once. In custody. His little boy told the welfare worker what Penny did to him. I knew what he was going to do to his kid when he made the street.
He stopped and tapped his fists up and down on his thighs. What is it? I said.
I'm not being honest. Earlier, Penny told me about what a sleaze Nightingale was. You think Nightingale is a gentleman or something, but I know better. Nonetheless, I was going to take the deal with him. I didn't want to lose my place in the quarter. Whatever principles I have, I was willing to sell them out.
So what did this guy Penny tell you?
He delivered coke to Nightingale's house, and a girl or two.
Every one of these guys has a story like that. They've sold dope to George W. Bush or set up trysts for John Kennedy. Don't buy into this crap, Cleet.
Penny says he's deposited money in a bank account of a company owned by Nightingale. He was even taught how to structure it, to make the deposits in amounts of less than $10,000 so the bank doesn't report it to the IRS.
I don't buy it.
Those 8 women who were killed,
Cleet said.
They haunt me.
He wasn't alone. I had worked with a task force on some of those homicides in Jeff Davis Parish. 8 young women, all of them poor, all of them involved with drugs and prostitution, were found with their throats cut or so badly decomposed in a swamp that the cause of death couldn't be determined. At the same time, there was a series of kidnappings and murders in East and West Baton Rouge parishes. Those victims were also dumped in wetlands areas. We thought we had the killers. In fact, Cleet and I helped take them off the board. We were wrong. The murders in Jeff Davis Parish came out of a culture that many Americans would not be able to understand. An aggregate of corrupt cops, ignorance, greed, misogyny, cruelty, sexual degradation, drug addiction, and ultimately collective indifference toward the fate of people who have neither power nor voice. I'm talking about a new social class, one that is not racially defined. They come out of the womb addicted to crack and booze, have only a semblance of a family, drift from town to town selling themselves or dealing dope or stealing to buy it. The irony is they're not criminals, not in the traditional sense. They're pitiful, sad, and vulnerable, gathered up in bus stations like grunion at high tide. "Have you eaten?" I said.
My stomach's not right,
Cleet said. "Come inside."
Dave?
Yeah?
Are you back on the sauce?
I had some potato salad and cold chicken inside.
Damn it, he said.
I walked ahead of him into the kitchen and clicked on the light. I thought I saw a raccoon on the window ledge staring through the screen. When I looked outside, the yard was empty and windswept, tormented by shadows. Early the next morning, I got a call I didn't expect.
"Is that you, Robicheaux?"
"Who's calling?" I said.
"How many people got pustules in their throat and sound like a rusty sewer pipe?"
"Tony?"
"Tell the maid to give you a blowjob."
"How did you get this number?"
"It cost me $1.95 on the internet. I think I got fucked. Speaking of which, you put a post-hole digger up my ass."
"In what way?"
"Jimmy Nightingale said he was going to get that Civil War sword appraised. Now he tells me he gave it to Levon Bressard, but he'll give me $10,000 reimbursement. I told him to change his 10 grand into nickels and shoved him up his nose. Why'd you do this to me?"
"Do what?"
"Introduce Nightingale to this writer."
"What do you care?" I said.
"I'm on third base. I want to produce one of the guy's books. I'm talking about Cable. That's where they're making real art, not this computerized stuff."
I couldn't believe I was having a conversation about art with a man who had chopped up an enemy, freeze-dried the parts, and hung them from a wood-bladed ceiling fan in a family grocery-owned magazine. "I don't know anything about that, Tony. I went to dinner with Jimmy and the Broussards. I also left the dinner."
"I treated you decent. You stabbed me in the back."
"Fire your psychiatrist. He's not helping you."
I should have known better, he said.
About what?
You're a juicer. The kind that don't ever get cured. You got no honor.
I'm going to hang up now. Don't call here again.
Like I want to,
he replied. I walked to work. It had rained during the night, and the sky had cleared, and the sun had come up bright and hot, and the lawns of the antebellum and Victorian homes along East Main were sprinkled with the pink and red petals of the azalea bushes that bloomed all over Louisiana in the early spring. I passed the grotto and the statue of Jesus' mother next to the library, and walked down the long oak-shaded drive to the huge brick building on the bayou where I made my livelihood. I poured a cup of coffee and went to Helen Swallow's office. The door was open. I tapped on the jamb just the same. "What's shaking, Bwana?" she said from behind her desk. "Can I close the door?" She nodded, her face somber, as it always was in enclosed or personal situations. I pulled up a chair. She waited for me to speak. "Did you ever hear anything about Jimmy Nightingale having ties to dope or prostitution? Around Jeff Davis Parish in particular?" "No. In fact, that sounds ridiculous." "I feel the same way." "Where'd you hear this?" "Cleet got it from a pimp named Kevin Pinney." "Great source." "That's what I said." "Then why are you asking me?" "It bothered me. I just introduced Jimmy to Levon Broussard and his wife." She picked up her ballpoint and flipped it into the air and let it bounce on her ink blotter. "Why do you get mixed up with these people, Dave?" "What kind of question is that?" "I'll answer it for you. Both you and Cleet hate the rich, but pretend you don't." "Next time I try to come in your office, don't let me in." "Okay, maybe that's unfair. But maybe your deeper motivation is even worse." I got up to go. "You want to believe people are better than they are," she said. "Send me a bill for that, will you?" "Bwana, go now. Bwana, also shut mouth." Nobody put the slide or the glide on Helen Swallow. I'd like to be humble and say Helen read both Cleet and me correctly. To a degree, I guess she did, but there was a larger issue at work. You cannot watch the exhumation of a murdered woman from a bog and ever be quite the same. The degradation by the elements of an unpreserved human body is not a kind one. The earth, the primeval soup, if you will, is tenacious. It clings to the skin, peels it from the arms and face, the hair from the scalp. The eyes remain sunken, sometimes looking at you oddly, like chipped marbles pushed into dough by an insensitive thumb. The 8 women who were killed had no advocate. The cops assigned to the case early on were pitiful, if not complicit. Any cop who is honest will tell you there are police officers in our midst who never should have been given power over others. Misogamy is a big part of their makeup. Sexual perversity as well. I've known both male and female vice cops who have the psychological makeup of degenerates and closet sadists. I've also known gun bulls who would have had no problem working in Dachau. That we protect them is beyond my comprehension. The hundreds of cops and firemen who went into the towers on 9/11 knew they probably would not come out. What are the limits of human courage? The cops and firemen who walked into stairwells that were not stairwells but chimneys filled with flame and smoke proved that the human spirit is unconquerable, and it is these men and women who define what is best in us. The 8 women who were murdered and dumped like bags of trash in a swamp probably never would find justice. The thought that Jimmy Nightingale was involved in the subculture responsible for their deaths gave me no rest. Plus, I had introduced him in good faith to Levon and Rowena Broussard. I called him at his home. The same curt secretary answered. "This is Detective Robicheaux," I said. "Is Mr. Nightingale there?" "No, he isn't." "Can you tell me where he is?" "No." "Excuse me?" "He's flying right now." "Flying where?" "I wouldn't know. He's flying his plane. Can I assist you with something?" I wanted to ask him about charm schools. Do you have contact with any? I'll certainly pass on the information. I didn't get your name. Emmeline Nightingale. I'm his cousin. It's nice to meet you, if only over the phone. Thank you. Goodbye. Franklin was a short drive down the bayou. I checked out a cruiser, turned on the flasher, and headed down Old Spanish Trail into the past, into the fury and mire of bloodline complexities our ancestors tried to wall up with brick and plaster and mortar, hoping the earth would subsume and cover forever the sins they could not. Jimmy's father had been known as a hunter of big game in Africa, an archaeologist and mining engineer, a linguist and a world-traveling swordsman who may have been killed by a British parliamentarian he cuckolded. The mother came from the north and was disdainful and private and, in all probability, very unhappy and consequently very angry. She broke her neck in a steeplechase when Jimmy was 15. I followed Jimmy's driveway through a tunnel of oaks and parked in front of the columned porch on the house. I stepped out on the gravel and looked at the enormity of the house, the immaculate creamy quality of the paint, the wraparound second-story veranda that Southern belles had probably stood on in their finery, and watched the boys in tattered butternut march down a long, dusty road to defeat and privation or a Yankee prison. I heard the sound of a single-engine plane that had started to sputter as though out of gas. The plane, one with pontoons, was a dull red and drifted like a leaf out of a deep blue cloudless sky. It touched down on the bayou's surface at the same moment the propeller locked in a stationary position. Jimmy opened the cabin door and threw a small anchor attached to a rope over his dock, pulled the rope until it snugged tight, then brought the plane hand over hand into the shallows. He stepped up onto the dock as though alighting from a pleasure boat. I walked down the slope, the wind cool, wimpling the water. His egg-shaped face was ruddy, his eyes bright, every hair on his head perfectly in place. "Has a crime wave hit Franklin?" he said. "You tell me." "Why'd you leave my table at Clementine's?" "I didn't like the way things were going." "You mean Rowena's wandering eye?" "You said it, I didn't." "She's a young woman. What's the harm?" "Her husband might have an opinion." "Dave, you're a Puritan, and you know it. Come inside." "Do you know a lowlife by the name of Kevin Penny?" "A lowlife? Let me see." "Nope. Who is he?" "A pimp and a meth dealer. He says he's delivered dope and women to your house." "Grand. Anything else?" "He says he makes deposits in a bank account used by your company. He operates around the Jennings area." "Let's go inside. I have some aspirin in the kitchen. How about a cold washcloth on the forehead?" "None of this is true." He walked ahead of me, looking over his shoulder. "It's good I like you." "I don't think you get it, Jimmy. This isn't a courtesy call." "No, it isn't. It's a visitation by a lunatic." I caught up with him and slipped my hand under his arm. I turned him around. He seemed surprised. "Lose the attitude, Jimmy," I said. He looked down at my hand. "All right, I will. My attitude is one of kindness to you. I respect your service to the country and your service to the community. You've been through perfect misery in the last 2 years. That isn't lost on me or others. Learn who your bloody friends are, Dave. Been hanging with the Aussies? That's a cheap shot. Tony Nemo says you shafted him. And Tony has a fried egg for a brain." "I think Levon Broussard is a decent and honorable man," I said. "I also think he's naive. Nobody's going to use me to hurt him." Jimmy put his hands on his hips and looked at the bayou, his face cool and handsome and at peace. "I don't know what to say. Come have a cold drink with me, please." "This guy Penny is lying?" "Regarding me, he is. I never heard of the guy." I looked him in the face. "As God is my witness," he added. "Okay." "Okay what?" "I accept your word." "There you go," he said, and hit me on the back. We walked up the slope into his backyard, past a gazebo and camellia bushes in full bloom and trellises dripping with roses and wisteria, the St. Augustine grass so thick and dark green and cold and stiff in the shade that it looked and felt like artificial turf. A woman opened the back door. She wore a black suit and hose. Her hair was black, too, pulled straight back, her skin the color of paste, her eyes dark and luminous as though she had a fever. "I'm Emmeline." "How do you do, Miss Emmeline? I'm Dave Robicheaux." "Did you have engine trouble again?" she said to Jimmy. "Wasn't watching the fuel gauge, I'm afraid. Nothing to be worried about. With pontoons, you can land almost anywhere in Louisiana. What did our local congressman say? Half the state is underwater, the other half under indictment." "Would you like a highball or a glass of wine, Detective Robicheaux?" "No, thank you." "On the clock, are you?" "Yes, I must be going. It's nice meeting you in person." She didn't reply, as though I hadn't spoken. The wind picked up, sprinkling leaves that were as hard as the shells of crustaceans on the grass. It was cold in the shade, the light on the 4 o'clocks and caladiums harsh and brittle. We were in the midst of spring, yet I felt a sense of mortality I couldn't explain. Her face was impossible to read. She was one of those women who seemed to choose solitude and plainness over beauty and anger over happiness. "You ever meet a guy named Kevin Penny?" I said. "Our convict gardener," she replied. "I fired him." I looked at Jimmy. He shrugged and turned up his palms. "I don't know the name of every guy who cuts the grass, Dave." "What is this about?" Emmeline said. "Veracity," I said. "I don't care for your tone," she said. "I don't blame you. It bothers me, too." I pointed my finger at Jimmy Nightingale. "I think you're slick." "I'm dishonest?" "Take it any way you want." "You got some damn nerve," he said. "Tell it to the 8 murdered women in Jeff Davis Parish," I replied. "What do they have to do with me?" "I heard you hung around Bobby Earl because you wanted his mailing list." "I never believed that," I said. "It's politics. This is Louisiana." I remember many situations when I said it was just Vietnam. Jimmy pulled the cork from a green half-empty bottle of wine. "Here's to neo-colonialism everywhere." I wasn't up to his cynicism. I looked at the oaks, the moss lifting in the wind, purple dust rising from a cane field, Bayou Teche glinting in the sun like a Byzantine shield. La Louisiane, the love of my life, the home of Jolie Blanc and Evangeline and the great whore of Babylon, the place for which I would die, the place for which there was no answer or cure. I said nothing more and walked to my vehicle, rude or not. Chapter 6. Recovering alcoholics have ways of setting themselves up. Some get the toxins out of their system and stop attending meetings. Maybe they hang with the old crowd. They drop by a saloon to watch a football game on a Saturday afternoon. They convince themselves their problems had to do with excess rather than compulsion and metabolic addiction and deep-seated neuroses armor-plated in the unconscious. Or they nurse resentment and fuel their anger on a daily basis like a primitive fur-clad creature methodically dropping sticks into a fire. Or maybe they want to cancel their whole ticket but are afraid to lose their soul. If they're in this category, they'll commit suicide in an incremental fashion, one glass or bottle at a time. And if the process isn't fast enough, they will put themselves in dangerous situations involving guns and knives and people who belong in steel cages. I went to a meeting at the Episcopalian cottage on Center Street, across from Old New Iberia High. When the moderator asked if anyone was attending AA for the first time or if anyone was returning from a slip and wanted a 24-hour sobriety chip, I let my face go empty and stared at the floor in the semi-darkness. At the end of the meeting, I said little or nothing to friends with whom I had been in the program for years, and drove to my house in a heavy white fog that had moved in from the Gulf, and parked my truck in the porte-cochere and went inside and sat in the living room in the dark, the television off, the silence as loud as a scream. The operative acronym for every AA member is HALT, which means don't get hungry, angry, lonely, or tired. I was all of those. I called Cleet's cell phone, which went immediately to voicemail. I didn't want the food in my icebox. I woke, lifeless and exhausted, with every sunrise. My hands opened and closed at my sides for no reason. I deliberately revisited memories of a human face dissolving in a bloody mist when I squeezed off round after round from my Army issue 1911 Model 45. I'm not proud of any of these things. I hated them then. I hate them now. But they live in me like a snake that slowly swallows its prey, compressing it into a canister of despair and pain. I went into the kitchen and filled a large glass with tap water and drank it to the bottom. In the darkness, I heard the claws of an animal scratching at the screen. I set the glass quietly in the sink and went through the mud room and opened the screen door. A raccoon that must have weighed 25 pounds jumped from the windowsill and thumped on the ground, then scampered through the leaves past Tripod's old hutch and disappeared inside the fog. I walked down the slope looking for him. The air was cold, the fog hanging in huge clouds on the bayou and in the trees. I heard a splash like a gator slapping its tail. I took a pinlight from my pocket and shone it on the ground. The tracks of a raccoon and probably a possum or an armadillo were stenciled along the mud flat. The tracks disappeared into the cattails. Farther down, inside clouds of fog that rose 4 feet above the water, I heard a soft knocking sound, like a friend at the door in the early hours. I shined the light ahead of me. The tide was coming in, and an unmoored pirogue had floated up the bayou and lodged against a decayed and collapsed dock at the foot of my property. I picked up a fallen tree branch and hooked it on the pirogue's bow and scraped it onto the bank. There was a paddle inside, an empty rucksack, a minnow bucket, a newspaper that was 2 weeks old, and a fish stringer. My earliest memories of my father were fishing with him in a pirogue. There is no more emblematic symbol of life on Bayou Teche than the humble pirogue. I stepped into the pirogue and steadied my weight, then eased down on the wood seat. The fog was so thick that the lights in the houses along the bayou, even the flood lamps in the backyard of the Shadows, and the warning lights on the drawbridge at Burke Street were hardly more than smudges. I shone the pinlight on the rucksack again. A pint bottle of brandy lay in a half-inch of rainwater. I touched it with the pinlight beam and watched its color flare on my hand and wrist. I pushed with the paddle until the pirogue swung into the current and began to drift toward the bridge and one of the places that had been waiting for me since I was a child, when, in my innocence, I believed the paradisiacal world into which I had been born would always be there for me. This particular bar and grill was located on the water, but because of the fog and the intermittent rain, the chairs and tables on the deck had been stacked and all the patrons had gone inside and crowded into the bar. The windows were lighted, the glass beaded, the patrons happy and warm, safe from the elements. The only problem I had with this place upstream from the drawbridge was that almost everyone there knew me and my history. When I opened the door, the bartender looked at me without speaking. I pointed at the men's room. He smiled. "Yeah, go ahead, Dave," he said. I went into the cubicle inside the restroom and shut the door. I waited until I was sure the room was empty, then exited the cubicle and clicked off the light to lessen my visibility and opened the restroom door and went to the end of the bar in the shadows. A young barmaid I didn't recognize was filling the beer box. "One of those and 2 shots of Jack on shaved ice," I said. "In fact, make that 2 doubles. I got a friend coming." She was pretty and young and had a small red mouth and the amber-colored hair characteristic of many Cajun women. "Aren't you—" "Aren't I who?" "You know, a policeman. You work in the big building on the bayou. I seen you when I paid a traffic ticket there." "Yeah, that was probably me. I'm kind of in a hurry." "Don't set your pants on fire, no." I stood by the stool. I looked at my hands. I looked down at the bar rail. I could feel 100 eyes burrowing into my back or the side of my face. When I looked up, no one was paying me any attention. "Miss, I'd really appreciate it if you'd hurry." "Yes, sir, coming up," she said. After I finished both glasses of whiskey, chasing each with Heineken, I thought my knees would fold. "You gonna be all right," the barmaid said. "As right as rain. You don't look it, no." "You're an honest lady." "No, I ain't. I just don't want to have to clean up the flow." "See, that's honesty." She leaned in. "You ain't driving, you." "What's your name?" "Babette Lacholet." "I wish there were 1,000,000 like you, Miss Babette. Give me a Heineken for the road." I pushed a 20 to her with the heel of my hand and left the change on the bar, then went outside into the fog and rain and started walking home. The drawbridge at Burke Street was in the air, a tugboat working its way up the bayou, its running lights on. I waved at the man in the pilot house. I saw him draw in on his pipe and wave back. I wanted to have a drink with him. I wanted to be on his boat and sail back into time, and find a place where there were no clocks or calendars. I wanted to find the vortex that some say is the birth canal and others say is the conduit to eternity. I wanted to find the cowled figure that awaits us all and wrap myself in his cloak. I remember reaching my front yard and starting my truck with the intention of driving to St. Martinville, the village where the ghost of Evangeline supposedly waited for her lover, Gabriel, under a spreading oak on the banks of Bayou Teche. My next memory is of headlights in my mirror and the grinding sounds of a vehicle on my bumper. I woke in my skivvies, on top of the sheets, the sun in my eyes. When I sat up, a wave of nausea drained through my body. My elbows hurt and my knuckles were scraped, and one fingernail was broken all the way to the cuticle. My clothes were on the floor. The sleeves of my windbreaker looked like they'd been raked by barbed wire. I threw up in the bathroom, the backs of my legs shaking. I got into the shower and turned on the water as hot as I could stand it, filling the room with steam, boiling the grease out of my pores as though trying to scour an obscene presence from my skin. I touched a painful bump under the white patch in my hair and another bump on the back of my head. I shaved and brushed my teeth and gargled with antiseptic and tried to remember where I had gone and what I had done the previous night. My memory would go no deeper than the blinding glare in the rearview mirror, the smash of a bumper against the rear of my truck, and my head snapping back. No, I remembered something else. A man's face. His teeth were wide set, his throat and cheeks patinaed with whiskers that were as stiff as emery wheel filings. I looked into the bathroom mirror. My face was bloodless and gaunt and dissolute, my eyes swollen, my hair a tangle of snakes. I scrubbed my face with cold water and looked again and saw an image that could be compared only with the severed head of a Mongol warrior. I dressed in a long-sleeved red silk shirt and gray tie and gray slacks and oxblood loafers and got to the department at 7:55. I had never felt so sick. I filled a styrofoam cup with coffee and burned my mouth on the first sip. Helen stopped me in the hallway before I could make it to my office, where I hoped to recover in solitude from my hangover. "Drink up, Pops. We've got a homicide." "Where?" I said. "Just this side of the St. Martin line." "A shooting?" "Mixed reports. The coroner's on his way. Dump the coffee. I've got to use the men's room. You don't have one at home?" "I got a bug." Her eyes wandered over my face. "I'll bring a cruiser around. Get your shit together." "Pardon?" "You haven't been fooling anyone." She walked away, her back stiff with anger. Helen drove up the 2-lane toward St. Martinville without speaking, the flasher rippling. I looked out the window at the cane fields flying by, the sun spangling through the canopy of oaks that arched over the highway. "Who's at the scene?" I asked. "Spade Labiche." "What's he doing out here?" "He was investigating a domestic battery charge. He got patched in." She waited for me to reply. "What?" "Nothing." "You don't like him?" "I don't have an opinion." "Dave, what is wrong with you? Why not put one in your mouth and be done with it?" "I'm going to hit a noon meeting." "What you're going to do is your goddamn job." "Whatever you say." "I'll stop the cruiser and stomp the shit out of you." "I believe you. I'm sorry." "I don't have words for how I feel. You break my heart." I knew I would hear that last one in my sleep. We turned onto a road that made a wide bend through sugarcane fields and cattle pasture, and past clumps of pecan and oak trees and box-like farmhouses and trailers and a convenience store that sold live bait. Just past the convenience store, a pale blue pickup truck was parked in knee-high weeds 30 feet beyond a broken wire fence. Both doors were shut. Crime scene tape had been strung from the fence post to a solitary oak beyond the truck. The tape was bouncing in the wind. Spade Labiche came from a big family in New Orleans that made a living out of law enforcement and jails. They were either cops, chasers in the Marine Corps, hacks in Angola or Huntsville or Parchment or bail bondsmen. Without criminals, they would not have had a livelihood. Spade Labiche had worked vice at Miami-Dade and claimed he had resigned because he was homesick for Louisiana. He had started off in uniform with our department and only recently made plain clothes. Twice women of color had filed sexual complaints against him, but the complaints were dropped without explanation. Labiche was standing just outside the tape, wearing an ink-blue tie sprayed with tiny white stars and a suit that was as bright as tin. A pair of latex gloves hung out of his side pocket. He lit a cigarette with a match, cupping the flame in the wind. Normally he carried a gold lighter because there was little he did that wasn't ostentatious. He was blond and trim and worked out every night at Barron's Health Club. His eyes were almost colorless, like glass with a tinge of blue. "The body's on the other side," he said. "You might check the window on the driver's side first." "Where's the coroner?" Helen said. "Taking a whiz in a convenience store," he said. "Did he examine the body?" "Yeah," Labiche said. "What did he say?" Helen asked. "Nothing. He went blank on me, the way guys like that do." "Which kind of guys?" I asked. He fixed his gaze on my face, a curl at the edge of his mouth. "Unusual ones." Helen and I put on latex gloves. I kept my hands down, out of sight, and tried not to flinch when I pulled the latex over my knuckles. The glass had been knocked out of the window. There was a ragged line of shards sticking out of the jamb like shark's teeth. "There's glass all over the dashboard and the seat and on the weeds," Labiche said. "There's some pieces in the Vic's hair, too." "Did you run the tag?" Helen said. "The truck is registered to T.J. D'Artez," he said. I kept my face empty, my arms folded on my chest. The front bumper was made from welded pipes. One taillight was broken. "Where are the paramedics?" I said. "Fuck if I know." "How about it on the language?" I said. I squatted down by the body. D'Arthez lay on his back, his shirt front cut and bloodied perpendicularly. His teeth were knocked out. One eye had eight-balled. My head was spinning as though I were in free fall. Labiche had thrown his cigarette onto the road and stepped over the tape and was standing behind me. The weeds around the body were stippled with blood. The ground smelled sour from either night damp or the blood that had seeped into the soil. The sun was hot on my neck. "He's the guy who was in the accident with your wife," Labiche said. "That's him." "Tough break." "What's that mean?" "It means I think the accident report sucked." I stood up, my knees hurting. "I didn't hear you say anything about it at the time." "I'm still a new guy. I don't express every opinion I might have." He turned his head toward the convenience store. "Here comes Queerbait and the paramedics." "What did you call him?" "Nothing. It was a joke." The coroner's name was Cormac Watts. He was a crew-cut, likable young guy from Virginia who wore seersucker pants high on his hips, long-sleeved white shirts, and a bow tie without a coat. He looked put together from sticks, with snowshoes for feet. Cleet said Cormac made him think of a well-dressed scarecrow stepping over the rows in a tobacco field. Helen had been on her cell phone. She folded it and stuck it into her pocket. Her breasts swelled against her shirt when she took a breath. That was admissions at Iberia General. D'Artez's wife had to be sedated. The kids are with a social worker. "Who told her?" I asked. "Who knows? Maybe we have a witness." "Get on it, will you, Spade?" "You want me to go to Iberia General?" "No. Go to the convenience store first. See if there are any witnesses. Then go to Iberia General." "I'm assigned the case, though." "That's not what's on my mind at the moment." "Yes, ma'am. Look, I know y'all were a team. I'm not trying to bust up anything." Helen's fists were propped on her hips. Her face pointed at the ground. "You did a good job. Call me from the hospital." She waited until Labiche was out of earshot. "I don't know if I want you on this one." "You don't think I can be objective?" She looked toward the convenience store and at Labiche walking to his car. She chewed her lip. "Did you do your drinking at home last night, or in a bar? Please tell me a bar." "I didn't say I was drinking." "Get cute with me and I'll have you on the desk. Get cute with me twice and I'll have you on suspension." "I don't know where I went last night or what I did." "Show me your hands." They're scraped. Her lips were crimped, her chest rising and falling. "I've beaten them against brick walls when I was drunk," I said. "It doesn't matter what the issue is. I always hurt myself." "And a few others. Shit!" Cormac Watts walked toward us, the ambulance following him, the weeds whispering under the bumper. Helen turned her back to me. "What do you have, my favorite pathologist?" she said to him. "The door was locked," Cormac said. "Somebody dragged him through the broken window, then went to work on him. I'd say he died of a broken neck and respiratory failure, or maybe massive cranial damage. I don't see any marks characteristic of a weapon, such as a hammer or a tire iron." "You didn't bother to share that with Labiche?" "I thought I'd save it for y'all." "How long has the victim been dead?" she asked. 9 or 10 hours. He paused and exhaled loudly. "What?" she said. "The guy who did this must have been on meth. My guess is he did it with his bare hands. This is somebody who could eat his own pain while he flat tore somebody else apart. Know anybody like that around here?" Chapter 7. I didn't go to a noon meeting. I went to the bank and applied for a loan against my house. My house was a humble one, built of cypress in the late 19th century, but the 1-acre lot was located on one of the most scenic streets in the American South. I suspected the total value was around $600,000. "How much do you need, Dave?" the banker asked. "Around $250,000. It shouldn't be a problem. I'll send the appraiser out. You're not headed to Vegas, are you? In a roundabout way. He looked a bit quizzical, then said, Have a good one. I ate a ham and onion sandwich at home and brushed my teeth, then headed back to my office, not looking forward to the rest of the day. Helen followed me inside. You're off the case. What? I said. I'm giving the investigation to Labiche. I sat down behind my desk. What's going on? Labiche interviewed Ms. D'Arthez. She says you called her husband last night and arranged to meet him at the convenience store and bait shop by Bayou Benoit. I stared at her, my scalp shrinking, a pain like a sliver of glass sliding through my bowels. You don't remember? She said. No. Give me your cell phone. I handed it to her. She opened it and began clicking through my calls with her thumb. She stared into my face and folded the phone. My heart was in my throat. It's clean, she said. I swallowed. You could have deleted the call, she said. I didn't. How can you say what you did? Did you call the D'Arthez house on your landline? I don't remember doing that. I remember I was going to St. Martinville to sit on the bench under the Evangeline Oak. Do you know how silly that sounds? It's the way I felt at the time. She picked up my right hand and looked at my knuckles. I pulled my hand away. I'm on your side, she said. Even if you killed that man, I'm on your side. But don't lie to me. I don't know what I did, Helen. That's the truth. Does Ms. D'Arthez have a cell phone or a landline? A cell. Did Labiche check it? She looked away from me. Not yet. Don't leave him on the case. Maybe he's a little hinky, but he came to us with a clean jacket. 2 black women filed complaints against him. The same women have filed complaints against bill collectors and their estranged husbands. They're probably telling the truth. Get used to seeing him around. Thanks for the hand up, I said. Piss off, Dave. She closed the door quietly behind her, sealing me in an airless vacuum, my sweat cold inside my shirt. Cormac Watts called 3 hours later. Hi, Dave. I wanted to update you on the D'Arthez homicide. Spade Labiche is handling that. Oh, what have you got? Cause of death, blunt force trauma. Maybe he was stomped and kicked by someone wearing steel toes. There was a filter-tip cigar stub lodged in his throat, plus a couple of teeth. That's it? He went out hard. What else is there to say? In AA, we respectfully refer to normal human beings as flatlanders or Earth people. Drunks are space aliens and glow in the dark with phobias and hallucinations and paranoia, at least while they're on the grog. We also believe that blackouts are a violent neurological reaction to a chemical that an alcoholic's constitution cannot process, a bit like a firecracker exploding in the brain. As a rule, a person in a blackout has no more governance over himself than a car crashing through the rail on top of a 10-story parking garage. After work, I went to Cleet's cottage at the Tesh Motel and told him everything. He listened quietly, his big hands cupped on his knees. Through the window, I could see chickens pecking in the yard, a family cooking a pork roast on a spit among the oaks on the bayou, ducks wimpling in the water. I felt as though I'd been trapped behind a wall of plexiglass while the rest of the world went about its business. You think you did it? He said. Maybe. Did you fantasize about doing it when you weren't drinking? No. When's the last time you ripped up somebody while you were drunk? Never. That's my point. I don't buy this. Who's the last person you talked to before you blacked out? A barmaid. At the joint on the bayou? Her name was Babette. You walked home? You didn't drive? Right. Then you decided to go to St. Martinville? I was thinking about the way things used to be. I was thinking about my mother and father and fishing in a pirogue. It's just the foolish way I get sometimes.
Listen, big man, I know your thoughts before you have them. Look at what you just told me. You were thinking about the best times in your life. You weren't thinking about killing a guy. You're not a killer, Dave. Neither of us is. We never dusted anybody who didn't deal the hand. You got that? I don't want to hear any Dr. Freud dog shit.
Freud was a genius, I said.
That's why he stuck all that coke up his nose.
I applied for a loan on the house.
You did what?
The banker said it wouldn't be a problem. If any collectors try to lean on you, let me know. I don't have a lot to lose right now.
I think Jimmy Nightingale is part of this, he said.
Why Nightingale?
Maybe he thinks you're on to him.
About what?
About everything. He's dirty. Maybe you know something about him he doesn't want other people to hear.
I told him what you said about Kevin Penny, about Penny bringing dope and girls to Nightingale's home.
That would do it, Cleet said.
Killing someone? I don't believe that.
When are you going to wake up about that guy?
Cleet said. He went to the icebox and took out a quart bottle of beer and began chugging it, then paused.
Excuse me for doing this in front of you, but it's my feeding time. Plus, I can't stand listening to you protect a silver-spoon con man like Nightingale.
I'd like to talk with Kevin Penny, I said. Where's he in custody?
He isn't. The guy he cut across the face decided he doesn't remember who mutilated him. Penny lives in a shithole south of Jennings.
I took a Dr. Pepper out of the icebox and sipped it while Cleet finished his beer. Outside I heard raindrops as fat as nickels clicking on the canvas top of Cleet's caddy. It was still raining when Cleet and I got off I-10 at Jennings and drove south to an Airstream trailer perched on blocks by a pond dark with sediment and coated with floating milk cartons and raw garbage. A dirt bike was parked in an open-sided shed. Cleet cut the lights and took his .38 white-handled snub nose from his shoulder holster and put it under the seat, then removed a sap and a pair of brass knuckles from the glove box and slipped them into his slacks.
Leave your piece, he said.
Why?
If it goes down and Penny gets his hand on a gun, he'll kill everybody in the room. When we have time, I'll show you a video of what he did to 3 black guys on the yard at Quentin.
He's not your ordinary pimp?
Penny is not your ordinary anything.
Cleet knocked on the door. I was wearing a raincoat and a rain hat pulled down on my eyes. A man with a complexion like mold on a lampshade opened it. His expression seemed to shape and reshape itself as though he couldn't make up his mind about what he was seeing. He wore a flannel shirt with the sleeves cut off, his cargo pants buttoned under the navel. The inside of the trailer was a wreck. What do you want?
A few minutes, Kev, Cleet said. This is my friend, Dave Robicheaux.
His eyes seemed to burn into my face. Then his expression lightened.
You a cop?
Why do you think that? I said.
They walk like their underwear is too tight, or they got a suppository up their ass. I treated you righteous, Kev, Cleet said. Lose the hostility.
So what do you want?
Jimmy Nightingale's cousin says she fired you. I didn't think that was right. She also said you were a yard man. That didn't ring right either. Help me out here.
His eyes went from Cleet to me, and then to Cleet again. The bitch said that?
You got it.
Come in. He closed the door behind us. Sit down. A half-eaten pizza lay in a delivery box on a breakfast table. A television set rested in the sink. A bed against the wall was layered with skin magazines. I tried to keep my expression neutral. Why are you looking at me? He said. Cleet showed me your sheet, I said. You were in 3 mainline joints, but you don't have any tats. Pencil dicks need tats. Want to find the biggest sissy on the yard? Check the guy with sleeves. What'd that bitch say?
Let's back up a little bit, Cleet said. Jimmy Nightingale told Dave he didn't know you.
He's a liar.
That's what I thought, Cleet said. I told Dave you were no yard man either.
I was a chauffeur. You delivered dope and girls to Nightingale's house? I asked. I'm supposed to answer that question? To a cop? What's with all this Nightingale stuff? The Jeff Davis 8, I said. Oh, boo-hoo time again, he said. Those whores got themselves killed. How do you figure that? I said. They're skanks. They're stupid. They go out on their own. Independence and the word whore don't go together. They need a pimp? I said. No, they need plastic surgery. Why you keep looking at me like that? You're an interesting guy. What's with this guy, Purcell? Dave is all right, Kev. Yeah? The stuff about the cousin? She ain't Jimmy's cousin. She's his sister or half-sister. Let's stick to the subject, I said. In your opinion, who killed the 8 women? They were into life, man. Why did Jimmy's secretary fire you? I said. She came on to me. I told Jimmy, who cares about any of this? There was a dull intensity in his eyes that's hard to describe or account for. You see it in recidivists or in lockdown units where the criminally insane are kept, although you are never sure they are actually insane. I like your accent, I said. Did you grow up in New Orleans? I'm from New York. Want to give us the name of the company bank account you were using as a drop? I said, but I had lost his attention. What you got in your slacks, Purcell? A blackjack? You shitting me? I always carry one. Take it easy. I'm done talking. I'm going to finish my dinner. You see Tony Squid around? Cleet asked. At the aquarium. Is Tony doing more than pour concrete for Jimmy Nightingale? Cleet said. Penny kicked open the door, letting in the rain. Yous both get out. Cleet told me you had a son, I said. I saw the alarm in Cleet's face. What about him? Penny said. What happened to him? Nothing. He went to a home. For irreparably damaged children? I said. He pared his thumbnail with the tine of a fork, then raised his eyes to mine. His lips curled as though he were preparing to speak, but he didn't utter a word. Somehow I felt I was gazing into the face of an old enemy. Cleet and I went down the wood steps into the rain. Cleet looked back over his shoulder. He took a breath. He's got a hard-on for you, Dave. If you come out here again, carry a drop. You'll cap a cop he's met one time? He's got a brain like flypaper. He doesn't let go. I feel like going back in there. Let's have a burger and some coffee. Don't argue. What'd he do to his son? The kid is too scared to talk. Penny is supposed to get him back in 2 weeks. He started the caddy. We drove slowly past the trailer and the pond, blanketed with floating trash. The next morning, my first visitor in the office was Spade Labiche. He looked energized, glowing with his new assignment, a notepad in his hand. Got a second, Dave? What's up? He sat down without being asked and peeled back his notebook. I want you to know everything I'm doing. Maybe you can explain a couple of things as we go along. Okay. We pulled the phone records for calls made to the D'Artes number night before last. None were made from your cell or your landline, except one came in from a payphone at a filling station in St. Martinville. At just about the time Ms. D'Artes says her husband talked to you and said he'd meet you out by Bayou Benoit. I didn't reply. You had a snoot full? He said. Who told you that? Helen has to do her job, Robo. Yeah, I was loaded. I know what you mean, he said, writing in his notebook. So you were going to iron some things out with D'Artes about your wife's death? I don't remember. He looked up at me. Can you give me something to work with here? So you can exclude me? That's one way to look at it. Do you have any witnesses? I'm not supposed to discuss that. We've got to tow your truck in. Are you solid with that? What for? An anonymous tipster said he saw a beat-up blue truck slam the rear end of a black truck close to the convenience store. You told Helen you were headed to St. Martinville, so we got to have a look at your truck, Robo. I don't know who gave you permission to give me a nickname, but I advise you to stop using it. Ease up on the batter, Bubba. Get out of my office. He flipped the notebook shut. Have it your way. I planned to. But I was all rhetoric. The truth is, the backs of my legs were shaking. The electric tiger caught up with me at 11 Saturday night. That's what I used to call the heebie-jeebies. I first got them in Vietnam, along with the malaria I picked up in the Philippines. I came home with a hole in my chest and a pungy scar like a flattened worm on my stomach and shrapnel in my hip and thigh that set off alarms when I went through metal sensors. The real damage I carried was one nobody saw. I'd hear the tiger padding around the house at 3 or 4 in the morning. Then he'd sniff his way into the bedroom, glowing so brightly that the air would glisten and warp and my eyes would sting. The strange phenomenon about alcoholic abstinence is that while you're laying off the hooch and working the program, your disease is doing push-ups and waiting for the day you slip. You can ease back into the dirty boogie or hit the floor running, but I promise you, the electric tiger, or your version of it, will come back with a roar. My truck was in the pound, but I had a rental parked in the driveway. I drove to a liquor store in Lafayette and bought a pint of vodka, a bottle of Collins Mix, a jar of cherries, a plastic cup, a small bag of crushed ice, and drove into Girard Park next to the University of Louisiana campus and got serious. The vodka went down cold and warm and sweet and hard as ice, all at the same time. When I closed my eyes, a lantern lit up the inside of my head, as if I'd punched a hypodermic loaded with morphine into my arm. It was an easy slide into the basement. The things I did next were not done in a blackout. I knew exactly what I was doing. I had put a sawed-off pool cue on the back seat before I left home, one that was weighted heavily at the base. I started the engine and got on I-10 and headed west, the speedometer maxed out. Chapter 8. Maybe Penny was sleeping one off, it's hard to say. I knotted a bandana around my face and set fire to the shed with a dirt bike in it and tapped on the door and waited by the rear of the trailer. There was no reaction inside. A rain cloud burst directly overhead and the fire went out. I smashed on the door with my fist and was standing directly in front of it when Penny jerked it open. "What's the haps?" I said, swinging the pool cue at a 45-degree angle across his face. He stumbled backward, a hand pressed against one eye and the other eye bulging so his face looked like it had been sawed down the middle. "Who the—" I stepped inside, pulled the door shut, and caught him with the weighted end of the cue on the ear. He crashed on the breakfast table, his mouth wide with either pain or surprise. I swung the cue on his neck and back and spine as though I were chopping wood. When he tried to stand, I shoved him onto the floor of the toilet cubicle. He was wearing only his socks and jockey shorts. Blood was leaking from his ear. "Why are you doing this? Who the fuck are you, man?" I kicked him in the face and dropped a full roll of toilet paper in the bowl and drove his head into the water and kept it there. I could feel him struggling, his forehead wedging the roll into the bottom of the commode, the water rising to his shoulders. I pushed down the handle to refill the bowl. Water was sloshing over the sides. My arm and shoulder were trembling with the pressure it took to keep him down. I began to count the seconds under my breath. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. I stepped on his calf so he couldn't get purchase on the linoleum. 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi. I shoved harder and saw bubbles the size and color of small oranges rise to the surface with a gurgling sound. 13 Mississippi, 14 Mississippi, 15 Mississippi. His arms had turned as flaccid as noodles and were flipping impotently at his sides. I pulled him dripping from the bowl and threw him onto the floor. He gasped and made a sound like a sheet of tin being ripped out of a roof. He gagged and cupped his mouth. "When your son comes home, you will act like a decent father. If you hurt him in any way, I'll be back." I stomped on his stomach. His mouth opened, and I shoved a bar of soap into it and mashed it down his throat with my shoe. I got into my rental and drove away. In the rearview mirror, I could see white smoke rising from the shed, as though the fire I had started wanted to have another go at it. By 6 a.m., I was teetering on the edge of delirium tremens. By 7 they'd passed, and I was sound asleep in my skivvies face down on the sheets as though I had gone through a painless evisceration. Strangely, I felt at peace. I had no explanation. I went to Mass that evening in Lafayette and caught a meeting before returning to New Iberia. Helen was on my case early the next morning. "You told Labiche to get out of your office?" "I didn't know he was a snitch." "He was trying to do his job," she said. "He's a street rat." "I'm not going to put up with this, Dave." "Then don't." We were standing by the water cooler out in the hall. "Step inside my office," she said. I tried to play the role of the gentleman and let her walk ahead of me. "Get inside," she said. She slammed the door behind us. "Somebody pounded Kevin Penny in the hamburger. The sheriff and Jeff Davis says Penny believes it was you." "He believes it was me?" "The assailant had a kerchief on his face." "Let's see. Penny has been in Quentin, Rayford, and Angola. He was in the A.B., but his wife was half black. He's a pimp and a child abuser. Nobody besides a cop would want to hurt him, huh?" "Where were you early Sunday morning?" "Helen, I don't blame you because you have to treat me as a suspect in the D'Artes homicide, but Labiche is a bum. You shouldn't have put him in charge of the investigation." "Don't try to change the subject. Did you bust up Penny?" "Somebody should have done it years ago. End of statement." "You're going to end up in prison." "Not because of Penny," I said. She touched at her nose and sniffed. "Maybe you're right about Labiche." "Pardon?" "I'm not comfortable with Labiche's history either. I never knew a guy in Vice who didn't get the wrong kind of rise out of his job. But he caught the case on his own hook, and to give it to somebody else because you don't like him would be obvious bias." "I know. You do? You did the right thing." "You're a poor liar." She punched me in the chest hard. "I'm mad at you, Dave." At 5, I'd left the office and begun walking down the long driveway to East Main when I saw Levon Broussard turn out of the traffic and park his Jeep under the big live oak by the grotto devoted to the Mother of Jesus. He opened the car door and held up his hand. "I need to talk." "I'm on my way home," I said. "Take a walk with me." "No, right here." "It's been a long day," I said. "It's fixing to get longer." "If it's business, I'll see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Just then, Spade Labiche came up the drive in an unmarked car. He leaned out the window. "Good news, Robicheaux. A dent on your back bumper, but no paint from the D'Artes vehicle. You're clean on the truck. It's at the pound. Catch!" He threw my keys at me. They landed in a puddle of muddy water. "Sorry," he said, and drove away. I picked up the keys and wiped them with my handkerchief. "What was that about?" Levon said. "Departmental politics. What did you want to tell me?" "My wife has been raped." The words didn't fit the scene. The wind was blowing through the branches overhead, the moss drifting in threads to the asphalt, votive candles flickering in the grotto. "Say again?" "She had a flat tire. Jimmy Nightingale talked her into having a drink and got her drunk." He saw the expression in my eyes. "What?" "People get themselves drunk," I said. "Where is she?" "At home." "Did she go to the hospital?" "Our doctor came to the house. Why do you ask about a hospital?" "Can she come to the department?" "She doesn't want to." "I can understand that, Levon, but we don't do home calls. A female officer will interview her. The surroundings will be private." He looked around. "I don't know what to do." I couldn't be sure if he was talking to himself or to me. "Tell me what happened." "She was at the grocery last night. She came outside and saw she had a flat tire. Nightingale put her spare on. They went out to the highway and had a drink." I could already see what a defense lawyer would do with Rowena's story. I'm sorry to hear about this, I said. You don't believe her? I didn't say that. She trusts people when she shouldn't, he said. She thinks y'all won't believe her. She was doing work among the poor when I met her in Venezuela. She gave her paintings to the Indians, people no one cared about. He waited for me to reply. I hate to handle sexual assault and child molestation cases because the victims seldom get justice, and that's just for starters. Adult victims are exposed to shame, embarrassment, and scorn. Often they are made to feel they warranted their fate. Defense attorneys tear them apart on the stand. Judges hand out probation to men who should be shot. Sometimes the perpetrator is given bail without the courts notifying the victim, and the victim ends up either dead or too frightened to testify. I've also known cops who take glee in a woman's degradation, and it's not coincidental that they work vice. I'm in the cook pot these days, Levon. I'll do what I can for y'all. You're having some kind of trouble? I'm a suspect in a homicide. His lips moved without sound. Yeah, it's a bit unusual, I said. He looked up and down the street. You don't believe Rowena's account, do you? I don't know all the circumstances. She's never been unfaithful, he said. The last statement was the kind no investigative cop ever wants to hear. Has Jimmy tried to contact you or your wife? Jimmy? I've known him most of my life. Yes, and you introduced him to us, and now we know him too. Sometimes you just have to walk away, and that's what I did. I apologize, he said at my back. The phone was ringing as I came through the front door. Hello, I said. It was Alifair. Cleet called. He says you're in trouble. I'll get out of it. He said you were in the bag. No, I said. I'm not drinking now. You stopped going to meetings? I went last night. What's this about the guy who hit Molly's car? I was in a blackout. The guy was beaten to death out by Bayou Benoit. Maybe I did it. The phone went silent. In the backyard, the sun and the smoke from meat fires in the park looked like spun gold in the trees. In my mind's eye, I saw Alifair at age 5, after I pulled her from a submerged plane piloted by a Maryknoll priest who was helping illegals escape the death squads in Central America. I thought about the wonderful life we'd had on the bayou. You never hurt anyone except in defense of yourself or someone else, she said. I'm flying into New Orleans tomorrow. That's not necessary, Alfenheimer. Don't call me that stupid name. How's your screenplay coming? I'm writing it for people who think William Shakespeare was too wordy. How do you think it's coming? What time does your flight come in? Don't worry about it. I'll rent a car. Just hold tight till I get back to New Iberia. I owned up at a meeting. I'm fine. That's when people slip, isn't it? When they say they're fine? Why did you drink, Dave? The same reason as everyone who goes out. I wanted to. The line was silent. I felt my heart stop. Alifair, you don't know how much it hurts when you say something like that. My ear felt as though it had been stung by a wasp. Victor's cafeteria on Main Street, right across from Cleet's office, opened at 6 a.m. every weekday. It was a grand place to eat and start the day, and usually crowded with business people and tourists and cops and parish politicians. If there was ever any better food on earth, I hadn't found it. Cleet and I went in at 7 on Tuesday, and Cleet loaded up with his healthy breakfast of 4 biscuits, scrambled eggs sprinkled with grated cheese, green onions, and bacon bits, a pork chop smothered in milk gravy, orange juice, a bowl of stewed tomatoes, and multiple cups of coffee. Helen was 2 tables from us. It was obvious she didn't want to acknowledge us. "What's wrong with her?" Cleet said. "You didn't talk to anyone in Jefferson Davis Parish about an incident there, did you?" He stopped eating. "Involving you?" "Involving a graduate of Rayford and Angola and Quentin we both know." "Something happened to Penny?" You could say that. He took his cell phone from his pocket and looked at the screen.
I've got 4 missed calls from the Jeff Davis Sheriff's Department.
Better answer them.
This isn't funny, Big Mon.
Penny didn't think so either. He started eating again and put down his knife and fork and drank his coffee cup empty.
Let's go.
Where?
To the park.
How about your office?
You know how many times I've been bugged?
We walked to the drawbridge at Burke Street and crossed the bayou and went into City Park and sat in one of the picnic shelters by the water, a few feet from a row of camellia bushes, the petals still wet with dew. I told him everything.
You almost drowned him in the toilet?
Yep.
He'll come at you.
No, he won't. He's a gutless shit.
You're letting your past distort your thinking, Streak. The people who hurt you and me as kids are nothing compared to Penny.
They're all cut out of the same cloth.
My old man wasn't. He was just a drunk who figured himself a failure and didn't know where to put his anger.
People make peace with themselves in different ways, sometimes being more generous than they should. But you don't pull life preservers away from drowning people or deny an opiate or two to those who've taken up residence in the Garden of Gethsemane. Did you get enough to eat? I asked.
No.
I looked at my watch. We have time for a refill. Cleet had alluded to my childhood experience with a man named Mac. I didn't argue with him about the influence of Mac on my life. In fact, I don't think about Mac anymore. Eventually, he turned into a specter who drifted off into the mist, a dirty smudge not worth remembering. But there was never a man I hated as much, and I carried my hatred to Indochina and put his face on many an enemy soldier, none of whom deserved to be a surrogate for this evil man. For that reason alone, I did not willingly discuss my experience in the Orient, or the deeds I committed there, or the ribbons and wounds I brought home. Evil is evil, and you don't give the son of a bitch a second life. Chapter 9. At 10:41 a.m., Helen came into my office and looked out the window on the bayou. She had a manila folder clamped under her arm. "Rowena and Levon Broussard just left," she said. "Were they here for what I think?" I took her statement. "He says he talked with you late yesterday." "That's right." "What's your opinion?" she asked. I didn't get many details. Alcohol seemed to be involved. No medical report. What did they tell you? She and Nightingale went to a lounge. They had 4 rounds of Manhattans. Then he wanted to show her his boat down at Sycamore Point. That's where he did it. What time of day? About 10 p.m.? When I didn't answer, she said, "Not good, huh? I wonder if it's going to be prosecutable. She's married. It sounds like a tryst." I pushed her on that. She said she and her husband had a fight, and she used bad judgment. Where was her car? At the supermarket. How'd she get back to it? Nightingale drove her. Don't make that face. The defense will put a scarlet letter on her brow, I said. We won't let that happen, though, Helen said. Will we? We? She put the folder on my desk. No, I said. I've got the video in my office. Let's get started. I'm not right for this, I said. How about you go on leave without pay instead? I know all the involved parties, Helen. Like everybody in this building doesn't? I flipped open the folder and flipped it closed again. What's her emotional state? Like a vase somebody dropped on a concrete floor, she said. I never heard of Jimmy Nightingale abusing women. His casinos clean out the pockets of pensioners and poor people. He hangs with Bobby Earl. He's business partners with Tony the Nose. Remember when Tony and Didoni Gicano used to stick people's hands in an aquarium full of piranhas? Those were the good old days, I said. Time to kick butt and take names, Streak. Yes, ma'am. I watched the video. As in most interviews with sexual assault victims, the dialogue, the violation of privacy, and the demeanor of the victim were excruciating. For anyone who has a cavalier attitude about predation, he need only watch its influence on the victims in order to change his attitude. They cannot scrub the stain out of their skin. Over and over again, the assault flickers like a sado porn film on a screen inside their heads, sometimes for months, sometimes years. This goes on until they turn over the fate of their assailant to a power greater than they are. I've known 9 or 10 rapists who beat the system. I was convinced every one of them carried an incubus that eventually pissed on their graves. As I watched Rowena Broussard give her account on the video, I began to wonder if I was possessed of the male bias I never felt myself guilty of. She did not seem to be a person who could be lured easily into a vulnerable situation. She had lived in the third world, where moral insanity, social cannibalism, and violence against the poor are part of the culture. Her paintings were testimony to her anger at dictatorial regimes and imperious personalities and people who sought dominion over others. I had seen her punch the heavy bag at Red's Health Club with the kind of power and dedication that makes adventurous men think twice. Jimmy Nightingale was not a large man. She said he put a pillowcase over her head and wedged his knees between her legs and worked off her undergarment with one hand. She said she cried out and told him to stop, even begged. I wanted to believe her. I hated cops and judges and prosecutors who sided with a rapist, and I've known many of them. There's no lower kind of individual on earth than a person who is sworn to serve, but who deliberately aids a molester and condemns the victim to a lifetime of resentment and self-mortification. But my uncertainty would not go away. I called Levon at home. I need a medical report from your physician, I said. You and Rowena have to give him permission to release it. What good will that do? It will tell us if there was bruising, or any number of other things. Does that have to be public knowledge? He asked. We can't make a case without it. Hasn't she talked about it enough? I think there's an element of voyeurism in this. Are you serious? I said. What if there are only minor scratches and a small bruise? Dave, the real damage was done in ways I don't want to describe. Y'all had better make up your minds. All right. I'll call Dr. LeBlanc. Thank you. I hung up without saying goodbye. I used a patrol woman to call Nightingale's home and find out where he was. I didn't want him prepared for the interview, nor did I want him coming to the department with an attorney. The patrol woman told the cousin, or half-sister, Emmeline Nightingale, that she wanted to contact Mr. Jimmy about a contribution to the Louisiana Police Benevolent Association, for which she actually solicited funds. I headed for his office in Morgan City. It was located not far from the big bridge that spanned the Atchafalaya River, with a view to the south of the shrimp boats at the docks and miles of emerald green marshland and islands of gum and willow trees. Jimmy was reading the newspaper, with one leg propped across the corner of his desk when the secretary escorted me into his inner office. He put aside his newspaper and grinned as though God were in his heaven and all was right with the world. My favorite Flatfoot. I sat down. I'm going to turn on my recorder, okay? What for? Sometimes I can't read my own handwriting. You've lost me. Rowena Broussard dropped a heavy dime on you, Jimmy. Rape, assault, and battery. Sodomy. Maybe false imprisonment. The heck you say? She says y'all had some drinks and ended up on your boat at Cypremore Point. That's right, but that's all there was to it. You didn't attack her? Attack her? I didn't do anything. You didn't have consensual sex? I showed her my boat. That woman is nuts, Dave. I was pretty plowed myself. She could have put my lights out. She's pretty convincing. Send her out to Hollywood. She deserves an Academy Award. I can't believe this. I couldn't either, but for other reasons. In most rape cases, the accused immediately claims the act was done with consent. The issue then devolves into various claims about intoxication and the use of narcotics and muscle relaxants or inability on the victim's part to show sound judgment. I had never caught a sexual assault case involving adults in which the accused claimed to have done absolutely nothing. Jimmy put a mint into his mouth and looked at me, never blinking. If you have dealt with liars, even pathological ones who pass polygraph tests, you know the signs to look for. The liar blinks just before the end of the lie, or he keeps his eyelids stitched to his brow. He folds his arms on his chest, subconsciously concealing his deception. The voice becomes warm, a bit saccharine. Sometimes there is an ethereal glow in the face. He repeats his statements unnecessarily and peppers his speech with adverbs and hyperbole. The first-person pronouns I, me, mine, and myself dominate his rhetoric. Conversely, the truth-teller is laconic and seems bored with the discussion, not caring whether you get it right or not. Nightingale showed none of the traditional characteristics of the liar, and I began to believe him. Then something very strange occurred. For just a second, I saw a glimmer in the corner of his eye, like a wet spot. His throat became ruddy. His lips parted slightly, as though he wanted to confide a secret to a trusted friend. "Did you want to tell me something, Jimmy?" The moment passed. His eyes were bright, his smile in place. "I don't know what I could add." "Want to come in and make a formal statement with your attorney present?" "What good would that do?" "Do it by the book. Show everybody you have nothing to hide," I replied. Said the spider to the fly. "Where's this going, Dave?" "That's up to the prosecutor's office." "Rowena really said all those things?" "I'm afraid so." I was a fool to take her to the boat. What's Levon got to say about all this? What do you think? I was hoping to put a movie deal together with him. I've got the connections to do it. I guess that's in the toilet, huh? You're being accused of rape and sodomy and you're worried about a movie deal? I thought Levon and I could make a grand film. He's a bit negative on Hollywood. I thought a down-home touch might be the key. A down-home touch? Outsiders don't understand us. Why do we have to depend on Hollywood to make movies about us? His presumption and naivete would probably get him laughed out of Los Angeles or New York, but I couldn't help feeling sorry for him. Thanks for your time, Jimmy. You're not planning to take a trip anywhere, are you? No, I'm at your disposal. I can't believe this is happening. I thought about the beating death of T.J. D'Artes. I know the feeling. Alifair pulled into the driveway late that afternoon. As I looked at her, I had to wonder again at the arbitrary nature of fate and how the most influential events in our lives are usually unexpected and unplanned. On a clear day out at Southwest Pass, I had heard a sputtering sound just before the twin-engine plane came in low on the water, a long black column of smoke stringing behind it. The pilot was gunning the engines, probably trying to reach Pecan Island, where he could pancake in the salt grass. But he'd hit the water and flipped, and the waves had washed over the fuselage, and the plane had gone down in the murk like a deflating yellow balloon. I still have nightmares in which I swim down to the wreck, my air tank almost empty, while clouds of sand rise from the plane's wings and the bat wings of stingrays flutter by me, and a little girl struggles to find an air bubble inside the cabin. My second wife, Annie, and I took her to a hospital and named her Alifair for my mother and began raising her in the Cajun culture in which I had grown up. She forgot her own language and the death squad that attacked her village and became an honor student and went to Reed College. The next stop was number 1 in her class at Stanford Law. But as with all parents, when I looked at Alifair, I saw the child and not the adult, as though she were incapable of growing older. I had a footlocker in the attic where I kept her Curious George and Baby Squanto Indian books, her Orca the Whale T-shirt, her Donald Duck hat with the quacking bill that we bought at Disneyland, and her pink tennis shoes embossed with left and right on the appropriate toes. The leaves were floating from the trees and blowing on the street when I went to greet her. She was tall and lithe and had long Indian black hair and brown eyes and an IQ that wasn't measurable. Only 2 people in 1 million have it. I carried her things into her bedroom, which I dusted and cleaned every week and kept closed and never let anyone use, not even Cleet. After she put her things away, we went to the cemetery and placed flowers in a vase on Molly's grave. I never talked about Molly's death unless I had to, not even at the grave. I don't believe that acceptance of mortality is a situation you resolve by talking with others. The same with personal grief and mourning or loss of any kind. I remember the words of a black ex-junkie musician friend of mine who got clean in a lockdown unit where he beat his head to pulp against a steel wall. You deal with your own snakes or you don't, man. Sometimes you're the only cat in the cathedral. Ain't nobody else can do it for you. When we got home, I knew Alfie had read my thoughts. You bottle up your feelings, Dave, she said. I think that's why you got drunk again. Give it a rest, Alf. You kept feeding your anger toward T.J. D'Artes. What do they say at meetings? You get drunk at somebody? Something like that. I started taking food out of the icebox. She had just gone to the heart of the matter. Every time I tried to remember what had happened after I'd seen the headlights in my rearview mirror, I reached the same conclusion. And it is the same conclusion every alcoholic reaches after he comes off a bender, sick and trembling and terrified. I had done something my conscious mind refused to accept. I haven't quite told you everything, I said. I went after a guy by the name of Kevin Penny. He's a violent man and a 3-time loser who was going to hurt his kid. What'd you do? It involved a swimming lesson in the toilet bowl. Her eyes roved over my face. What if he takes it out on his kid? I called social services. They're going to make home calls, and so is Cleet. Why do you have it in for this guy in particular? I don't know. He bothers me. I came within a few seconds of drowning him. I wanted to do it. I poured a glass of milk and drank it. She watched me silently. He isn't filing charges? She asked. I had a bandana on my face. Did somebody set you up on the D'Artes deal? Evidently, I called his house the night he was killed. I asked him to meet me out by Bayou Benoit. That's where he was killed? Yes, I said. I showed him my hands. They were scabbed over, the knuckles still swollen. Could you have punched a wall? That's what I'd like to believe. Cleet believes Fat Tony Nemo and Jimmy Nightingale and Levon Broussard may be mixed up in this, she said. Cleet and I are always trying to find excuses for each other. He says you had dinner with Nightingale and Levon. Nightingale got a hold of a sword carried by Levon's great-grandfather in the Civil War and gave it to him. Nightingale wants to make a movie from one of Levon's novels, except Levon's wife and Nightingale hit it off a little too well. Nightingale thinks he's going to produce a film with Levon? Where's he been? What do you mean? Everyone knows Levon hates Hollywood. He thinks they screwed up a couple of his adaptations. On CNN, he said, Hollywood is a potential gold mine for anthropologists because it's the only culture in the world where educated and rich and powerful people have the mindset and manners of Southern white trash. That's not a bad line. I fixed avocado and tomato sandwiches for both of us, and we sat down at the breakfast table by the window. I glanced through the screen. Look yonder. What? There's a coon on top of Tripod's hutch. She leaned forward and peered through the screen. I don't see him. He's right there, I said, pointing. His tail is hanging down the side of the hutch. I guess I need glasses. Since when? I wondered. In the morning, I finally caught Levon Broussard's physician in his office. His name was Melvin LeBlanc. He had been a Navy corpsman during the first Iraqi war, and when he came home he became a Quaker and enrolled in medical school at Tulane. He had the face of an ascetic, thinning, sandy hair, and a stare that gave you the sense that he saw presences others did not. We were sitting in his office with the door closed. "I'm not keen on this kind of stuff, Dave," he said. "It's too personal. I don't like to be used. That's what the defense does. That's what you guys do." "Rowena and Levon gave you carte blanche to tell us everything, didn't they?" I said. "I can tell you what I found or didn't find, but don't try to put words in my mouth." "Was there evidence of forced penetration?" I said. "Around the vagina, no. There was a bruise inside one thigh." "A recent one?" "Yes, sir." "No abrasions?" "Abrasions where?" "Wherever they might be significant, Melvin." "On the hip?" "Scratches?" "Correct." "Perhaps consistent with someone tearing an undergarment from a victim's person?" "I don't know. I didn't use the word victim either," he said. "Did you do any swabs?" "Ms. Broussard showered after she returned home. I recommended she go to the hospital and have a rape kit done. She refused." "No trauma around the vagina?" "None other than the bruise on the thigh." "How about inside?" "She didn't indicate any discomfort." "This isn't coming together for me, Doc." "That's your problem." "Ms. Broussard says the assailant sodomized her." "That's a relative word," he said. "Not in this case." "If you're asking about bite marks, there were none in the usual places." "How about elsewhere?" "On the shoulder." "A bite mark?" "What some call a hickey. It could have been put there before she went on the boat." "Is that why you didn't mention it when I asked about abrasions?" "Yes, sir." "Any other reason?" I asked. "There were only two people on that boat. One is lying, the other is not. That's about all I can tell you." "You think Rowena Broussard would deliberately put herself through this kind of embarrassment? Would any woman, at least one who's sane?" "Hell hath no fury," he said. "Not a good metaphor." "On the frontier it was called cabin fever." "Levon has a helium balloon for a head. His art comes first. He even tells people that at book signings. Some people want to save the world but don't have time for their own family." "What are you saying, Doc?" "The human spirit is frail. People believe whatever they need to believe. I feel sorry for all of them." That afternoon, Alifair was raking leaves in the backyard when she heard a vehicle come up the driveway and park under the porte-cochere, as though the driver lived in the house. She walked around the side and saw a trim blond man get out of a red Honda that looked brand new. He wore loafers and gray slacks and a long-sleeved purple shirt and a shiny black tie with a gold pin. His stomach was flat, his hair stiff with dressing of some kind, his hands big, the knuckles pronounced. He was holding a clipboard. "Hi, I'm Detective Spade LaBiche. I work with Dave." "He's not here right now," she said. "Yeah, he caught the Broussard rape case, didn't he? Did he see the doc yet?" "I don't know anything about that." "I hope you don't mind me parking under your porte-cochere. I had my car waxed." "My car is parked on the street, so we don't need the space right now," she said. The implication seemed to elude him. "This is a nice spot," he said. "He put you to work, the old man?" "Beg your pardon?" "I've read a couple of your books. I thought you'd be typing instead of piling leaves." "Is there something I can help you with?" "I'm excluding Dave in a situation that took place out by Bayou Benoit." His accent was bottom of the bucket, New Orleans. "Why would Dave be here during work hours?" she said. "He eats lunch at home some days, doesn't he?" "It's after 2. "I've never met a famous author. Where do you get your ideas?" "I've never given it much thought. Do you want to leave a message?" "Yeah, I could do it that way. You an ADA in Portland, right?" You know the ropes. The ropes? Whatever you want to call it. We're all on the same side. He looked away at the bayou, a little dreamy. He scratched at a mosquito bite on his neck and glanced at his fingertips. The day was warm. When the wind changed, his odor touched her face, a mixture of detergent and perspiration. We couldn't get any prints off the D'Artes door handle, he said. Maybe somebody wiped him off, or maybe his body was dragged over the handle. I tweezed up some broken glass from the ground and inside the truck. The lab found Dave's prints on a couple of them. I know there's an explanation. I just need to get the explanation into my paperwork. He looked down as he pulled his tie taut on his shirt front and at the same time took her measure from her breasts to her thighs. "What's your name again?" she asked. "Call me Spade. You're giving me information civilians aren't supposed to have." "I'm trying to be subtle here. I didn't want this investigation, or at least not one that would cause a colleague problems. Tell Dave I think he was probably out at the D'Artes place to talk about the accident, and he had occasion to put his hands on the driver's window of the pickup." "How long have you been doing homicide investigations?" "It's not my area. I worked vice and narcotics at Miami-Dade. I was undercover in Liberty City." "Liberty City is all black." "I figured that out when they started throwing spears at me from the fire escapes." There was a beat. "Oops, my bad." "Come back later, okay?" she said. "If you work the inner city, you have to develop a sense of humor. Ask Purcell. I heard he had a way of dipping into the culture. What a character." He lit a cigarette with a gold lighter, the smoke rising out of his cupped hand. "Could you not do that, please?" "You don't let people smoke on your property?" he said. She tried to crinkle her eyes, but couldn't. There was a bilious taste in her mouth that made her want to spit. He flipped his cigarette, sparking into a camellia bush, and rotated his head as though he had a stiff neck. "It's good you raking up all the leaves," he said. "When they get into the bayou, the biodegradation uses up the oxygen and kills the fish." "Yep, that's what it does," she said. She propped the rake on the ground, her left hand on the shaft. She saw him use the opportunity to glance at her ring finger. "There's a lot of this area I still haven't seen," he said. "One day I'd like somebody to show me around. I could do the same for them in New Orleans. Show them all the things nobody knows about, including where all the skeletons are hid. In the old days, the mob dumped jack rollers in Lake Pontchartrain because they were bad for tourism. Cops would throw them out of a car at high speed by the Huey Long Bridge. They got things done back then. That was before your time." "I don't think you're looking for exculpatory evidence about Dave," she said. "I don't think you're a friend. I think you have a lean and hungry look." "If there's something I haven't done to help your stepfather, tell me what it is, little lady, and I'll get on it." "He's not my stepfather. He's my father. Call me little lady again and see what happens." He sucked in his breath, smiling wetly as though acknowledging his indiscretion. "I don't choose my words very well. That's probably why I've remained a single man." "I'd better finish my work. I'll give Dave your message." He snapped his fingers. "Sorry, I forgot to ask you something." She waited. "Call it deep background," he said. "It doesn't have anything to do with the case itself. How many times did Dave have to bust a cap on a guy or break his spokes, particularly in a close-quarter situation, like when he was arresting a guy or the guy got in his face and he lost it? I never met an old-school cop yet who took shit off mutts and pervs. Can you give me a ballpark number?" Chapter 10. In the life, Cleet was known as con-wise, even though he had never been a convict. The term in the criminal subculture is laudatory and indicates a level of knowledge and experience that cannot be acquired in a library. You also have to pay dues. A solid or stand-up con stacks his own time. does it straight up, without early release, work furloughs, conjugal privileges, or snitching off fellow inmates for favorable treatment. It's not easy. Ask anyone who stood on the oil barrel in Huntsville or chopped cotton inside the system in Arkansas or been thrown into a lockdown unit full of wolves. Cleet went his own way, didn't impose it on others, and asked the same respect. He would not only lay down his life for a friend, he would paint the walls with his friend's enemies. He grew up in the old Irish Channel and palled around with guys like Tony Cardo, who was probably the most intelligent and dangerous and successful old-school gangster New Orleans ever produced. When they were kids, Cleet and Tony found a box of human arms outside the incinerator by the Tulane Medical School and hung them from the straps of the St. Claude streetcar just as all the employees from the cigar factory were boarding. One passenger leaped from the window and crashed on top of a snowball cart. Except for Tony, Cleet's old-time buds went to the can or the chair, and Cleet went to Vietnam and came back with the Navy Cross, the Silver Star, and 2 hearts, and cruised right back into the Big Sleazy without giving any of it a second thought. I drove to his cottage at the motor court Thursday afternoon. He was standing amid the trees grilling a 2-inch thick steak, flipping it with a fork. He wore a Hawaiian shirt and a pork pie hat tilted on his brow and a pair of dark blue rayon workout pants that covered his shoelaces. "Big Mun, I was just fixing to ask you and Alifair over." "How you doing?" I said. "Not bad." When Cleet was equivocal, you tended to glance at the sky for thunderclouds, dust rising out of the fields, a splinter of lightning on the horizon. "What's wrong?" I said. "Have a seat." I sat down at a picnic table made of green planks and covered with bird droppings and needles from a slash pine. "I'm worried about Kevin Penny," he said. "I think he's got you on the brain." "He's not coming after me, Cleet. If he does, we'll punch his ticket. He knows that." "You don't get it. He's an obvious habitual, but he's not on parole, he has no outstanding warrants, and he doesn't have to register as a sex offender, even though he was up on sexual assault charges a couple of times. I don't know how he got out of Rayford either. They should have welded the door on him and poured concrete on top of it." "What was he in for?" "Distribution of cocaine and assault with a deadly weapon, but they couldn't get him for the bigger charge. He and 2 other guys tortured a dealer in Little Havana for his stash. They hung him from a hoist on a wrecker and put a propane torch on him." "You're saying Penny is protected?" "He has to be. Pukes in the projects do life for 3 street busts involving amounts of money you could steal from bubblegum machines." "Who's his protector?" "I know you don't like this, but I think Jimmy Nightingale is a player in this." "A player in what?" "Setting you up." "Maybe I wasn't set up. Maybe I killed T.J. D'Artes." "This is what Penny just told me." "Wait a minute. You just saw Penny?" "This morning. I saw the social worker who'll be looking after his kid, too. I told Penny I'd be visiting him, kind of like an old friend. Penny says Nightingale is a geek. He says he's AC/DC and humps his sister, or half-sister, or whatever she is." "This guy has no credibility, Cleet." "Penny says Nightingale is eaten up with guilt. Maybe he killed somebody." I didn't reply. "You don't buy it?" "I don't know. Rowena Broussard says he raped her. He claims he never touched her. When I interviewed him, he almost had me convinced." "Go on." "I felt like he wanted to confess, but not to rape. Something else. Maybe Penny is right." He forked the steak off the flames and laid it on a plate. "Is that what you came by to tell me?" "No. I got the loan on my house. You're $250,000 richer than you were this morning." "You actually did that?" "Why not?" His eyes were shiny. He wiped them on his forearm. "I've got to get out of this smoke." "Pay off those bums and get them out of your life." "You're truly a nobleman, nobleman. I'll brown us some bread." That evening, pushing a basket at Winn-Dixie, I saw a young woman with a small red mouth and amber-colored hair and a flush on her cheeks. "There you are again," she said. Remember me? I had to think. You're Babette, from the bar and grill. You ordered 2 doubles and a Heineken. You was waiting for your friend, but you drank it all. I wish I hadn't. Your friend come in afterward. You're a friend of Mr. Spade, ain't you? We were in the middle of the aisle, but no one else was around. Spade Labiche came in the bar after I left? Yes, sir. He left his gold lighter. I run out after him. He was talking to another man, but he drove off before I could catch him. What'd you do with the lighter? I put it in the drawer for a couple of days. When he didn't come in, I dropped it through the mail slot in the big building with a note. Did Mr. Spade tell you he was looking for me? He was in the corner. He come over and asked if you'd gone in the bathroom. I told him you was gone. Do you know who Mr. Spade was with? Her eyes lingered on mine, as though she were standing on the edge of a cliff. I seen him once before. I don't know his name or nothing about him. What's he look like? He's got bad skin. It's thick, like leather. Like his eyes looking out holes. I ain't caused no trouble, no. Of course not. You're a nice person, Miss Babette. Did Mr. Spade thank you for returning his lighter? No, sir, he ain't said nothing. I took a business card out of my wallet and wrote my unlisted number on the back. If you see that other guy again, give me a ring. Or if you have any problems with anything at all, give me a ring. I could see the uncertainty, the fear about her job, her paycheck, her relationship with her boss, the prospect of offending people with power and authority over others, the dark figure sitting in the shadows at the end of the bar when it's closing time. I wondered how many people would understand her frame of reference. She squeezed the card in her fist. I better go. Remember what I said. You're a nice lady. Thank you, she replied. She pushed her basket to the cashier's counter and didn't look back. On Friday morning, I went into Labiche's office. It was hardly more than a cubicle located in a corner without windows. What's the haps? I said. He looked up from his paperwork. He tried to grin. What's shaking, Robo? Alifair told me about your visit to my house. You found my prints on some broken glass? Like I told her, there's probably an explanation. Maybe you didn't have your latex on at the crime scene. No, my gloves were on. Why didn't you come to my office instead of my house? Because you weren't here. His lighter was on the desk blotter. He picked it up and began clicking the top up and down. Nice lighter, I said. Real gold. A gift. What do you want, Slick? Slick? Get off your high horse. I want you not snooping around my house. I want you not looking at my daughter in an inappropriate way. I'll try to give you the benefit of the doubt, but that's a waste of time. For arrogance, you take the cake. I think you're a Judas and a liar. Do you know you smell like puke at the crime scene? You're a rummy, my friend. I don't know why Helen keeps you around. I walked closer to his desk. I rested my fingertips on the edge, felt the grain of the wood. Stay away from my daughter. He laughed under his breath. You're amused, I said. Yeah, by you. I'll make sure I call you Dave from now on. See you later, Dave. I went back to my office, leaving the ceiling lights off, and sat behind my desk and stared through the window, my breath coming hard in my throat, a sound like the ocean whirring in my ears. Then I went downstairs and printed out the rap sheet and mugshots of Kevin Penny on file at the National Crime Information Center. After the lunch crowd had left the bar and grill on the bayou, I parked an unmarked car under a shade tree on the street paralleling the bayou and entered the building through the kitchen. I saw Babette unloading dishes from a washer, her face bright with perspiration in the steam. Can I speak with you, Miss Babette? She wiped her nose with her wrist. I'm working, Mr. Dave. It'll just take a minute. She looked around, then followed me out on the deck. The tables were empty, the sky blue, the wind gusting along the bayou. A black kid was flying a yellow kite above the oaks in front of the old convent. I had the photos of Penny in a manila folder. I opened and flattened it on the deck rail. You know this guy? She stared at Penny's face. Her eyes narrowed. I ain't sure. It's important, Babette. A lot of people come in here. At night they all look the same. I'm not asking you to appear at a lineup or testify at a trial. This guy has nothing to do with your life. I just want to know if you've seen him. I need this job, Mr. Dave. I got a little girl. I ain't got no husband. This won't have any effect on your job. I give you my word. Maybe he was the guy talking with Mr. Spade the night you was in. Maybe? Yes, sir, she said, nodding. Take another look, Babette. I don't need to. That's the guy? People look different in the daytime than they do at night. Has this guy done some bad things? A few. I don't want to lie to you, Mr. Dave. I just don't want to say no more. I don't never talk about people. I closed the folder and put it under my arm. You don't need to say any more, Babette. What if he comes back? Don't worry about it. That's it? That's it. I patted her on the arm. I'm all mixed up, she said. You're giving me your word, ain't you? Ain't nothing gonna happen? You're not involved. What do you call this? She said. At 4:15 the same day, Jimmy Nightingale was in my office. The top of my desk was littered with photographs from a hit-and-run fatality on the 4-lane south of town. There were bags under Jimmy's eyes, a funky smell in his clothes. You gotta help me out, Dave. I was about to have another lesson on the number of manifestations that can live in the people we think we know best. Have a seat. Can you talk to my cousin Emmeline? I heard she was your half-sister. I'm not sure what she is. My father's penis roved over 5 continents. Tell her I didn't do it. You know me all my life. I don't rape women, for God's sake. People do things when they're drunk that they would never do sober. I wasn't that drunk. You were drinking and took a married woman on your boat, in this case one who obviously had the hots for you. You think things wouldn't get out of hand in a scenario like that? I know what I did and what I didn't do. She was plastered. She fell down outside the lounge. I had to pick her up and put her in the car. I didn't want to take her back to her car, nor did I want to dump her drunk at her house, so we drove down to Cypremore Point, and I showed her my boat and tried to get some coffee down her. I thought about the bruise inside Rowena's thigh and the scratches on her hip and wondered if Jimmy was providing a fabricated explanation for them. I think you ought to get a lawyer, I said. I have a half-dozen of them. I don't want this going into a courtroom. I want to work it out. By denying you didn't do anything wrong? Right now, I just want you to talk to Emmeline. Why? Because you're a straight shooter. Wish I could help you. She and I are close. I'm not sure I want to hear what you're telling me. You're going to hear it whether you like it or not. I shook my head. Nope, this has nothing to do with the issue. Talk to a minister or a therapist, Jimmy. This is the wrong place for it. She was in an orphanage in Mexico City. You can imagine what kind of place it was. I'm the center of her life. I got up from the desk and looked out the window, my back turned to him. I don't know how this one is going to play out, Jimmy. Yeah, you do. I'm innocent. And you goddamn well know it. But innocent of what? You say you didn't touch Rowena. Maybe you guys got it on and she got caught and you lied. The defendant claiming consensual sex is a cliché. The change of pace is the best pitch in baseball. I turned around. You were a master at it, Jimmy. Talk to Emmeline. Adios. Next time come back with your attorney." He stood up. His lips were gray. A strand of his hair hung over one eye. "You ever do something really bad? Something you can't get rid of? It messes up your thinking." "What are you talking about?" I asked. "Hell if I know. Sometimes I think life is a pile of shit. Sometimes I feel like putting my grits on the ceiling." Bad way to think. I try to be the best guy I can. Most people don't believe that. Do you sleep through the night? I killed people I had nothing against, Jimmy. That one doesn't go away. "Join the fucking club," he said. He went out the door and didn't bother to close it. I looked at the photos of the hit and run on I-10. The homeless man who was killed was run over by not one but two cars, neither of which slowed down as they ground his body into the asphalt. Who were the drivers? Perhaps someone I'd meet on the street or see in church or watch sacking my groceries and never have a clue. Chapter 11. My home group of Alcoholics Anonymous met in a small frame house on Center Street right across from old New Iberia High. Most of the regulars were provincial and decent and middle-income people who simply wanted to live better lives free of alcohol and alcoholism. Their histories were seldom dramatic. Few had been arrested for driving while intoxicated or causing a disturbance in public. Sometimes their sensibilities were tender. At the meeting, I owned up to slipping, or what we call going out. The room was dimly lit, the street empty of traffic, a freight train creaking slowly through town on Railroad Avenue. As I told the group how I had found the pirogue wedged against the dock at the foot of my property, and how I had drifted up the bayou and under the drawbridge to the bar and grill, I felt the oxygen leave the room. I had years of sobriety. I went regularly to meetings and worked the steps and sponsored other alcoholics, and yet I'd chosen to get drunk again and destroy not only my own life, but also the faith and trust of my fellows. Previously, I had told Alifair that I'd gone out because I'd wanted to. It wasn't quite that simple. I've always believed that alcoholism and depression are first cousins. This isn't an excuse, it's part of the menu. No one who has not experienced clinical or agitated depression coupled with psychoneurotic anxiety can appreciate a syndrome that, in an earlier time, was treated with a lobotomy. It's a motherfucker, no matter what you call it or how you cut it. There's blood in your sweat. Your head feels like a basketball wrapped with barbed wire. You'd eat a razor blade for a half cup of Jack or a handful of Reds or a touch of China White. There's another alternative. The big exit, with both barrels propped under the chin the way Hemingway did it. For me, the presences that the early Celts tried to keep inside the trunks of trees by knocking on wood always came out in the evenings, particularly in spring and summer, when the crepe myrtle and the pale green of a weeping willow seemed at odds with each other. In the croaking of the frogs, the dying of the light, the tide rising along the banks of the Teche, I felt a sensation like spiritual malaria imprisoning my soul. In an instant, the sky would turn to carbon. I think that's why I sometimes went out to Spanish Lake at sunset. I would see the boys, in butternut, sloshing through the flooded stands of cypress and willows, and somehow their loss became mine, allowing me to join the dead and escape the spiritual death I couldn't describe to others. I didn't try to explain these things to my friends at the Solomon House meeting in New Iberia, Louisiana. As I spoke, their eyes were downcast, their hands folded in their laps. Their embarrassment and pain were palpable. I did not tell them of the blackout because I had burdened them enough. After the meeting, they shook hands with me and patted me on the back. I didn't deserve to be in their presence, or at least that was how I felt. I also wondered what they would think if I told them they may have been sitting next to a murderer. On Saturday morning, I walked down to our old redwood picnic table by the bayou where Alifair was typing on her laptop. The trees were quaking with hundreds of robins, and a blue heron was standing in the shallows, pecking at its feathers. I hadn't intended to disturb Alifair, but she heard my footsteps in the leaves. "Hi, Dave. Just the man I want to see. I started a treatment for a screenplay." "Really?" "Levin Broussard wrote a historical novel about his ancestor, a Confederate soldier who taught a slave girl how to read. It's probably one of his best books, but no one pays it much attention." I knew nothing of screenplays and had not read Levin's book about his ancestor. "Sounds like an interesting story. It would make a great independent film." "So what's the problem?" "I didn't ask permission." "Do high school kids have to ask an author's permission to write a book report about the author's work?" "It isn't a legal problem unless I go to a producer or director with it or pretend that I represent Levin. I just thought he might be touchy." "Just tell him what you're doing. If he doesn't like it, put the project aside." "You don't think he'd mind?" "He's an admirer of your work. He'll probably be happy." "How you feeling?" she said. "Fine." She searched my face. "No, you're not. You didn't sleep." "I've had worse problems." "You didn't kill that fella, Dave." "How can you be sure?" "Because I know you. Your war has always been with yourself, not others. I'm going to find out who's behind this." "Bad idea. And lay off the analysis, will you? There are people who hate you and will do whatever they can to destroy you. It's foolish to pretend otherwise." "I don't know how my fingerprints got on D'Artez's window glass. Outside of the crime scene, I'd never seen his truck except at his house. I didn't touch it." "I don't care if your prints were on it or not," she said. "You didn't kill him. You get those thoughts out of your head." She stared at me boldly, as though words and righteous anger could change reality. That same morning, Cleet put down the top on his caddy, placed his saltwater rod and reel and an icebox load of beer and food into the back seat, and headed for the Gulf by way of Jennings and the trailer home of Kevin Penny. The shed that housed Penny's dirt bike was scorched by the fire I had set. The curtains were closed on the trailer's windows. There was no sound or movement inside. Cleet got out of the car and picked up several pieces of gravel and pinged them one at a time against the trailer. Penny opened the door in his pajamas, his eyes rheumy, his face unshaved. There was a knot above one eye and an angular orange and purple bruise across his face where I'd caught him with the pool cue. "What do you think you're doing, asshole?" "Want to go fishing?" Cleet replied. "Are you off your nut?" "Have a beer." Penny stepped out on the stoop, looking both ways. He was barefoot. A young woman hovered in the shadows behind him, peeking over his shoulder. "Where's your friend?" he asked. "Which friend?" "The one who attacked me with pool cue?" "I don't know anything about that," Cleet said. "Kev, did I ever jam you?" Penny seemed to consider. "No. What about it?" "I need your help. I'm being honest here." "I got company right now." "I can see that. She'll understand, right, lady? Can I borrow Kevin for a couple of minutes?" "You finally fry your mush," Penny said. "You got around in Miami. You knew everybody in the life." "That was then." "You know who my daughter is?" "No, I don't know who your daughter is. I don't give a shit either." "Her name is Gretchen Horowitz." "The fuck?" "That's straight up. She's in Syria making a documentary about the refugees." "The Gretchen Horowitz I knew blew heads for the greaseballs." "Nobody's perfect." Penny pushed the woman back inside and closed the door behind him. "What's the angle?" "No angle. Your son is going to be with you shortly. We come from the same background, Kev. People knocked us around. When we grow older, we want to get even.
Then we see somebody who reminds us of ourselves, and we get mad at them because we think they caused the injuries we had to suffer.
Penny stepped closer to Cleet, his nostrils flaring. His eyes were red-rimmed and seemed receded beyond the sockets as though he lived inside a husk. You think I'm gonna welcome my kid home by beating him up?
You hurt him pretty bad before. Don't tell me you didn't.
I've been to anger management class.
That's like managing bone cancer. The people who peddle that stuff are douchebags. It's like listening to Pee Wee Herman talk about weightlifting.
This from you? Penny said.
Yeah, because I'm the dumb asshole who messed up his daughter and made an assassin out of her. I owe her a debt. That's why I'm trying to tell you. Get on the square and do right by your kid.
I'm going to take him to Disney World and Six Flags. I've got a job driving over the road. Maybe I'll take him on the road with me. What about his schooling? Cleet thought. What about the loss of friends his own age? What about the fear that probably lived in him every mile on the road? But Cleet knew the situation was hopeless. The boy's fate was probably sealed. The blows to the face and head and back would start a short while after the boy came home.
Who's the woman in the trailer?
Cleet said. Miss Prime Cut. You want sloppy seconds? She wouldn't mind. Penny wasn't being sardonic or ironic. He was serious. Cleet felt a rubber band pop behind his eyes.
I don't think we're communicating. My vocabulary isn't up to the job sometimes. Where did you grow up? Where'd you go to school?
Yonkers in the South Bronx. Why?
What did your father do?
He was a baker. He made bread. My mother was a seamstress. What? You think my parents were trash?
No, I don't think that, Cleet said.
So what is this about? We're doing family counseling here? If so, mission accomplished. Cleet pointed at a thicket of persimmon trees on the bank of a coulee that meandered into a dry rice field.
The decomposed body of a black girl was found in there, one of the Jeff Davis 8.
I wasn't living around here when it happened.
I think you were, Kev. I dream about those girls.
My son and I will bring you a souvenir from Six Flags, Penny said. Don't be mixing in my family life no more, Purcell. You can bounce back on the wrong people. Like you say, maybe I'll lose it again. Then you'd really have some thumbtacks in your head, wouldn't you? Penny went back into the trailer. The young woman stared at Cleet like a drowning woman watching a lifeboat paddle away. Penny slammed the door. I hated the thought of interviewing Rowena Broussard. Her story and behavior were of a kind no ambitious prosecutor wants to touch. The particulars that would come out in the trial were a defense attorney's delight. I knew defense and liability lawyers who would drink out of a spittoon. They would be lining up at Jimmy Nightingale's door. I made an appointment Sunday afternoon at the Broussard home. Normally I tried to avoid working on the weekends, but I suspected Levon and Rowena already considered me unfocused and preoccupied since, like most civilians, they had no idea how many open cases a detective has on his desk at any given moment. I parked my truck in front of their home on Laurelville Road. The yard had just been cut, the oak leaves ground into tiny gold and red and brown pieces on top of the grass. The hydrangeas were blooming in the shade, the bougainvillea blood-red on the trellises, the posts on the wide steel-gray gallery wrapped with Mardi Gras beads. Rowena answered the door. She was wearing huaraches and faded jeans low on her hips and a workout halter and a bandana twisted around her brow. Her forearms and the backs of her hands were flecked with paint. She didn't speak, at least not to me. "He's here, Levon," she shouted over her shoulder. "May I come in, please?" I said. "Come in." "Thank you." I stepped inside. "I need to apprise you of your rights about a couple of things, Miss Rowena." "Where do you want to do it?" "Do what?" I said. "Talk to me, or whatever." "Wherever you like," I said. You can have a lawyer or a female officer present. Any time you feel uncomfortable, we can take a break or simply discontinue the discussion. Our intention is to give the prosecutor's office the best information available." I thought I had been as accommodating as I could. Perhaps I wished she would not cooperate and allow me to drop the investigation. I didn't think I had ever seen a woman look more strangely at the world. She made me think of a thick-bodied, frightened bird trapped in a small cage. "Levon wants to be with us," she said. "I'd prefer you and I talk first." "Go tell him that. He's at the end of the hall." "Didn't you just call him?" I asked. "Watch the steps." The center of the house was raised on pilings, the ornate baths and rooms with tester beds and Levon's office on a lower level. The hallway was long and lined with bookshelves and glass cases containing antique firearms. The woodwork in all the rooms was done with restored century-old cypress and radiated a soft, polished glow like browned butter. Levon's office was enormous and filled with light from the floor-to-ceiling windows. 2 big fans circulated slowly on the ceiling. There were bamboo mats on the carpet that creaked dryly under my shoes. Outside, windmill palms and banana fronds and chest-high philodendron were threaded with moisture. I felt I had walked into a 1940s Sidney Greenstreet film. Levon was bent over the keyboard on his desk, which ran the entire length of one wall with a crucifix at either end. The Civil War sword that had belonged to his great-grandfather lay next to his computer. He saved the material he was typing and turned around.
"Sorry to keep you waiting. If I stop in the middle of a paragraph, I can't put it together again."
He looked at the paragraph again. I had to wonder about his priorities. "Miss Rowena said you'd like to sit down with us. I'm afraid that's not the way we need to proceed."
"Why not?"
"It's embarrassing for the victim. The victim is inclined to hide information. Third parties start interjecting themselves into the issue."
"The issue? What kind of talk is that?"
"The kind I use when I speak to an intelligent man whom I'm treating as such." The skin at the corners of his eyes crinkled. No matter how old Levon grew, he always looked young. He was also an innocent, even though he had worked for Amnesty International and had been jailed in Cuba and Guatemala. But I use the term an innocent in a different fashion. Like George Orwell, he believed the human spirit was unconquerable. He also subscribed to Orwell's belief that people are always better than we think they are. But sometimes his idealism and innocence led him into arrogance and elitism.
"Take it easy with her, will you?" he said. "She had a hard go of it last night. Nightmares and such. A black hand coming through a window."
"A what?"
"Nothing. She has bad dreams, Dave. What the hell do you expect?"
"I'll let you know when we're finished," I replied. He looked back at the page on his monitor, his attention somewhere else. I returned to the living room. Rowena was sitting in front of a giant brick fireplace and chimney, staring at the ashes caked on the andirons. "You'll have to excuse the way I look. I was painting. Can we go up to my studio?" I followed her upstairs to a spacious room with huge windows that looked down on the bayou and on live oaks that were so huge and thickly leafed that you felt you could walk across their tops. The sun's reflection on the water was like light wobbling in a rain barrel. She sat down at a card table and wiped at her nose and raised her eyes. "So ask me." I sat down across from her. "You drank about 4 Manhattans before you left the lounge?" I said. "I had a couple of drinks earlier, too, before I went to the supermarket." "Did you fall down outside the lounge?" "I don't remember." "I wondered if you hurt yourself." "Who said I fell down?" "This isn't a time to hold back, Miss Rowena. The prosecutor is your ally. Don't let him go into court with incomplete information."
Jimmy Nightingale told you I fell down. You're saying that's how I got the marks on my body?
It's the question others will ask.
Nightingale put those marks on me, she said. He's salting the mine shaft, isn't he? What a piece of shit.
Let me be straight up with you. The defense attorney will probably be a woman. Gender-biased jury votes from the jump. She'll say you didn't call 911, you accepted a ride back to your car from the man you claim assaulted you, you didn't go to the hospital, you didn't have a rape kit done, and you showered, taking DNA possibilities off the table. I told Levon. Told him what? I asked.
I told him you'd side with that bloody sod whom people around here think so highly of.
That isn't how we work, Miss Rowena.
Stop calling me miss. I don't like your plantation culture. If your ancestors had their way, we'd all be picking their cotton.
My ancestors were already picking it. What happened on the boat, Rowena?
You didn't hear enough on that video? You know what it's like to be filmed while you describe how someone ran his tongue all over you?
Tell me again.
He shoved me on the bunk. I tried to get up. I was stone drunk and couldn't defend myself. I felt his knees come down on me. He ripped off my panties. Then he did all the things I described on that fucking tape.
Her eyes were misting. The blood had drained from her cheeks into her throat. You said you felt his knees on you. That's a funny way to put it.
I couldn't see. The pillowcase was on my head. He was crushing me alive. His mouth was all over me. I can't keep it straight.
Take your time.
I don't want to. I've said it over and over.
The defense will twist your words. They'll make you contradict yourself. They'll make issues out of minuscule details that have no bearing on anything. They'll create a scenario that has nothing to do with reality, thereby forcing the prosecution to prove that the scenario did not happen. The prosecution will have to prove a negative, which they can't do, hence creating reasonable doubt. She blew her nose into a Kleenex. Nightingale said he tried to give you coffee, I said. When was that?
Coffee? He's a gentleman, is he? There was no coffee. There was only his penis and his tongue. Is that a sharp enough image for you?
I'm sorry about this, Miss Rowena. I lost my wife Annie to some killers who used shotguns on her in our bed. I've never gotten over it. I never will. Her face seemed to freeze, as though she could not assimilate what I had said. I closed my notepad. I appreciate your help today. She didn't answer. She gazed out the window at the live oaks, the wind channeling through the new leaves, the dead ones tumbling on the bayou's surface. Miss Broussard, are you okay? I said. Her teeth were showing when she looked in my direction, but I couldn't be sure she saw me. I walked down the stairs and out of the house, closing the door softly behind me. I was old enough to know that insanity comes in many forms, some benign, some viral and capable of spreading across continents. But I believed I had just looked into the eyes of someone who was genuinely mad and probably not diagnosable, the kind of idealist who sets sail on the Pequod and declares war against the universe. Chapter 12. When I got home, there were 2 messages on the machine from Babette Lacholet. I played the first one. Mr. Dave, I got to talk with you. Call me back. She didn't leave her number. I copied it from the caller ID. The second message was recorded 45 minutes later. Mr. Dave, where you at? I think maybe I seen that guy last night. Please call me. Don't come to the bar and grill, no. My boss seen us talking and asked if I was in trouble. I can't lose my job. I called her number and went immediately to voicemail. I tried again that evening with the same result. Cleet Purcell returned from 2 days of fishing, sunburned and flecked with fish blood and smelling of beer and sunblock and weed. He told me about his conversation with Kevin Penny. "You think he's going to treat his boy all right?" I said.
Probably not. It was like having a conversation with a septic tank.
"You did your best."
There's only one solution for a guy like Penny.
I saw the look in his eyes. Negative on that, Cletus.
If he hurts that boy, I'm going to bust a cap on him. And stack his time.
How smart is that?
If either one of us was smart, we wouldn't be who we are. Maybe we'd be wise guys or stockbrokers. You gotta be careful what you wish for.
I had learned long ago to stay out of Cleet's head. If you let him alone, his moods usually passed. If they didn't, you got out of his way. He showered and put on fresh clothes at his motor court, and he and Alifair and I went to a movie. In the morning, I called Babette again. There was no answer. I gave up and this time left no message. Monday night, just after I had drifted off to sleep, the phone rang in the kitchen. I looked at the caller ID and picked it up in the dark. The moon was up, and a light rain was clicking on the roof and the trees. "Babette?" "I'm sorry I ain't got back to you," she said. "I moved my little girl to my mama's house in Breaux Bridge." "Has somebody bothered you?" "No, sir, but like I said on the machine, I think I seen the man again, the one who was talking to Mr. Spade." "Where?" "At the Walmart. He didn't have a basket or nothing. He was maybe 30 feet away looking at me. He said, 'Hi, you pretty thing. Come have a hot dog.'" "You sure it was the same man?" "He looked a little different, but I'm pretty sure it was the man in the picture you showed me, the one who was outside the bar and grill." "He was different how?" I asked. "Like he'd been in a fight." "Say that again." "His face was swole up. I called to tell you everything is all right and you don't need to worry no more. I got a hold of Mr. Spade." "Back up, Babette."
"He ain't in the phone book, but a waitress I know had his number. So I told him about me talking to you and me seeing the guy again and how I don't want no trouble or to be saying anything bad about nobody." I could feel the floor shifting under my feet. "Listen to me, Babette. Don't talk any more with Spade Labiche. Stay away from him. He's not a good guy." "I ain't supposed to talk to the police?" "The man with the swollen face is a dangerous and violent career criminal. I don't know why he was with Labiche, but I'm going to find out. What happened after you saw the man at Walmart?" "Nothing. He just walked away." "What did Labiche tell you?" "He said not to worry. He said the guy was just asking him directions and he didn't know nothing about him. That ain't true?" "It could be," I said. "It could be? Oh, Mr. Dave, what I'm going to do?" "If you feel threatened, you can stay with my daughter and me." "That don't sound right. I can't live off other people." I didn't know what to say. Who is usually the victim of a criminal? The most innocent of the innocent, and usually those who can least afford the attrition. "Are you there, Mr. Dave?" "I'm going to talk to my friend Cleet Purcell. He's a private investigator. If you're with him, no one will ever hurt you. Give me your address." I went into Labiche's office the next morning. "How you doing, Spade?" I said. He was drinking coffee from a white mug with Wonder Woman on it. "What's on your mind, Dave?" "You know Babette Lacholet? She works at the bar and grill." "What about her?" "She call you?" He set the mug down. "Yeah, she did. What do you want to know?" "She's a nice lady, don't you think?" "Yeah, nice. Good-looking tits. Probably a sweet piece of barbecue. What else you want to know?" "Why don't you show some respect?" "I don't know what it is with you, Robicheaux. You got a 2x4 with nails in it shoved up your ass every time I see you." "She saw you with a guy who sounds a lot like Kevin Penny. She doesn't know Penny. She has no connection with Penny. She didn't dime you about Penny.
She simply described a man who looks like him. You were talking to him in the parking lot outside the bar and grill where she works. What about it? Is Penny a confidential informant? Number one, I never heard of this guy. Number two, if it was my snitch, I wouldn't meet him in a public place. I'm glad you've cleared all that up, Spade. I heard you were undercover in Liberty City. How'd you get along with the Jamaicans? Fine. They love the color green. You ever see their transporters land in the Glades? A few times. Did you know the guys transporting coke on I-10? Most of them were blacks the Colombians used like Kleenex. They sure did a number on us. In 3 years, this whole area was full of dope. New Orleans became the murder capital of America. What's your point? I was just thinking about the systemic nature of the problem. It's like a virus. Those women who were killed in Jeff Parish all had some relationship to the drug culture. The sales of 5 and dime stuff, all those lives were snuffed out for chump change. He toasted me with his cup before he drank. His fingers spread across Wonder Woman's patriotically dressed body. Close the door on your way out, will you? Be seeing you later, you lying motherfucker, I thought. But Labiche had little to do with the origins of my anger. Maybe he was on a pad, maybe not. I suspected he was a sociopath. Every organization or institution has sociopaths. The objective is always power. People like Labiche function because they're useful idiots. Prostitution and drug trafficking cannot exist in a community without sanction. Vice is symbiotic and, like a leech, must attach itself to a cooperative host. That's not hard to do. Once it's established, digging it out of the tissue takes years, maybe generations. The majority of victims are people no one cares about. Even though the street sales seem nickel and dime in nature, the aggregate can be enormous. The coke is stepped on half a dozen times before it reaches the projects. The skag might have roach powder in it. The speed comes out of labs at Motel 6. But the number of addicts always grows. It never declines. The health and psychiatric problems of the afflicted are pushed off on social services. The big bonus for the dealers is the female trade. They're compliant and easily managed. They provide freebies for corrupt cops. They're never more than 1 day away. Since Prohibition, vice on America's southern rim has been run by individuals and families in Tampa, Miami, New Orleans, and Galveston. When Huey Long gave the state of Louisiana to Frank Costello, slot and racehorse machines appeared in every hotel lobby, drugstore, and saloon in the state, followed by an invasion of pimps, hookers, and even commercial fishers. They worked for the mob in New Orleans and drained the lakes of crappie and sold them by the hundreds of thousands in Chicago. The system was like a pyramid. Everything at the bottom contributed to the top of the structure. In the life, it's called piecing off the action. A working girl who didn't understand that could get a cup full of acid in the face. I knew a black girl who was soaked with gasoline by 2 pimps and set on fire. The minions at the bottom of the organization are myriad and need lead shoes on a windy day. But there is always one person at the top and only one. In this case, the head guy was a steaming pile of gorilla shit known as Tony Nineball. All the elements in this story started with Fat Tony and the Civil War sword he planned to give to Levon Broussard, probably to involve Levon in one of Tony's movie productions. I told Helen I was checking out a cruiser and also where I was going with it. "What for?" she said, hardly able to conceal the ennui in her voice. "I think the deaths of the Jeff Davis 8 are indirectly on Nemo. I think the dope in Iberia Parish is, too." "What you're really saying is somehow he's connected to the murder of T.J. D'Artez. That's what you want to believe, isn't it? If you bruise Tony's ego, he never forgets." "Do what you need to," she said. Watch your ass. Tony Nemo is a cruel man. Does Spade LaBiche have any reason for being around Kevin Penny? Not to my knowledge. You know something I don't? I told her how Babette Lacholet had tried to return LaBiche's lighter to him in the parking lot outside the bar and grill and had seen Penny talking with LaBiche. Did you bring this up with LaBiche? Helen said. He denies knowing Penny or having any connection with him. Did you tell him the barmaid informed on him? She had already called LaBiche. She knows him from the bar and grill. I was trying to put out the fire and indicate to LaBiche that the girl wasn't conspiring against him. Take a breath. It's frustrating, Helen. This guy's a son of a bitch, and you're pretending he's not. I'll have a talk with him. She got up from her desk and bit a hangnail, avoiding my eyes. I'm worried about where the D'Artes investigation is going. Your prints were on the broken window glass. How do you explain that? I can't. She cleared her throat. This is eating a hole in my stomach. Then turn everything over to the prosecutor's office. I'll go on leave without pay or resign. She looked sideways at me, her face so hot it was almost glowing. The case isn't prosecutable, not as it stands. A defense attorney would keep you off the stand and present a dozen ways the prints could have gotten on the glass. That makes me glad. It also puts me in conflict with myself. You're not the only person twisting in the wind, Pops. I'm sorry you're caught in this. There may be another explanation about the prints, she said. Latents can be transferred. A microscopic examination can detect a forgery, but not always. LaBiche is manufacturing evidence? He's a mixed bag, she replied. He's too nice around me, always with the grin. I'd better get going. I'll be back this afternoon. Keep Cleet out of this. No more Wild West antics at the OK Corral. You have to admit Doc and Wyatt had clarity of line. White man who think with forked brain, not speak anymore. White man keep nose clean and not smart off unless white man wants slap upside head. White man now get his ass out of my office. She wiggled her fingers at me. I hadn't thought about the possibilities with Cleet. After I signed out the cruiser, I stopped in the shade by the grotto and called his office on my cell. Want to take a ride to the Big Sleazy? What for? To share a few oysters with Tony Squid. I'll be out front. 2 minutes later, I pulled to the curb in front of his office. He was wearing his powder blue sport coat and pork pie hat, and freshly ironed gray slacks and tasseled loafers shined as bright as mirrors. His eyes were clear, his face ruddy, his youthfulness temporarily restored, as always when he went 24 hours without booze. "Let's rock," he said. When he pulled open the door, his coat was heavier on one side than the other. "What's in your pocket?" I asked. "Lint," he replied. Every weekday at noon, Tony could be found at one of 2 oyster bars in the quarter, primarily because both had accommodations that could seat a gargantuan blob who had to spread his cheeks across a padded bench or 2 chairs pushed together. The restaurant also had to accommodate his oxygen cylinder and sometimes a nurse and a retinue of hangers-on, and of course his bodyguards, Maximo Souza and Juju Ladrine. Juju was half coon-ass and half Sicilian, and could do squats with a 500-pound bar across his shoulders. He wore blue suits and ties and starched white shirts regardless of the heat, and in public always seemed embarrassed and popping with sweat and about to burst out of his clothes. Maximo was another matter. He had a 22-inch waist and the diminutive features of a child. He had been a jockey in Cuba. He wore a flat-topped gray knit cap with a bill and unironed slacks that flapped like rags and a suit coat buttoned tight at the waist and flared on the hips. He took orders from Tony as if there were no moral distinction between chauffeuring a limo and sticking an ice pick into one of Tony's enemies. I parked the cruiser in a garage on Royal, and Cleet and I walked to the oyster bar and went inside. It was 12:05 p.m. Tony was sitting at a long table in a back corner, the checkered tablecloth set with a pitcher of sangria and baskets of sourdough bread. Maximo and Juju were not Tony's only companions. The man seated immediately next to him was famous for all the wrong reasons. Plastic surgery had transformed him from a homely Ichabod Crane born in the Midwest to a regal and tragic Jefferson Davis in the twilight of the Confederacy. He had been a leader of the Klan and the American Nazi Party and the friend of every white supremacist group in the country. Then he discovered religion and was born again and wore his spirituality like a uniform. He had served in the Louisiana legislature and run for the presidency and the United States Senate. Then he went to Russia to promote his latest anti-Semitic book. While he was out of the country, the FBI got a warrant on his house and found his mailing list. He had been selling subscriptions to his racist publications and concealing the income from the IRS. Later, the multicultural nature of the prison shower room was not his favorite conversational subject. Bobby Earl was his name, and manipulation was his game. During the peak of his career, women who affected the dress of Southern belles lined up to be photographed with him. Then the plastic surgeon's handiwork began to soften and deteriorate and slip from the bone, and Bobby Earl's face took on the appearance of wax held to a flame. His hair fell out, too, and he wore a wig that resembled barber-shop sweepings glued to a plastic skull cap. While attending an anti-America, anti-Israel convention in Iran, he was interviewed on CNN and reduced by Wolf Blitzer to a raging idiot while spittle flew from his lips. The hostess started to seat Cleet and me at a small table. "We're with Mr. Nemo," I said. "Are you sure? He didn't tell me others would be joining him," she said. Cleet waved at Tony.
"Sorry we're late, big guy," he said.
The hostess took us to the table and walked away quickly. "You don't mind, do you, Tony?" I said. He looked up from his shrimp cocktail.
"We're eating here."
Cleet and I opened our menus. Cleet turned to Juju and Maximo.
"What do you guys recommend?"
Neither answered.
"You drink your breakfast, Purcell?"
Tony said.
"Actually, I did. A protein shake with bananas and strawberries," Cleet said. "You ought to try it."
Tony stuck his finger in one ear and wiped it on the tablecloth.
"You followed me in here?"
"We were in the neighborhood," I said. "How's it going, Bobby?" "I'm fine, thank you." "The advocate says Jimmy Nightingale is trying to distance himself from you," I said. "I think you're getting a dirty deal."
"Yeah, me too," Cleet said.
He hit Earl hard between the shoulders, slanting his wig. I caught the waiter's attention and ordered iced tea and a dozen raw oysters. Cleet ordered a po' boy sandwich and a vodka Collins. A black busboy filled our water glasses and took away an empty bread basket and brought back a full one. Tony called the manager over.
"That colored kid don't come close to this table again, unless he's got white gloves on, clear?"
"Yes, sir, Mr. Nemo," the manager said, bending stiffly.
"What are you looking at?"
Tony said to me. "Nothing," I replied. He waited for me to go on, but I didn't.
"You being cute?"
he asked.
"A play on words or something?"
"Not me," I said. Cleet ordered a second vodka Collins.
"If this has something to do with Bobby, I want you two guys to lay off him,"
Tony said. I saw Earl's face color, his pale blue eyes looking straight ahead.
"What are you guys here for?"
Tony said.
"Don't you talk shit to me either."
Cleet took a long drink from his glass.
"We were passing by and happened to see you and thought you could help us with something. See, there's this ex-con named Kevin Penny, and there's speculation that somebody might have sicked him on Dave for messing up a movie deal with Levon Broussard. You got some movie deals hanging, Tony? I hear your films are great.
Tony's eyes seemed to cross as he tried to ingest Cleet's words. In the meantime, Bobby Earl seemed to be going through an internal meltdown while he picked through the way Tony had marginalized him. He sipped from his water glass and blotted his lips with his napkin. "I'm not the same person I was when I went to prison. I belong to an evangelical reading group now. I'm trying to make amends for my past life. I think of all people, you would understand that, Dave. May I call you Dave? You treated me harshly once, but I forgave you. Can you do the same?" Cleet drained his Collins. The waiter began putting our food on the table.
"Hit me again on this, will you?" Cleet said, pointing to his glass. He looked at Earl. "You walk the walk, Bobby. Fucking A."
People at other tables turned in their chairs. "Are you mocking me?" Earl said.
"Are you kidding? I always thought Jimmy Nightingale was a fraud and a four-flesher. Look how he treated Tony. He takes the Civil War sword Tony bought to give to Levon Broussard and gives it to Broussard himself. Now he's got a rape beef coming down on his head, and he'll probably give up anybody he can to save his own sorry ass."
"What rape beef?"
Tony said.
"A well-known lady has brought charges. You can check out the particulars yourself. This guy Penny says Nightingale has got a cut of the action in Jeff Davis Parish. Maybe elsewhere as well. Now that he's in trouble, maybe he'll give up some names. The guy's NCAA, no class at all."
Tony made a wet sucking sound in his throat.
"You think you're smart?"
"I was keeping you up to date on your boy Nightingale, Tony," Cleet said. "I gotta hit the head. Don't choke on that oyster."
"Take this thought with you, smart guy. I bought a bunch of your markers, 20 cents on the dollar. Now you owe me, not the Shylock."
Cleet stared at him in disbelief.
"Yeah, you heard right," Tony said. "Now go piss."
My cell phone rang. It was Helen, but the connection was bad. I went outside on the sidewalk. The air was cool and dank in the shade and had a winey smell like old Europe. A garbage truck clattered past. "Helen," I said. "Where are you?" she asked. "In the quarter, eating lunch with Fat Tony and Bobby Earl." "What's Earl doing there?" "Cadging favors. You need to get back here." "What happened?" I said. My head was still pounding with the revelation that a man like Tony the Nose had bought part of Cleet's debt. "Rowena Broussard cut her wrists. She's at Iberia General. She says nobody believes her account of the assault. She's putting it on you and me. Levon is yelling his head off." "About what?" "He thinks Iberia General isn't up to his standards. He wants his wife transferred to Our Lady of the Lake in Baton Rouge." I'll wrap things up here and head back. "What's going on with Tony Nemo?" "Trouble." I looked through the restaurant window. Cleet was gone from the table. So were Juju and Maximo. "I'll call you back," I said. Cleet was standing at the urinal when he heard Maximo and Juju come through the door. A man wearing a suit was urinating next to him. The man zipped his pants and began combing his hair in the mirror. "Go outside, man," Maximo said. "Why?" the man said. "We got to unstop a pipe. You need to be somewhere else." The man took one look at the expression on Maximo's face and went out the door. Cleet turned on the faucet and watched Maximo and Juju in the mirror.
"Don't do this."
"You got to come out in the alley," Juju said.
"No, I don't."
"Tony says we gotta talk," Maximo said.
"Tell him to boogie, Max," Cleet said. "In 6 months, the state of Louisiana will be installing a pay toilet on Tony's grave."
"What happens later don't change nothing now," Maximo said. "What you got in your coat pocket?" Cleet squeaked off the faucet and jerked 2 brown paper towels from the dispenser and dried his hands.
"Talk to him, Juju."
Juju looked like someone had fitted a garrote around his neck. "I got my job to do, Purcell," Bad choice of words, Cleet said. No, bad choice of everything for you, man, Maximo said. Cleet put a hand into his coat pocket for his blackjack, one that was shaped like a darning sock and weighted with lead and attached to a spring in a wood grip. But Maximo had already clicked on the stun gun he held behind his back. He touched it to Cleet's spine, and more than 15,000 volts flowed into Cleet's body. Cleet felt a ping like a bucket of nails tearing their way through his insides, dropping into his genitals, buckling his knees and making him speak in a voice he didn't recognize. He pulled himself half erect and tried to swing the blackjack at Maximo's head. It flew from his fingers into the toilet stall. Cleet stumbled along the wall, knocking over the trash can, his eyes bloodshot and stinging. We ain't finished, man, Maximo said. It don't do no good to run. Cleet felt the sharp edges of a condom machine. He fitted his fingers around it and tore it loose in a cloud of plaster and smashed it on Maximo's head. Juju was reaching inside his coat for a small 5-shot titanium Colt 38 special he carried in a nylon holster under his coat. Cleet drove the condom machine like a cinder block straight into his face. Maximo lay half upright against the wall. Juju was bent over the sink, teeth and blood and saliva stringing into his cupped hand. Cleet wet a handful of paper towels and pressed them to Juju's mouth. Jesus Christ, Juju! Why'd you guys do this? What's the matter with y'all? Juju spat a tooth into the sink, unable to answer. The door swung back on its hinges. Fat Tony stood in the hallway, one hand propped on his cylinder cart, his lungs wheezing. 2 uniformed cops stood behind him.
I got your balls in a vice, Purcell. Your new home is Shitsville. How's it feel, Blimpo?
Chapter 13. Maximo and Juju went to the hospital and Cleet went to the can. I called Helen and told her I'd be late getting back to New Iberia. What happened? She asked. I told her, in detail. I don't believe this, she said. Have you lost your mind? New Orleans does that to you. She hung up. In the morning I went to Iberia General to visit Rowena Broussard, less out of concern for her than the fact that she had blamed her attempted suicide on Helen and me. She was out of intensive care and propped up on the bed in a sunny room that gave onto Bayou Teche and live oaks strung with Spanish moss. Her lips were gray, her face pale, her wrists heavily bandaged. A glass of ice water sat on the table next to her. Water had been spilled on the table. Levon just left, she said. I came to see you, I said. I forgot. It's a felony to commit suicide in Louisiana. How about losing the victim routine? You're a hard-nosed wanker, aren't you? I sat in a chair next to her bed and picked up her water glass. I held the straw to her mouth. She drank from it and laid her head back on the pillow. What's a wanker? I said. A fucking seppo who doesn't know where to plant his bishop. I thought it better not to pursue any more Australian definitions. I heard you put your suicide attempt on Sheriff Swallow and me, I said. You're right. That's probably not fair. There was nothing good on the telly, so I thought I'd shuffle off to the crematorium. Were you ever treated for depression? Leave the psychoanalysis at the door, if you would. I've had a long relationship with depression, Rowena. It eats at you in ways you can't describe to others. That's why you're a juicer? I'm a juicer because I chose to be one. Her eyes held on mine, perhaps with curiosity or disdain. I had no idea who she was. I went to the window and gazed down at the bayou. A Union flotilla came down the Teche in 1863. 20,000 Yankee soldiers marched right past the site of this hospital. They raped slave women and set fire to plantation homes up and down the bayou. Thomas Jefferson said, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just. Tell me there's a drop of sense in that, because it sounds like drivel. I think Jefferson was saying that justice eventually comes about, but often in an imperfect way. I'm saying I don't know if you'll get the justice you deserve. You're going to let him get away with this? I didn't say that. Maybe there are others he's attacked. That's not his reputation. Wrong words. I'm the exception. Just out of nowhere, he turns into a rapist. At least that we know about. That's a grand explanation. You're not responsible for information you're too lazy to find out about. Lovely. Jimmy Nightingale has no history of abusing women. His problem is ambition and besting his father, who, I understand, was a walking penis. This gets better all the time. Would you please get the fuck out? I left without saying goodbye. I couldn't blame her for her anger, but I wasn't sympathetic with it either. She seemed to nurse it as a friend at the expense of others. I believed Rowena Broussard might take up residence in a black box for the rest of her life. Out in the corridor, I heard the elevator door open, then found myself looking at the last person I expected to see at Iberia General that particular day. He looked fresh and radiant, as though he had just wakened from a good night's sleep and was ready to start a new day. A bouquet of flowers in an electric blue vase was cradled in his arms. "Are you going where I think you're going?" I said. "I couldn't find anybody to bring the flowers up, so I brought them myself," Jimmy Nightingale said. "Will you take them the rest of the way?" "I just got 86th. I wouldn't advise going in there." "That bad, huh?" "What do you expect?" I said. "She knows what happened, or rather, what didn't happen. I think she's a bit of a thespian. Is Levon here?" "No." "I'll toggle in and toggle back out." "Leave her alone, Jimmy." "Sorry." He started to walk around me. "I'm speaking to you as an officer of the law. You're not going into that room. You're showing poor form, Dave. If you go in there, you're going to be under arrest. Then you'd better get your handcuffs out." The elevator door opened again. Levon Broussard stepped into the corridor. He remained motionless, staring at us, his lanky frame backlit by a window. His face was as empty as a bread pan. He walked toward us, his eyes never leaving my face, completely ignoring Nightingale. "Why is this lizard standing in front of my wife's hospital room?" People are what they do, not what they think, not what they say. But I think we all have moments when we realize we never quite know a person in his or her totality. "I brought your wife flowers," Nightingale said. "I'd appreciate your not referring to me in a derogatory way." Levon didn't take his eyes off me. "Get him out of here, Dave." "Everything is under control here," I said, raising my hand. "Only a psychopath would do something like this," Levon said. "Give us a minute here," I said. "No, I will not," Levon said. "You don't know how much I admire your novels and your wife's art," Nightingale said. "Drunk or sober, I would never do either of you harm. For God's sake, use reason, man." Levon watched a black custodian drag a wheeled bucket of soapy water down the corridor. Then he looked at Nightingale and the electric blue vase and the roses inside it. "Thank you, sir. I'll take care of those." His fingers were long and tapered like a pianist's or a basketball player's. He took the vase from Nightingale and walked to the elevator and pushed the button. When the doors opened, he lobbed the vase inside and watched the doors close again. He walked past us to the custodian and handed him a crisp $50 bill. "I had an accident in the elevator," he said. "Sorry to make trouble for you." "It's all right, sir," the black man said. Then Levon turned around and walked calmly toward Nightingale and me. "Woe," I said. "Woe unto thyself," he replied. He grabbed Nightingale by the lapels and crashed him into the wall, pinning him against it, staring straight into his eyes. Then he gathered all the spittle in his mouth and spat it in Nightingale's face. I placed my hand on Levon's arm. That's enough. He released Nightingale and stepped backward. I moved between him and Nightingale. Let's go, Jimmy. Nightingale wiped his face on his sleeve. His skin was discolored, as though it had been freeze-burned. His eyes were full of tears. Did you hear me? I said. I'll walk with you to your car. Yes, let's do that, he replied. I rested my hand on his shoulder. We'll take the stairs. That would be fine. He started to look back. Step along now, I said. It's funny how things can go amiss, isn't it? A wrong word here, a misunderstanding there. I don't think I'll ever quite get over this. Let it slide, Jimmy. There's nothing like moralizing at the expense of another, is there? I must learn the art of it. I accompanied him to his car and then went back to the office. Cleet called just before noon. Maximo and Juju hadn't filed charges. Cleet had paid a fine at guilty court and was back on the street.
I'll be in New Iberia this afternoon.
Did Tony Nemo actually buy your markers?
If he did, he screwed himself. I already paid them off.
I don't think Fat Tony will see it that way.
He's one step away from worm food and knows it. You know what I think? Every one of these bastards is scared shitless of dying.
The gospel, according to Cletus Purcell. That evening brought rain and an ink-washed sky and the throbbing of hundreds of frogs. The air was sweet and cold, and I put on a jacket and opened a can of sardines and poured the juice on top of Tripod's old hutch and set the can inside next to a bowl of water, careful not to get the smell on my hands or clothes. Then I sat in a big wooden deck chair outfitted with water-resistant cushions and watched the light go out of the sky and the shadows disappear from the bayou's surface and the alligator gars rolling like serpents on the edge of the lily pads. The house was dark except for Alifair's bedroom, where she was working on her film adaptation of Levon Broussard's Civil War novel. Boys who had been playing softball in the park had left for the evening, and one by one the flood lamps above the diamond clicked off. I felt my eyes closing and a great fatigue seeping through my body, one that I did not argue with, in the same way that, at a certain age, you do not argue with the pull of the earth. In my dream, I saw the boys in tattered gray and butternut brown marching through the trees in the park. A sergeant with a kepi canted on his brow, high-stepping and counting cadence. I walked along beside them and spoke to them in both English and French, once again expecting them to pass by without acknowledging me, but this time was different. They were gesturing, waving me into their ranks. "Now?" I said. "What better time?" the sergeant said. His cheeks were spiked with blonde whiskers, his uniform sun-faded and stiff with salt, white light radiating from a hole in his chest. "I have a daughter who needs me. We all get to the same place. She'll be joining us one day as well." "You wouldn't talk like that if you had a daughter." "I had a son, though. The bluebelly who put a ball through my heart didn't care about him or me. If God had a daughter, I bet he wouldn't have let her die on a cross." "Then perhaps you belong among the quick." "Right you are, sir. Top of the evening to you." The column disappeared inside the fog. I felt a weight bounce sharply on my lap and tumble off my knees. I thought I had wakened, then realized I was still dreaming, because I saw a raccoon waddling through the leaves, his furry tail flicking like a fat spring. I fell deeper into my sleep, into a place that was cool and warm at the same time, when the year was 1945, and people in my community spoke only French, and on festival days danced under the stars with the innocence of medieval folk. Someone shook my arm hard and steady. "Wake up, Dave." I looked up at Alifair's face. "Better come in before you get rained on," she said. I stood up off balance. "What a dream." "You were laughing. I thought a big coon jumped in my lap." "Better take a look at your trousers." The muddy paw prints were unmistakable. There was a gummy smear on one thigh. I touched it and smelled my fingers. "What is it?" she said. "Sardines. Maybe he got in somebody's trash." "Coons don't jump in people's laps." "Tripod did," she said. "He sure did. How you doing, Alfenheimer?" "Why are you acting so weird?" "I'll take weird over rational any day of the week," I said. The next day I went to the office of the Broussard family physician, Melvin LeBlanc. "Now what?" he said. "Rowena cut her wrist right above the palms," I said. "Yes." "If you're serious about going off planet, you do it higher up, don't you?" "People are not in a rational state when they try to take their lives," he replied. "Am I right or not, Doc?" "They do it here." He drew 2 fingers high up on his inner forearm. He gazed innocuously out the window. "Is there something else you want to tell me?" "No." "Let me rephrase. Is there something else you feel I should know?" "I'd like to have you banned from my office. How about that?" I held his eyes. "Rowena had medical training in Australia," he said. "She nursed Indians in South America, what we used to call meatball medicine." "She wasn't serious about getting to the barn?" "This doesn't mean she wasn't assaulted." "Thanks for your time," I said. Chapter 14. That night, Alifair played tennis with friends at Red Lorille's Health and Racket Club in Lafayette. The night was black, the lights over the court iridescent with humidity, the whocking sounds of tennis balls and the huffing and shouts of the players a celebration of spring and rebirth. When Alifair's friends quit for the evening, she wiped herself off with a towel and began hitting on the backboard. A woman in a pleated tennis skirt and a white sweater cut off at the armpits with black hair pulled back as tightly as wire walked up behind her, spinning the shaft of a racket in her left palm. "Like to have another go at it?" "Pardon?" Alifair said. "You're Alifair Robicheaux. I recognize you from the photo on your book jacket." "Yes," Alifair said. "I'm Emmeline Nightingale." "Are you?" "Jimmy Nightingale's cousin and bookkeeper. My partner didn't show. I was hoping to hit a few." "I was about to head back to New Iberia." "Maybe another time, then. Your last book was marvelous." "Thank you." "I read you graduated at the top of Stanford Law. Look, I didn't mean to do anything inappropriate. I know who your father is, and I know he's talking to Jimmy about some legal matters." "No, that has nothing to do with my situation," Alifair said. "Well, anyway, I wanted to introduce myself and tell you how much I admire your writing. Damn it, I wanted to play tonight." "If you like, we can volley a bit." Emmeline went to the far end of a nearby court and began dancing on the balls of her feet. Alifair went to the baseline and bounced the ball once, then hit it leisurely across the net. Emmeline returned it in the same way, smiling, showing no sense of competitiveness, making sure the return always went to Alifair's forehand. Then, for no apparent reason, she swung the racket hard, rolling it with her wrist and top-speeding the ball so it scotched the surface of the court and flew past Alifair's reach. "Good shot," Alifair said, ignoring the breach of protocol. "Sorry, I was still thinking about my partner not showing up," Emmeline said. They stroked the ball back and forth. Then Alifair hit to Emmeline's left side and advanced on the net, intending to create a routine pepper game. Emmeline returned the ball with a 2-arm backhand that slashed the ball like a BB into Alifair's face. Alifair lowered her racket and pressed her wrist to her mouth. Emmeline ran to the net. "Are you all right? I'm sorry. I don't know why I did that." "I'm fine," Alifair replied. You didn't know I was coming to the net. It's my fault. Here, let me see, Emmeline said. Your lip is cut. Let's go inside. I'll get some ice. It's nothing. Let's have a cold drink, please. I feel awful. Really, I'm okay. Please, Emmeline said. Alifair slipped the cover onto her racket and zipped it up. She looked at her automobile in the lot. Emmeline touched a Kleenex to Alifair's chin and showed it to her. Come on, we have to take care of that. After Alifair went to the restroom, she joined Emmeline in the health bar. Emmeline ordered iced fruit drinks for them and put the charge on her bill. I took a chance. You like strawberries and pineapple, don't you? Sure. The ice will stop the swelling. Go ahead, drink. Alifair looked at Emmeline's reflection in the mirror. The woman's face was flushed, her breath short, as though from exertion or excitement. You seem a little tense, Alifair said. I have a confession to make. What's that? I recognized you not only from your photo, but from the university library. You were asking the reference librarian about Civil War maps and the Union occupation of southwestern Louisiana. You told her you were writing a screenplay. That's true. Can I ask about what? Reconstruction in the White League and a Confederate veteran who teaches a former slave girl to read and write. What's the White League? The Klan were amateurs in comparison. The White League took over New Orleans in 1872 and shot James Longstreet. You know what the story sounds like? Alifair didn't answer. Levon Broussard's Civil War novel, based on his ancestors. Could be, Alifair said. It is, isn't it? In Hollywood, historical stories are called period pieces. They're toxic. Think Cold Mountain. I'm doing what's called a treatment. It's a lark more than anything. I think Levon Broussard's novel is a great book. The first movies were westerns, weren't they? At some point, movies will have to go back to their origins, won't they? Alifair pushed her drink back toward the edge of the bar. She touched her lip. I think I've stopped bleeding. Do you have a formal situation with Levon? Maybe you should ask him. I would, except for that Australian bitch he calls a wife. Alifair looked at her watch. I'd better be going. Emmeline moved her hand on top of Alifair's. Bitch is kind. She's trying to ruin my cousin's life. I'll be leaving now, Miss Emmeline. Emmeline worked her fingers around Alifair's hand. Her skin felt moist and hot, her fingers squeezing like tentacles. Hear me out. Regardless of what people say, Jimmy has a tender conscience. He worries over things other people wouldn't give a second thought about. You ever hang around the CEOs in the oil business? They let others do their dirty work. I'm not sure what we're talking about. Please release my hand. Sorry. Meet this collection of shits and tell me how you like it. You have no idea what they do in the third world. Alifair couldn't track the sequence. She got off the stool. Dave worries about me. Then call him. Be seeing you around, I'm sure. Emmeline's eyes seemed to take Alifair's inventory. Top of your class at Stanford Law. That's impressive. But somebody has to do it, right? Not necessarily. Alifair went out the glass doors and didn't look back. She felt a rivulet of blood running from one nostril. When she started her car, her heart was thudding in her ears, as though evil could insinuate its way into a person's life without consent. In the morning, I received a call from the coroner, Cormac Watts. What's with your colleague? He said. Which colleague? Spade Labiche. I looked through the glass on my office door. As coincidence would have it, Labiche was passing by. He cocked his thumb and index finger like a pistol and aimed it at me, winking. What about him? I asked. I called him twice and left messages he didn't bother to answer. I had additional information to give him on the T.J. D'Artez autopsy. Maybe it's insignificant, maybe not. What kind of information? I know there's a bullseye painted on your back, Dave. I wanted to get all the information right, including the possibility that D'Artes was a bad guy and responsible for your wife's death, even though that's not my job. Go on, I said. The blood work showed he was legally drunk when he expired. His wife said he was an epileptic and took anti-seizure medication and wasn't supposed to drink, but he drank anyway, and a lot. She also said he knocked her around. Anyway, I wanted to pass on the info, but the department's affirmative action homophobe doesn't seem interested. You left this on his machine? Enough so he would know it's important. I'll get back with you shortly, I said. I hung up and went into Robicheaux's office. The message light on his phone was blinking. Got any problem talking with Cormac Watts? I asked. Not as long as he stays off our toilet seats, he replied. How's it feel? How does what feel? Being you, a full-time shithead? You're way out of line, Robicheaux. Try this. You're ignoring forensic evidence in a homicide investigation. You're queering the prosecution's case before it ever hits the prosecutor's desk. Queering? It's the old term for screwing up or delegitimizing. I've got to remember that. You're a mountain of information, Robo. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to haul your sorry ass into Helen's office and tell her what you've got. I'll think about it. I walked to his desk and picked up the receiver from his phone. I thunked it into the middle of his forehead and replaced it in the cradle. His cheeks drained. A pink half-moon pulsed under his hairline. 5 minutes, I said. That night, I tried to reach into the blackout where I had disappeared from the world of normal people. Experience had taught me that chemically induced amnesia has no cure. Your memory does not return at a convenient time. You do not walk from an airless black cell in Alcatraz's infamous D-block into sunlight and rationality. In all probability, you have permanently destroyed thousands of brain cells, just as though you had struck yourself in the head with a ball-peen hammer. But sometimes the problem is psychological rather than neurological. If so, there is a way you can unspool the nightmare that your conscious mind might not want to accept. Unfortunately, the method is imperfect and dangerous. You can become convinced you have committed horrific acts when in fact you have not. Your ordinary dreams can contain bits and pieces of a larger event. In my case, an encounter with T.J. D'Artes on a narrow 2-lane parish road out by Bayou Benoit. The process is like reassembling a sheet of gray and black stained glass fallen from a church window to a flagstone floor. For me, that meant images flashing like a kaleidoscope deep down inside my sleep. The glare of headlights in my rearview mirror, a vehicle gnashing against my bumper, fences and weeds whirling around me, the leering face of an unshaved man with greasy black hair and nails rimmed with dirt, his eyes lit by the fires of stupidity and ignorance and rage. In none of my dreams, however, was I striking a man with my fists, or choking, or stomping and kicking him. How could I have killed a man with my bare hands, or with a club, and not have any trace of the crime in my unconscious? I wanted to believe I had set myself free, but I didn't. Another image remained with me, one that had nothing to do with the event by Bayou Benoit. Instead, I saw him behind the wheel of his truck, his tires squealing around the curve that led to the intersection Molly was entering, his face dilated and drunk with the power the pedal transferred up his leg and into his genitals. I wanted to kill him even worse than I'd wanted to kill Mac, the man who helped destroy my family. I wanted to break his bones and destroy his face with my fists. I wanted to do other things I will not describe. I harbored emotions that no Christian should ever have. But they were mine. I owned them, and they still lived within me, even though T.J. D'Artez was lying on a slab as cold and bloodless as stale lunch meat. Was I capable of the homicide out by Bayou Benoit? You tell me. Chapter 15. Saturday morning, I put out another can of sardines for our raccoon friend, whom I named Monty Coon. I had not heard Alifair come in from Red's Health Club the night before. She walked up behind me, a mug of coffee in her hand. She was wearing white shorts and a long-sleeved denim shirt with the tails hanging out. She told me about her encounter with Emmeline Nightingale. She's a little otherworldly. A human icicle, I said. She has dirty eyes. You think she hit the ball in your face deliberately? That's what I felt like after I talked with her. She's a controller. She also seems to have an obsession with oil companies. What's the story on that? Jimmy has a degree in geology. He worked in South America a while. The Nightingales have their fingers in lots of pies. She sat down in a white-painted wooden chair near Tripod's hutch. The sky was blue and as shiny as silk. Leaves from the live oaks were tumbling on her hair and skin. I couldn't believe she was the little girl I'd pulled from the cabin of a submerged plane. She left me with a disturbing sensation, Alifair said. One I couldn't shake driving home. Like what? Evil. You think she's going to call you? Probably. She seems interested in the treatment I'm doing on Levan Broussard's Civil War novel. Maybe that's a project you should drop, Alf. Because of her? Because it's going to drag you into contact with Levan and his wife. I think Rowena Broussard is a sick person. You don't believe she was raped? She's an unhappy person who has a tendency to work out her problems on the backs of other people. That's 2/3 of Hollywood, she said. Did you talk to Levan about the treatment? On the phone. He said it was fine with him, but he thought it was a waste of time. What do you think? It's really good. The battle scenes at Shiloh, the Yankee occupation, the story of the slave girl and her white father who founded Angola prison. Why hasn't someone adapted it? Confederates are the new Nazis. Have you seen the raccoon again? Not yet. He'll be back, I said. Are you okay, Dave? You bet. Shit, she said. Shit, shit, shit. Don't use that kind of language, Alf. She put down her coffee mug and stood up and hugged me and pressed her face into my shoulder. I felt the wetness in her eyes. What's this about? I said. She wiped her eyes on my shirt. Answer me, Alifair. I hate what they're doing to you, she said. I'd like to shoot every motherfucking one of them. Don't use that language in our home. She hit me again and again, her fists bouncing on my chest. The social worker in Jennings was named Carolyn Ardwin. She was a matronly, white-haired woman with lovely skin and a blush on her cheeks and soft hands. When Cleet's cell phone woke him up at 8:05 on Monday morning, he was surprised by how happy he felt to receive her call. He had met her only once in her office to talk about Kevin Penny's 11-year-old boy. Their conversation had been all business, with little time to speak of anything other than the child's safety. But her perfume and her manner and the freshness of her clothes lingered with him. I hope I didn't call too early, Mr. Purcell, she said.
No, ma'am, I was just about to head to the office.
I'm probably not supposed to make this call, but you're such a nice man, and I know you want to be apprised of Homer's situation. She paused as though reluctant to continue. We're reinstating him with Mr. Penny today.
At the trailer?
Yes, a little earlier than I expected. But if not now, we would be taking him there later, and the circumstances wouldn't be any different.
What time today?
At noon sharp.
This troubles me, Miss Carolyn. Mightily. Why had he used such a strange word?
Mr. Purcell?
Yes.
The time seemed to drag like a chain down a stairs. I'm terribly perturbed about this placement, she said finally.
I'm going to drop by the trailer.
I know you're a good man, but don't be confrontational with him. You know whom he'll punish.
I'll call you later, he said. I promise everything will be all right.
No, it won't. But you're kind to say that. You're a good man, sir.
He felt a blooming sensation in his chest that he couldn't explain. Cleet drove to Lafayette and made a purchase at a sporting goods store, then got on I-10 to Jennings.
Homer Penny had no memory of his mother, a meth addict and an attractive black prostitute whom her husband Kevin pimped out to middle-class white men from Lake Charles and Lafayette, including a well-known physician. Homer seldom spoke and always looked uncertain or frightened, as though standing in a canoe or a pirogue about to topple into a bayou filled with snakes. He had big ears and blue eyes and pale gold skin with big brown freckles like human camouflage. Cleet could never get him to smile. Cleet pulled up in front of the trailer at 11:45. The dirt bike was gone. At noon, a man in a state car came up the track, bouncing in the potholes, the passenger's head barely visible above the dashboard. The passenger wore horn-rimmed glasses and a hand-folded paper hat, and had big ears and a tiny nose and a thin face and slits for eyes, and made Cleet think of a baby seabird peeping out of a nest. The driver parked and got out. He wore a dark blue coat that had dandruff on the shoulders. Are you Mr. Purcell?
Cleet climbed out of the caddy, a shopping bag in his hand. I am.
I'm Herb Smith, with the state. Miss Carolyn said you'd be here. Looks locked up?
It is.
Smith twisted his wrist to read his watch. 3 minutes to noon. He squeezed his eyes shut and clicked them open again like the eyelids on a mechanical doll.
What? Cleet said.
Some days I hope certain people don't show up.
I brought something for Homer,
Cleet said. He opened the sack so Smith could see inside.
You mind?
No, sir. Go right ahead.
Cleet removed an Astros baseball cap and a softball and 2 gloves. How about it, pal? He asked the boy.
I never played, the boy said, his gaze askance.
We're going to change that. You get over there, and I'll start lobbing them to you. Then you fireball them back.
The boy couldn't catch with a wheelbarrow. He tripped and fell down when he ran after the ball. He couldn't throw 30 feet.
Tell you what, Cleet said. He went back to the caddy. I got you a bat. I'll pitch 'em, you hit 'em.
Homer missed the first 2 pitches, clipped the third, and hit the 4th squarely, ripping it across the grass. The welfare man from the state volunteered as catcher. It was 12:26. Do I have to stay here, Mr. Cleet? The boy said.
For a time. Mr. Smith and Miss Carolyn and I will be looking in on you.
The boy swung the bat at nothing. At 12:37 they heard the whine of a dirt bike. The boy's face drained. Cleet saw Smith mouth the words, "Son of a bitch." Kevin Penny cut the gas feed and coasted up to the caddy. He had a backpack. He pulled on the neck of his T-shirt and wiped his nose with it. "The big 3. I'll call it the 2.5. I need your signature and I'll be gone," Smith said. "What day of the month does the check come?" Penny said. "Pardon?" "It's supposed to be in the agreement, the amount and the date of delivery." "I think you'll find everything in order," Smith said. "Oh, hell yes," Penny said. He unslung his pack and walked past his son to the porch, grinding the Astros cap into the boy's scalp. Penny sat on the top step and opened a can of Bud and began tearing apart a rotisserie chicken from his pack and eating it with his hands. "Don't let me stop you." Cleet pitched the ball to Homer, but the boy let the bat stay on his shoulder and watched the ball drop into the dirt. "Strike one," Penny said. Cleet took off his fielder's glove and walked to the porch. He curled the glove into a cone and tucked it between Penny's thigh and the railing. "There's Little League ball in Jennings. Reach me those napkins in my pack, will you?" Penny said. Cleet didn't answer. Penny said something with his mouth full of meat. "What's that you say?" Cleet asked. Penny cleared his throat and laughed. "I thought that perfume come from the welfare office would be here. Instead, I get you." "I'll be running along now." "Want a thigh?" Penny raised the chicken in the grease-pooled foil to Cleet's face. Cleet walked to the caddy, a sound in his ears like tank treads clanking or the mewing of barnyard animals caught inside an unbearable flame. He bent down to Homer. "I'll be back to see you, pal. I'm on your side. So are Miss Carolyn and Mr. Smith." The boy was not listening. His eyes were wide, his bottom lip trembling as he stared at his father. Cleet could remember little of driving back to New Iberia, nor could he remember when he'd had a sadder day or a greater sense of foreboding. That afternoon, Helen caught me in the corridor. "In my office, Dave." I followed her inside and shut the door. "The prosecutor is on my butt about the D'Artes investigation," she said. "He doesn't like how it's going. He thinks you should be on the desk. Remind me of that come the next election." Helen was silhouetted against the window, her face covered with shadow. I didn't know if I'd made her angry or not. "I made a mistake assigning Labiche to the case," she said. "He wants your job." Finally, I thought. I talked to a couple of people in Dade and Broward counties. They said he took freebies in Liberty City, but that's about all they knew of. Any vice cop who'll take freebies will take money. In this instance, there's no evidence of that, she said. "Come on, Helen, if a cop is dirty, he can be blackmailed. He can also be killed." "All right," she said, giving up. She had gone to extraordinary lengths for me many times. I took no pleasure in her concession. "Helen, I think everything we're talking about is much bigger than Labiche or me or T.J. D'Artes or Jimmy Nightingale. I think it has to do with narcotics, with all the trafficking that starts in Florida and comes straight down I-10 into our midst." "The crack trade in Jefferson Davis Parish isn't the big score, Dave. We're the Walmart of the drug culture. Kids deal dope while they line up to go to a movie." Her face was still in shadow. "I don't think the D'Artes homicide is prosecutable, at least not at this point. I'm telling that to the prosecutor and leaving it in his hands. Prepare yourself." "For what?" "We'll be accused of covering up. Look at me, Dave." I knew what was coming. "Tell me you didn't do it. Or at least tell me that deep in your heart you believe you didn't do it." "I can't do that." "God damn it," she said. "Don't swear." She turned her back to me and stared out the window. The wind was blowing in City Park, the boughs of the oak trees swirling, a motorboat towing a water skier, furrowing the bayou. I wanted to say something of a consoling nature, but I had nothing to offer. Cleet Purcell normally referred to cop shows on television as the most recent shit Hollywood is foisting on really stupid people. Cleet's intolerance aside, the facsimile has little to do with the reality. Probably 1/3 of cops are dedicated to the job. 1/3 eat too many donuts, and 1/3 are people who should not be given power over others. Female detectives do not show off their cleavage. Many cops carry a drop or a throwdown. Cops plant evidence and lie on the stand. In our midst are sadists and racists who taint the rest of us. And the greatest contributor to solving crimes is not the lab, but the informant. Usually someone who skipped toilet training and couldn't make a peanut butter sandwich with a diagram. For Cleet, at least in the Acadiana area, that man was Pookie the Possum Domang. Pookie had the eyes and snout of his namesake, and walked in the same unsteady, desultory fashion, his head wobbling on his spindle of a neck. Years ago he was a gopher for the Teamsters in Lafayette when they were cheating their own members out of their union books. He also racked balls in Antler's pool hall and did scut work for a bail bondsman, shilled for the card dealers in the old Lafayette underpass area, and washed money with no Dullowitz at Evangeline Downs and the fairgrounds. But his great talent lay in what he called research. Though the internet had put most PIs out of work, Pookie was unfazed. His knowledge of the netherworld could be matched only by the caretakers of the La Brea tar pits. He called Cleet at his office on Tuesday morning.
"Is that you, Purcell?
"Who's this?"
You keeping your plunger under control?"
"All right, wise guy, if this is who I think it is."
"Dial it down. I got some information for you. I was in Styx this afternoon."
"Where?"
"Styx Billiards in Lafayette. We got a bad connection here?"
"I know where you live, Pookie. Smart off one more time and I'm going to stuff you into a hamster cage."
"I'm only asking for a little respect here."
"I apologize, but I don't need termites in my building or in my head. Now what do you want?"
"I was shooting some 8-ball, taking down this blimp with an ass on him like a wash tub when guess which two clowns come through the door and blow my action. To be more specific, guess which two guys announced to everybody in the place, 'Hey, Pookie, glad to see you not 86 no more. Leave us the bones.'"
"Sorry I missed this world-shaking event," Cleet said.
"Put the cork in it, Purcell. It was Juju and Maximo. Both of them look like somebody tried to screw their heads into a fire hydrant."
"That breaks me up."
"And maybe it should, because the first thing they ask is if I've seen you around. I told him you got an office in New Iberia. So Maximo says, 'No, that ain't what we axed. We don't need nobody to tell us how to use the phone book. We're axing where that fat shit hangs out. Where's he get his knob polished, that kind of thing.'"
"Somebody put you up to this."
"I'm trying to do a favor here."
"The last favor you did was to talk your mother out of committing suicide because she defecated you into the world." There was a pause.
"I'll say this once. Juju ain't a bad guy. The tomato picker with him has done 8 or 9 contract hits. The word is Tony the Nose bought your markers. If that's true, pay him or find an igloo on the North Pole."
"There are no Eskimos on the North Pole."
"You can be the first."
The line went dead. Cleet took his .38 snub from its holster and flipped out the cylinder, rotating it idly with his thumb. What to do? Nothing. Let them come to him. There was nothing like a bullet in the center of the forehead to get your point across. His thoughts were self-serving, and he knew it. The guy who blew out your wick was always a nasty little hornet like Maximo, a disposable psychopath who watched Saturday morning cartoons and had a 300-pound mistress whose lap he sat in for a photograph and then put the photo on the internet. Cleet found the business card that Carolyn Ardwen had given him and dialed the cell number on it. "I thought I'd ring and let you know I'll be checking on Homer as often as I can," he said. "Mr. Smith told me you bought Homer a ball and glove and bat. That was probably one of the best gifts that boy ever had." "I happened to see them on sale." "I don't think you give yourself enough credit, Mr. Purcell." Cleet couldn't remember why he had called. Or maybe he did. It wasn't easy to talk to normal women. "Is the weather pretty nice over there?" "In Jennings?" she said. "Yeah, it's a couple parishes over from us. I wondered if the weather was the same." "I'm pretty sure it's like yours." in New Iberia.
There's a swell day here.
Are you worried about Homer?
I was also wondering, are you a married lady? I mean, I didn't see you wearing a wedding ring.
You saw correctly. I am not married. I was widowed when I was 23.
I've enjoyed our talks and meeting you, he said. 3 or 4 times a year I go fishing thereabouts, south of Jennings, I mean.
Are you trying to tell me something, Mr. Purcell?
I was wondering if you like movies.
I love them, she said.
There are some good ones playing in Lafayette. There's a dinner club close by that I'm fond of, too.
I think I know the place.
Miss Carolyn, could I motor on by your home this evening?
I'd like that very much, Mr. Purcell. Theologians call it the calculated testing of others' charity. By some, it's considered a serious sin, but for someone who is manipulative or morally insane, it's not a big obstacle. Early that same morning, Alifair entered the grounds of the Shadows on the Teche, an enormous pillared twin-chimney 2-story brick home built in 1834 and today a National Trust historic site that tourists file through 7 days a week. But for Alifair, the Greek Revival splendor and the magnificent oaks and gardens and piked fence and bamboo borders had another meaning. Regardless of the time of year, even in spring, when the petals of the azaleas were scattered on the grass and the sunlight was transfused into a golden-green presence inside the canopy of live oaks, the rooms of the house remained cold and damp. The lichen on the trees and flagstones and bird baths, and even the tombs of the original owners, a testimony to the decay and slow absorption of man's handiwork on the earth. As Alifair sat on a stone bench in the coldness of the shade, she wondered why the glossy brochures at the entrance said nothing about where the slaves were buried, all 164 of them, nameless souls who at best were spared the lash and fed on a daily basis in the same spirit that one feeds chattel. The house was occupied by General Nathaniel Banks' command in 1863 and figured prominently in Levon Broussard's novel set during the Civil War and Reconstruction. Farther down Main Street stood the Episcopalian church that served as a battalion aid station for Confederate wounded, then was commandeered by General Banks, and the pews pushed together to form troughs for Yankee cavalry. The partial remains of at least 2 gunboats still lay under the quiet surface of the bayou. The locale was a postcard snipped right out of a history that, for good or bad, you could place your hand on and feel its heart beating. Alifair looked up from a notebook and saw a woman in a brocaded white suit and black pumps and an arterial red necklace walking toward her. She carried a slender box wrapped with satin paper and a purple ribbon. "I parked between Porteous Burke's law office and the Shadows and was walking to your house and looked through the gate and there you were," the woman said. "Hello, Emmeline," Alifair said. "May I sit down? To be honest, I'm working right now. On the screenplay. That and a couple of other things." "I'll take just a minute," Emmeline said, sitting on the bench. She put the box in Alifair's lap. "A little chocolate to make up for the tennis ball in your face." "That's thoughtful of you, but I don't handle sugar very well." "Oh, Alifair, I do want us to be friends." "No, I'm sorry," Alifair said, returning the box. "I understand." She took a breath and smiled self-consciously. "I need a favor. It's about Jimmy. He thinks the world of your father." "Is this about the rape?" "No, absolutely not. Jimmy bears terrible guilt for an event that happened years ago, one he had little control over. Your father is a war veteran. He'll understand." "Dave is investigating your cousin for rape." "I don't believe a rape ever took place, but that's not why I'm here. You don't understand, Jimmy. He wants to be Levon Broussard. Now, thanks to his wife, Levon hates Jimmy. What is Dave supposed to do about it? Did Dave see atrocities in Vietnam? He doesn't talk about the war. Jimmy was in South America at the same time Levon was, except Levon was working for Amnesty International. I'm lost. I also need to go. Jimmy is capable of taking his own life. Pardon? Levon spat in his face. He might as well have spat on his soul. I'm leaving now. You tell your father what I said. Alifair's ears were still ringing when she got home. Chapter 16. That evening, Alifair told me of her conversation with Emmeline Nightingale. What's she after? She asked. Money or power or both? Maybe sex is involved, I said, but that comes automatically with the other two. She and her cousin are rich and powerful already. They may be brother and sister. Then why don't they tell people that? Kevin Penny says they're very close. I let it sink in. They're getting it on? The royalty are insular in St. Mary Parish. Yuck, she said. Tony Nemo wants to produce Levon's book. Jimmy Nightingale not only wants to adapt it, but is envious of Levon. If I were a prosecutor, I'd use that as motivation for the rape. He couldn't be Levon, so he'd take second best. That's really crude. So is rape. Alifair walked to the kitchen window and bit a fingernail. A tugboat was headed up the bayou, its gunnels hung with tires, the wake sliding into the cypress trees. Dave, I know how to make this script work. It could be a great film. The story of the drummer boy at Shiloh could be a film in itself. Tell all this to Levon. He's an angry man. About his wife? I don't think he believes his portrayal of his ancestors is honest. In his novels? In everything. That could be a problem, I said. I drove up Lauraville Road to the Broussard home and rang the door chimes. Tiny black strings of ash were floating down on the lawn and driveway and the steps and camellia bushes. I thought they were from the sugar mill. Levon came round the side of the house, a leaf rake in his hand. Back here. I followed him into the backyard, where he was burning huge piles of blackened leaves in 3 perforated oil drums. The curds of smoke were drifting into his neighbor's windows and hanging like dirty cotton on the bayou. When's the last time you burned your leaves? I said. A couple of years ago. Why? No reason. Emmeline Nightingale has been bugging Alifair. He hefted a giant sheaf of compressed leaves and dropped them into the flames, his face swelling in the heat. What does that have to do with us? Maybe nothing, except Tony Nemo is on Cleet Purcell's back and also in my face, directly or indirectly, because of a sword your great-grandfather carried. At least, that's where all this started. So you've come out here to tell me my great-grandfather's sword is the origin of your problems? I didn't say that. Then why are you upset? He asked. I'm not upset. You could fool me, he said. Have you ever been knocked down in your own backyard? He began packing more leaves in the barrels, his armpits looped with sweat, ash raining down on his head and bare forearms. Levon, go home. I'm an officer of the law. This isn't a courtesy call. I waited for him to respond. He jabbed the leaves into the flames with the butt of the rake. Sir, don't you turn your back to me, I said. I'll do what I damn please. No, you will not. I put my hand on his arm and turned him around. This case isn't about just you and your wife. It concerns Tony Nineball and something Jimmy Nightingale did in South America and a lowlife named Kevin Penny and something you're not telling me about your wife. That's a goddamn lie. What is?
All your bullshit, Dave. I don't have anything to do with gangsters or lowlifes or friends of yours. Rowena was raped. End of fucking story.
It's just the beginning.
If it wasn't for your age, I'd pop you one.
Really? Then you have my dispensation. Forget I'm a cop, too. He looked away, his hands balling.
Come inside.
What for?
I've got a pitcher of lemonade in my office. Keep it quiet, though. Rowena is asleep.
He unlocked the French doors on the patio and waited for me to walk ahead of him. A pitcher and a glass sat on a folding table by his desk. He filled the glass and wrapped it with a paper napkin and handed it to me, then went to the kitchen and got a glass for himself. For the first time behind the door, I saw a sun-faded Confederate battle flag mounted on the wall in a glass case. He came back into the room.
A 14-year-old boy carried that up the slope on Beauregard's left flank at Shiloh,
Levon said.
They were supposed to be supported by the founder of Angola Penitentiary, but he didn't show up. 40% were casualties in 15 minutes.
I nodded, not knowing what to say. I disliked people who thought war was a glorious endeavor, and I disliked those who enjoyed talking about it. I despised those who had not seen war, yet espoused it and lived vicariously through the suffering of others, and never gave a thought to the civilians and children who died in burn wards or were buried under collapsed buildings. Levon was not one of these. He had gone unarmed and with a leftist reputation into El Salvador, Guatemala, and Nicaragua when bodies were dumped off trucks with the morning garbage. Yet here we stood in reverence before an iconic flag that retained the pink stain of a farm boy's blood, and whether anybody would admit it or not, the cause it represented was the protection and furtherance of human bondage.
You have nothing to say about it? He asked.
Rich man's war, poor man's fight. The statement doesn't make the poor man any less honorable or brave.
You don't give an inch, do you?
No.
That's not a compliment, he said.
I didn't think it was. How's your wife?
On painkillers.
He sat down in a swivel chair behind his desk and opened a bottom drawer and removed a pint of brandy. He unscrewed the cap with his thumb and let it drop on top of the desk.
You on or off the grog?
No thanks. He poured 3 inches into his glass. I watched the lemonade change color, the ice rise frosty and thick. He took a long pull, watching me, then wiped his mouth. Nightingale and his sister, or whatever she is, have one agenda. They want to kill the rape story in the bud. They're using you to do it. No, they're not.
Nightingale is a master manipulator, Dave. He fleeces uneducated and compulsive people in his casinos, pretending to be their friend, when in reality he wouldn't take time to piss in their mouths if they were dying of thirst. This guy might be our next United States Senator. He might even end up in the White House. Think about that for a minute. What is it you're not telling me about your wife? What makes you think I'm hiding something?
Because you're a smart man who allowed his wife to destroy the forensic evidence that would have made the case against Nightingale. His eyes went away from me.
My wife is bipolar. She's also barren. Occasionally she does things that are irrational, but none of that alters the fact that she was assaulted by that son of a bitch over in St. Mary Parish.
I was sitting on the couch a few feet from him. I might be indicted in the death of the man who killed my wife.
Why are you telling me that now?
I know what it feels like to be disbelieved.
You didn't do it?
That's the irony. I don't know. The last person I can trust or believe is me. He leaned back in his chair.
You should have told me.
Why?
Sometimes I feel like a fraud. That's something no one can ever accuse you of.
He drank his glass to the bottom and looked out the window at the 3 live oaks he had named for Confederate officers. What a pile of shit. Then, without saying another word, he left me in his office and went outside and resumed stuffing mounds of leaves in the waste barrels, throwing a jelly glass full of gasoline onto the fire, indifferent to the whoosh of heat that must have singed his eyebrows. Almost 2 weeks went by without any change in the status of the D'Arthez homicide or the sexual assault charges filed by Rowena Broussard. Cleet Purcell took Carolyn Ardwin to dinner and a movie in Lafayette, then the next night to a movie in Lake Charles, then 3 days later to a street dance and crawfish boil in Abbeville. "You're going to wear me out," she said on their way back to Jennings.
"I've been keeping you up too late?"
"It's grand being out with you, Cleet." The top of his caddy was up, and her skin looked warm and rosy in the glow of the dash lights. He liked everything about her. The way she shook all over when she laughed, the happy shine in her eyes, her manners, and all the books she had read. He turned into her neighborhood, not wanting the night to end. The houses were small and clapboard with tin roofs, the yards neat and without fences, the driveways nothing more than gravel tracks. If the contemporary automobiles were taken away, the year could have been 1935. He pulled up to the curb. She had not left her porch light on. He went around to the passenger side and opened the door. When she got out, she looked him directly in the face and smiled. He could smell the gardenias and the 2 magnolia trees in her yard. She touched his arm when she stood up from the leather seat.
"I'll walk you up to the steps," he said. "I've sure enjoyed the evening."
"As I, Cleet." She looked at the sky. There was a rain ring round the moon. "Tomorrow is Saturday."
"Yes," he said.
"With no work obligations."
"Probably a rainy morning, too," he said. "It's a fine time of year."
In the darkness of the gallery, she took her key from her purse. She looked up into his face. "You're a gentleman. You're kind and strong, and you respect women. Those things are not lost on a woman."
"I didn't quite get that."
"If you need to go, I understand. I just want you to know you're always welcome here, and that I appreciate your gentlemanly ways."
When he spoke, he felt as though he had swallowed a pebble. "I'd love to come in."
Inside, she closed the blinds and turned on a light in a back hallway. "This way." In the bedroom, the wood floor creaked under his weight as he approached her. She turned on a lamp. The wallpaper was covered with roses. The quilt on the bed was lavender, the pillows pink. He felt as though he were inside a dollhouse, but in a good way.
"Miss Carolyn, I've led a checkered life."
"Who hasn't?" she replied. He left her house early in the morning, before the neighbors were up, to avoid making Carolyn a subject of gossip. There was not a person on the street. The morning paper lay on people's galleries or walkways. The trees ticked with moisture. At the end of the block, he looked in the outside mirror and saw an SUV swing out of an alley and follow him. He coasted to the curb, cut the engine, and pretended to look for something in the glove box. The SUV passed him. The windows were charcoaled and rolled up except for a crack at the top, probably for a smoker. Cleet wrote down the tag number on a small white pad he kept in the well of the console. At the next intersection, the SUV turned and disappeared down a side street. Cleet drove downtown and ate in a cafe, stationing himself at a table with a view of the street. Before his food arrived, he saw the SUV park at an angle in front of a hardware store that had gone out of business. After a few minutes, the driver opened the door far enough to drop a cigarette on the asphalt. The driver was wearing a checked sport coat and a gray knit cap with a bill. Cleet ate his breakfast, paid the check, and went outside, his gaze fixed on a black kid skateboarding down the sidewalk. Then he crossed the street and tapped on the window of the SUV. Maximo Souza lowered the window. Juju Ladrine was in the passenger seat, his face stretched with tension. Maximo scratched a spot under his eye. "I don't see no envelope." "Envelope?" Cleet said. "It's Saturday. You got to pay the vig," Maximo said. "I think I hit you too hard in the head with the rubber machine." "The vig is the vig, man. It's due on Saturday. If you got to sell your body parts online, you pay the vig." "You put a taser on me, Max, but I'm letting that slide. You got to do the same. That means you and Juju pack up your shit and go back to New Orleans." Maximo turned his head with the stiffness of a ventriloquist's dummy and let his eyes settle on Cleet's. "Tony will hang you on a hook by your asshole. Or maybe somebody else will have to pay the price for what you ain't taken care of." "You want to clarify that?" "Nobody can be all places at once," Maximo said. He started the engine. "Step back. I don't want to run over your foot." Cleet felt a sensation like stitches popping loose inside his head. He opened the driver's door and tore Maximo out of the seat, lifting him high in the air, then crashing him on the hood. Maximo rolled off on the asphalt. "Son of a beach! What the fuck, man?" Cleet threw him against the fender and told him to take the position. When Maximo tried to turn around, Cleet kicked the man's feet apart and drove his face against the hood, then smashed it down a second time for good measure. "I ain't carrying, man," Maximo said. "What do you call this?" Cleet said, holding up a switchblade knife. "See what I use it for later. I'll be back, man." Cleet turned him upside down and shook him like a rag doll, spilling coins, keys, a rabbit's foot, a pair of dice, a box of condoms, a cell phone, credit cards, and a wallet in the gutter. "You leave that man alone," someone called from across the street. Cleet dropped Maximo on the asphalt and picked him up and threw him back into the driver's seat. He looked up and down the street. No cops yet. He put Maximo's belongings into his cap and tossed it to Juju. Maximo's eyes were crossed, blood running in 2 scarlet strings from his nostrils. He was trying to speak. Cleet smashed his face into the horn button. "You got a brain, Juju," he said. "Tell Tony what happened. Also tell him if he sends you guys after me again, he's going off the board. Oxygen bottle and colostomy bag included. That goes for you too, Juju."
"It don't work that way, Cleet," Juju said. "Why you making it hard on everybody?"
"Me?
"It's you went to the Shylocks, not us."
"Get out of here,"
Cleet said. He slammed the driver's door and walked to the caddy, burning with shame, eyes straight ahead, trying to ignore the stares of people around him and the knowledge that he had involved a gentle lady in a world she could not have imagined in her worst nightmares. Cleet came by my house that night. It was raining hard, and he ran from the caddy through the puddles in the yard to the gallery. I could smell weed on him through the screen. "What happened?" I asked.
Who said anything happened?"
He replied, brushing past me into the living room, his face oily and dilated. He blew his nose into a handkerchief. "You just get in from Juarez?" I said.
"Cut it out, Dave. I feel bad enough."
He told me about Maximo and Juju. "Maximo was threatening Miss Carolyn?" I said.
"That's the gist."
"Does she know?"
"She was going to visit her mother in Lake Charles today. I left a couple of messages. What am I going to do? I feel awful."
"Jennings PD might throw a scare into them."
"The same guys who couldn't come up with one suspect in 8 homicides?"
"Weed and booze aren't going to help."
"Oh, fuck off."
"Don't use that language in my house, Cletus."
"I'm sorry."
I went into the kitchen and came back with a pair of Dr. Peppers. "I think Tony wants to make movies. I think that's what started all this."
"So what?"
"I'll talk to him."
"You're going to talk reason to that pile of whale shit?"
He bought a sword that he thought would get him in the good graces of Levon Broussard, and instead he lost the sword and had the door slammed in his face. So being the infantile narcissist he is, he's throwing his scat all over the room. Cleet stared at me.
"You think it's that simple?"
"How much time does he have left? Have you been in a closed room with him? He's got the smell of death on him, and he knows it. It's like wallpaper and dead flowers. He wants to see his name in lights before he goes out."
A guy like that doesn't have a soul. That's why he wants his name in lights.
He studied my face.
Where's Alifair?
At the grocery.
She's doing okay? Every time I look at her, I see her as a little girl. That's funny, isn't it?
I didn't reply.
What if I treat you all to dinner at Café des Amis tonight? He said.
I was just about to suggest that. He grinned, but his heart wasn't in it. Chapter 17. Sunday morning, I asked Alifair for the names of the 10 worst, most mean-spirited, corrupt movie producers or directors in the industry. What are you doing, Dave?
Stirring up things. Know a few guys out there who are off the wall?
Enough to fill the Hollywood Bowl.
Could you type them up, please?
After she went on her jog, I called Tony Nemo's office.
The office was closed because it was Sunday, but I knew he monitored his voicemail day and night. Sundays, Thanksgiving, and Christmas might be days of rest or gratitude or celebration for some, but Tony's deity had a $sign for a face and gave no days off to his adherents. "Tony, this is Dave Robicheaux," I said. "I think I might have a breakthrough in your movie situation. I need your fax number."
I poured a cup of coffee and hot milk, sat at the kitchen table, and outlined the general story of Levon Broussard's Civil War novel.
The phone rang 17 minutes later.
"What's this crap about?"
Tony said. "I knew you were interested in getting together with Levon Broussard, so I thought I'd pass on some info."
"You're a movie agent now?"
"I know a few people out there, Tony. I've heard talk. Your name came up."
"Take the shit out of your mouth."
"I know you're frustrated about not putting a deal together with Levon, but there's a way around that."
"What's the trade-off?"
"Trade-off?"
"Yeah, what are you getting out of it?"
"I want you to give Cleet Purcell some slack and quit this bullshit about buying his markers. I paid off those markers, Tony. When you jam him, you're jamming me. I also don't like you sending those 2 shitheads after him."
"Too fucking bad."
"You want to hear what I have to say, or should I bug off?"
"Should you what?"
"Yes or no?" There was a pause.
"So what breakthrough are we talking about?"
I looked at my outline. "You don't have to pay for the rights to the storyline in Levon's novel. The story is based on a real account. His ancestor came home from Shiloh shot to pieces in mind and body and taught a slave girl how to read and write. The slave girl was the illegitimate daughter of the man who founded Angola Prison. In the meantime, the Confederate soldier fell in love with an abolitionist who nursed him back to health and restored his humanity."
"So I don't gotta pay for any of this?"
"Nobody can copyright history."
"Just go make the picture?"
"I've got a list of the names. These are big guys. If you do the pitch yourself, they'll listen."
"Why?"
"You scare the shit out of them."
I could hear him take a hit from his oxygen tank.
"They know my name? My work?"
"You bet."
"I'm gonna give you my fax number. You better not be taking me over the hurdles."
"Wouldn't dream of it. Stomp ass and take names, big guy."
The list included a producer who washed heroin money, another who hung prostitutes from ropes and beat them with his fists, and one who put LSD in the food of his Puerto Rican maid and videoed her stumbling around his Beverly Hills home and showed the video to his employees. These were the kind who would be terrified of Tony the Squid and too afraid to ignore his call or put down the receiver once they were on the line. I hoped all of them enjoyed the ride. Helen was waiting outside City Hall when I got to work Monday morning, something she had never done before.
"Any problem?"
I said. 2 uniformed deputies walked past us and went inside. "Depends on how you read it," she said. "We've got a witness."
"To the D'Artes homicide?"
"A young black guy. He says he was parked in the trees with a girl and saw it." "Why'd he wait to come forward?" I said. "The girl is married, but not to him. Also, the girl may not be a girl." I couldn't get a word straight in my head. What gave him the change of heart? The minister at his church told him he better tell us what he saw, or he's going to hell. I was hardly listening. My heart was gelatin. Sometimes witnesses who come out of the woodwork have had too much time to think and give a distorted account. Minority witnesses are often intimidated and seek to please, particularly when questioned by someone like Spade Labiche. But last and foremost, I might have to accept an unpleasant truth, namely, that I was a murderer. Why'd you stop me out here? Because I haven't told Labiche yet. I'm going to interview the kid at his home. I'm taking Labiche with me. I'm giving you the option to come along. You'll taint the investigation. Hear me out, she said. You have to stay in the vehicle. The witness will not see you. Why are you doing this? Professionally, you don't have the right to be there, she said. Ethically, you do. I have a photo lineup. I'm in it. Big time, she replied. Helen drove the cruiser out to a small frame house by Bayou Benoit, with me in the back and Labiche in the passenger seat. Labiche gazed out the window at the new cane bending in the fields. "What's this guy's name again?" "Baby Cakes, Babineau," Helen said. "He takes it in the ass," Labiche said. "Lose those kinds of references, detective," she said. "Excuse me," he said. We pulled into the dirt driveway. Helen and Labiche got out, Labiche tightening the tuck in his shirt with his thumbs. His badge holder and a holstered .38 hung from his belt. "Not coming," he said to me. "I know I'm in good hands," I said. He leaned down to the window. "Maybe you and me will have a private talk about all this, Robicheaux. I think you've had a free pass too long." "Do your job and get out of my face," I said. "Fuck you," he replied. I got out on the opposite side of the cruiser and walked into the yard under a pecan tree and picked up a handful of pecans still in the husks and chunked them at the tree trunk, a tuning fork trembling in my chest. A heavy-set older woman with enormous calves and hips came out the back door and began hanging wash. I walked up behind her. "Are you Ms. Babineau?" She had blue eyes and skin the color of a new penny and features that were Indian and Afro-American. "Who are you?" "Dave Robicheaux." "Don't you all be hurting my grandson, no." "Why would we do that?" "The one with the badge. I seen the look in his face." "Detective Labiche." "Call him what you want." She picked up her basket and waddled back inside. I could hear voices through the window screen. "So why were you parked in the trees?" Labiche said. "To drink a couple of beers with my friend," a young male voice said. "I got out to take a leak and see the truck crash through the fence. Then this guy come running from the road and was fighting with the guy in the truck." "Inside the truck," Helen said. "He was messing with the glass, then got mad and busted it and was fighting with the guy inside. He pulled him through the window. That's when this other guy come running up. It was dark except for the lightning in the clouds." "Which guy came running up?" Labiche said. "Some guy from the road. Maybe all three of them was fighting. I couldn't tell what was going on." "What's the name of the person who was with you?" Labiche said. "I can't tell you that." "Was it a he or a she?" Labiche said. "We're just interested in what you saw, Baby Cakes," Helen said. "Let's not worry about this other person right now." "I was scared," Baby Cakes said. "Of who?" Helen said. "People that beat up on people like me?" "Because you're gay?" she said. "Because I ain't sure what I am." "Kinda late finding out, aren't you?" Labiche said. "Wait outside for me, detective." "I think I should be here," Labiche replied. "Now," Helen said. Labiche came out the front door and walked across the gallery loudly. He leaned against the cruiser and lit a cigarette and scratched at one nostril with a thumbnail. "I want you to look at these photos," Helen said. "Who these people?" Baby Cake said. "They could be anybody. Do you recognize anyone? The seconds passed, one tick at a time. Maybe this one here. Maybe he was a guy who come running from the road. Maybe. The lightning flashed. I ain't seen him but a second. He's a big man, ain't he? Tell me what he looked like. The man I seen come running was big. Maybe he picked up a rock or a brick. I couldn't see the face of the other man, the one fighting through the window. Walk outside with me. I turned my back to the house as they exited the front door. Dave, would you come here, please? Helen said. I walked toward the gallery. Even though the day was warm, my face felt cold in the wind, my mouth dry, my ears ringing. Know this man? She said to Baby Cakes. His hair was peroxided the color of brass, his eyes blue, his earlobes pierced. He's in the pictures you just showed me. This is Detective Robicheaux, she said. How you do, sir? The boy said. Have you seen him anywhere besides the photo I showed you? No, ma'am, I ain't seed him before. The man you identified is named Kevin Penny. Have you seen him anywhere else? No, ma'am, I ain't. Don't talk about this to anyone, Helen said. Can you do that for me? Am I going to have trouble? I mean, with this guy? No, your name will not be given to anyone, Helen said. What about at a trial? We'll talk about that later, Helen said. I knowed it. You knew what? She asked. I'm going to pay the price. Here's my card, Helen said. Call me if you have questions or trouble of any kind. I could not count the times I had used a business card to provide solace for people we hung out to dry. That wasn't Helen's intention, but it's what we did with regularity. She and Labiche and I got into the cruiser. Helen started the engine. I know when a nigger is lying, Labiche said. She looked at his profile. How do you intuit that? They give you that look. Butter wouldn't melt in their mouths. You're a reminder from God, Spade, she said. Didn't catch that. Whenever I hear people talk about white superiority, I have to pause and think back on some of the white people I've known. It's a depressing moment. She turned onto the 2-lane and didn't speak again until we were back at the office. Just outside the back door, she told Labiche to coordinate with the Jefferson Davis Sheriff's Department and arrange an interview with Kevin Penny. Labiche seemed to lose his balance, like a seasick man reaching for the gunwale. That afternoon, Cleet got a call from Carolyn Audouin. Homer ran away from home. A policeman found him wandering around by I-10. Where is he now? Cleet said. With me at the office. I'm not going to send him back. Can you do that? He asked. I don't care about the rules on this one. Go easy with Penny. I'm furious. What did he do? It's enough that he's his hateful self. I'm furious at our system. What if I come over there and get Homer? What about when you're at work? I can pay somebody to watch him. He's in school. I'll enroll him here. I have to think through the paperwork. Sometimes I hate my job. Quit and come live with me. You're serious? There are probably worse fates, he said. This is a lot at one time, Cleet. She was right, but he saw his own face on Homer's and knew what awaited the boy when a social worker took him back to Kevin Penny's trailer. Hire an attorney, some guy who's not afraid to make a stink and embarrass local officials, Cleet said. I'll take care of the fees. That doesn't work. Right now I have to talk to my supervisor. I'll call you later. You've got to think about yourself, Carolyn. Penny's potential has no bottom. Then there are those 2 rodents who work for Tony Nemo. I can handle myself, she replied. It'll work out. Goodbye. Don't hang up, Carolyn. Too late. I mentioned my speculation that Helen Swallow may have had several people living inside her, none of them entirely normal. That afternoon at 4:57, she buzzed my phone and told me to come to her office. I walked down the corridor and went inside. "Shut the door and sit down." I took a chair. She walked past me and lowered the blinds on the glass. I waited for her to return to her desk, but she didn't. I felt her standing behind me, saw her shadow fall across mine. There was a lump in my throat. "What's going on, boss lady?" She placed a hand on each of my shoulders. "I've wanted to do this all day," she said. She tucked her elbows in under my chin and pulled my head into her breast. "Jesus Christ, Helen!" "Shut up. I don't know what happened at Bayou Benoit, but you didn't kill T.J. D'Artes." She kissed my hair. "Now, go home." Top that. I love the rain, whether it's a tropical one or one that falls on you in the dead of winter. For me, rain is the natural world's absolution, like the story of the flood and new beginnings and loading the animals 2 by 2 onto the ark. I love the mist hanging in the trees, a hint of wraiths that would not let heavy stones weigh them down in their graves, the raindrops clicking on the lily pads, the fish rising as though in celebration. I took great comfort on nights like these, and on this particular night I sat down in a cloth-covered chair in the living room and began reading a novel by Ron Hansen titled The Kid, the best story I ever read about the Lincoln County cattle wars. The rain was drumming on our tin roof, pooling in the yard, shining like glass in the glow of the street lamps. I had opened the front window to let in the cold air. I heard a loud thump and looked up to see a humped silhouette on the screen. "How you doing, mon petit coon?" I said. "Comment est la vie?" He tilted his head. "You need a snack, little guy?" I said. He pawed at the screen. His coat was glistening with water, his whiskers white at the tips. "I'm going to open a can of tuna and get you a pan of water and set them on the gallery. Hang loose." Just as I got out of the chair, a sports car turned sharply into the driveway, splashing water into the yard. Monty Coon dropped heavily onto the gallery and was gone. Someone ran from the car with a newspaper over his or her head and twisted the bell not once but 3 times. I tossed my book onto the chair and opened the door. "Thank goodness you're home, Dave," Emmeline Nightingale said, wiping the rain out of her hair. "Is Alifair here?" "No." "Where is she?" "She doesn't tell me everywhere she goes." "I have some important information I was going to tell her and let her tell you." Emmeline seemed to lie the way all narcissists do. Whatever they say, regardless of its absurdity, becomes the truth. "Tell me what?" "Are you going to invite me in?" "Yes, please, come in," I said. She stepped inside and blew out her breath. "It's about your friend, Levan, and his wife." "Take it to the department." "Just drop in and chat up the boys in the coffee room?" "No, talk to me in my office." "You're getting jerked around, Detective." She was good. "What's the information on Mr. and Ms. Broussard?" "She was raped by 2 black men in Wichita, Kansas. The prosecutor's office wouldn't do anything about it." "Where'd you get this?" "I hired a private investigator." "How long ago did this happen?" 20 years, maybe more. She was a visiting artist at Wichita State University. She was young and maybe drunk when she left the bar with 2 black men. Nobody would believe her story." "You need to bring everything your PI has to the department." "Did I do wrong coming here?" she said. Yes, she did, and there was no doubt she had a design. Nonetheless, if the information was true, it presented a problem for the prosecutor and was a gift to the defense. There was a good possibility that Rowena would be victimized by the system again. "Could I have a drink?" Emmeline said. "I don't have any alcohol in the house." "A Dr. Pepper? A Coca-Cola? A glass of lemonade?" "Yes, I think I can find something." I love the sound the rain makes on a tin roof. Your house is so quaint. I have another question for you, Miss Emmeline. What did Jimmy do in Latin America that haunts him? Why are you two always at the center of other people's misfortune when you never seem to pay dues yourself? I think that is the most arrogant and ugly thing anyone has ever said to me. She was probably right. I didn't like to speak that way to a woman, or, for that matter, to anyone. Age does that to you. Sometimes charity toward others is the only respite you get from thoughts about death. And in that spirit, I said, "Let me get you a Diet Dr. Pepper." I don't think she had a brain seizure, but close. Chapter 18. The rain came down hard on the house and trees and yard through the night, and in the morning the bayou was running yellow and fast and high on the banks, the eddies frothy and filled with twigs and leaves. I raked a can of tuna for Monty Coon on top of Tripod's old hutch and washed my hands and made breakfast for Alafia and me. I told her about Emmeline Nightingale's visit. Jimmy Nightingale's lawyers will make Rowena Broussard look like a meltdown or a slut, she said. She'll have to convince the jury not only of Nightingale's guilt, but also of the guilt of the two black guys in Wichita. That's the place where BTK killed people under the cops' noses for years. What do you know about Jimmy Nightingale's activities in Latin America? He inherited his father's company and worked down there a while, then sold the company. Why'd he sell it? I don't know. He likes casinos and attractive women and working people who think he's one of their own. She looked into space. I remember something a woman said at a party once, like, Jimmy would be the perfect man if he hadn't tried to be like his father. He shouldn't have done that to those poor people. Poor like sad or economic? Your guess is as good as mine. Don't be fooled, Dave. He's a chameleon. Can you check out some of this stuff? I said. If you're not doing anything else. I don't mind. Why don't you copy edit my new book while I do that? From the office, I called Levon's home and was told by the maid that he was at a bowling alley on East Main. It was a 5-minute drive. Most of the lanes were empty. Levon was bowling by himself, his sleeves rolled. I walked up behind him and sat down. He curved the ball beautifully into the pocket and exploded the pins with much more force than I associated with him. A bottle of beer was perched next to the score sheet. The time was 9:13 a.m. I didn't know you were an enthusiast, I said. It beats analysis. Emmeline Nightingale came to my house last night. Here we go. Nope, I'll make it short. She says your wife was assaulted by 2 men 20 years ago in Kansas. She's a charming girl, isn't she? And you're a son of a bitch. I didn't make up the information. It's part of the record. Maybe it's time you start dealing with reality. How is one assault related to the other? In reality, it's not. The courtroom is a different matter. Why didn't you square with me? Run the tape backward. I told you she has nightmares about a black man's hand coming through a window. I asked you about that at the time, and you changed the subject. He sat down behind the score table and took a swig from the beer bottle. There were no entries on his score sheet. How bad is this going to hurt us? Nightingale's lawyers will use your wife's history and her suicide attempt or her nationality or her life in Latin America or whatever bogus issue they can think up to bias the jury in his favor. You really know how to say it. What happened in Wichita? The ADA was going to run for district attorney. She didn't want to be perceived as a dupe for a white woman who willingly left a bar with 2 black men and went willingly to their house. That she was trusting and young was thrown out the window. How's Miss Rowena now? There are mornings I have to be by myself. He took another hit off the bottle. I clinked it with my fingernail. If you're depressed, this will screw you up proper. I'm glad to hear that from such a great source of wisdom on the subject. I'd asked for it. If I were you, I'd get together with my attorney and go to the department and make an addendum to my statement. See you around. What does see you around mean? Let the dead bury the dead, I said. I'm done. I went back to the office and tried to clean out my head. It wasn't an easy job. Being a cop rarely is, at least if you take the job seriously. My in-basket was full of paperwork. There were at least 20 messages on my machine, including 2 from Cleet, and 1 from the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Department, and 1 from the widow of T.J. D'Artez. My first call was to her. "They say you gonna get off," she said. "Who did, Miss D'Artez?" "I know you done it. You gonna lie to God? You gonna tell him you ain't done it?" "I'm sorry about your husband's death, but your husband was not sorry about the death of my wife." "You going to hell, you." My second call was to a female detective at the Jeff Davis Sheriff's Department named Sherry Picard, whom I'd never met but heard about. She said, "Kevin Penny says you and your friend Clete Purcell are harassing him. In your case with a pool cue." "Penny is a lot of laughs," I replied. "I've never figured out how he stays on the street." "Is there a second meaning there?" "How can I be of assistance to you?" I said. "I doubt if you can. I've run Penny in 2 or 3 times. If you've got a problem with him, let us know. In the meantime, stay out of matters that are not in your jurisdiction." Cleet's messages were about the little boy Homer and the possibility that Carolyn Audwin was in danger at the hands of Kevin Penny or Maximo and Juju. By the time I had cleaned up my messages, my head was splitting. I went to the water cooler and took 2 aspirins, then returned to my office and lowered the blinds on the door glass. Helen believed I was not responsible for D'Artez's death, but only because Baby Cakes hadn't identified me and instead had identified Kevin Penny. In other words, I'd caught a break. The only forensic evidence against me was the smudged fingerprints on the broken window glass of D'Artez's pickup truck. I could simply say I had been at his house and touched the glass there, except I would be lying. In the meantime, I had interviewed Penny and later beaten him half to death with a pool cue and almost drowned him in the commode, apparently without his being completely aware that I was the man he had followed the night D'Artez died. Better put, he had probably followed my vehicle rather than me. I might skate, but Penny might also. People are shocked when they learn that cops sometimes salt the crime scene and commit perjury. Or maybe they cancel a bad guy's ticket and fold his hand over a throwdown and squeeze off a round with his dead finger to make sure gunpowder residue is on his person. Call it situational ethics, call it murder. It's a big temptation, particularly when it comes to guys like Kevin Penny and perhaps even Spade LaBiche. 2 days later, Cleet got a call made by a staff member at Lafayette General. Carolyn Audwin had been transferred from an emergency unit in Jennings and admitted at 4:16 a.m. She was in the ICU and had asked the staff member to call Cleet.
She was in an accident?
Cleet said. "I'm not at liberty to say."
"How bad is she?"
"Sir, we can't give out specific information."
"Can you put her on the phone?"
"That's not possible."
"Is she going to live?"
"Sir, she's getting the best of care. That's all I can say."
"Put someone on with the authority to give out information. Is there a cop there?"
"No. How far away are you?"
20 miles.
"Drive carefully. I'll tell her you're coming. I know that will make her happy."
"Don't do this to me."
"I'm sorry," the staff member said. Cleet took the 4-lane into Lafayette, the needle at 90. He parked illegally and went through the emergency room into the intensive care unit before anyone could stop him.
"Where's Carolyn Audwin?" he asked at the desk.
"Are you a relative?" the nurse said.
"Her grandfather. Where is she?"
The nurse raised her eyes from her paperwork.
"I'm a close friend," he said. "Was it an accident?"
"No," the nurse said. "Follow me." Carolyn was behind a screen. When he saw her, he tried to keep his face empty, his eyes flat. "How you doing, kid?" he said. There were streaks of dried blood in her hair. Both eyes were swollen as big as plums. Her bottom lip was stitched. There were finger-shaped bruises on her throat and neck and shoulders. "Who did this?" he said.
I was unloading groceries in the driveway. It was dark. Somebody hit me.
"Was Homer with you?
He's at my mother's.
Was it one guy or more than one guy?"
I just remember a fist hitting me. Then I was on the ground, and the fist kept pounding my face. I tried to speak.
She couldn't finish. "I'm going to take care of Homer. I'm also going to find out who did this. What did the Jennings cops say?"
They just asked me questions. One was a woman, Sherry something.
"How'd they treat you?"
Fine. Everyone has been kind.
"I have to use the bathroom," Cleet said. "I'll be back in a few minutes."
There's one here.
"It's too small for a guy my size." He went down the hall to a restroom in the waiting area, but not for the reason he had given. An old Technicolor video, one that held interest for fewer and fewer people these days, had begun replaying itself on a screen inside his head. The slick hung in the air above the Ville, its rotary blades throbbing. He heard the treads of the Zippo track clanking out of the rice paddy and saw an orange flame arch out of its cannon and smelled a stench like burning kerosene and animal hair. People were running, the hooches bursting alight. The ammunition cached under them, popping like strings of Chinese firecrackers. Cleet cupped water onto his face and dried himself with paper towels, then went to Carolyn's room. The video not finished. A Navy corpsman from Birmingham hitting him with a syringe of morphine. "Hang on, Gunny, here comes the dust-off. You're freedom bird bound." Carolyn had fallen asleep. He stroked her hair and felt a pain in his chest that he had nowhere to put. 2 or 3 faces floated before his eyes like helium balloons with ugly features painted on them. As he stroked her hair, his left hand curled and uncurled and curled again. He knew where he was going and what he would do when he got there. But there was something else he had to do first. He called me on his cell and told me about the assault. "Where are you now?" I said. "On the way to Lake Charles. Penny's little boy is with Carolyn's mother." "Leave him there." "The mother is an invalid." "You're not set up to take care of a child, Cleet." "I hired a black lady, now butt out." "Don't do what you're thinking about." "This isn't an act of random violence. It happened in her driveway. Either Penny, Maximo Souza, Juju Ladrine, or any combination of the 3 did this." "You can't be sure of that." "Are you kidding?" "Cleet, out," he said. I called Tony Nineball at his office and told the secretary who I was. "Just a moment," she said. I looked at the second hand on my watch. 33 seconds passed. "I'm sorry, he's still in a meeting." "Tell him to pick up or I'll be over there in 10 minutes and shove that phone up his ass." 1 minute later, Tony was on the line.
"What'd you say to my secretary?"
"Not to lie."
"So what's so important you gotta upset people with bad language?"
Nothing had better happen to Cleet Purcell. We had a deal.
"What deal?"
"I gave you an intro to some producers and agents. That means nobody lays a hand on Cleet."
"Those guys in Hollywood like me. Why should I be mad at Purcell or you?"
"Why wouldn't you take my call?"
"I was indisposed. She's leaving now, out the back door. The best piece of ass in New Orleans. Thanks for ruining one of the few good moments in my current life."
3 days passed with no word from Cleet. Then I got a call from Detective Sherry Picard in the Jeff Davis Sheriff's Department. "What can I do for you?" I said.
I'm out at a crime scene south of Jennings. Can you come over here?
In our previous conversation, you told me to stay out of your jurisdiction.
I'm at Kevin Penny's trailer. The coroner won't get here for a couple of hours. I want you to see this.
See what?
Use your imagination, she replied.
It was raining, and the sun was shining when I got there. Wildflowers were blooming in a field across the road. The crime scene tape was up. An ambulance and 2 cruisers were parked by Penny's trailer. A tall woman with jet-black hair wearing dark slacks and a short-sleeved denim shirt and western boots, the kind with rounded steel tips, stood with an umbrella by the motorcycle shed. She bent over and picked up a styrofoam fast food container and put it into an evidence bag. 3 cops in uniform lounged in the cruiser, smoking, tipping the ashes outside the windows. I parked my cruiser outside the tape and put on my rain hat and walked to the shed. She looked at her watch.
Good timing. The coroner will be here earlier than he thought.
"This had better be worth it, Detective," I said.
Excuse me?
"Giving parts of information over the phone."
You're here, aren't you?
"Because I worry about Kevin Penny's child," I said. She looked away and then back at me, as though making a reevaluation. She had pale skin and lean features like an Indian's and a mole by the side of her mouth.
Get your latex on and be careful where you step. One of the uniforms puked on the porch.
The body was on the floor, dressed only in sweatpants, the naked stomach white and mottled and bloated like a frog's, the wrists pulled taut above the head and fastened to the floor with toggle bolts. There were pools of black blood under both knees and elbows. The left ear was clogged with blood and brain matter. In the corner was an electric drill matted with spray, the extension cord still plugged in the socket.
Ever see anything like this?
Picard said. "Overseas."
Vietnam?
I shook off her question. "Who found him?"
One of Penny's chippies. He was supposed to take her shopping today.
"Why'd you want me over here, Detective?"
"You and Penny go back."
"Not a good choice of words," I said.
He and Cleet Purcell go back.
"Cleet tried to help Penny's kid."
"Who would you make for this?" she said.
"For a Vic like this, half the planet."
"Let's go outside," she said.
The rain had quit. The swaths of flowers in the field looked like twisted rainbows surrounded by green grass. I wanted to walk among them and keep walking over the edge of the earth. "Why were you picking up trash by the shed?"
Somebody was eating fried chicken there and throwing the bones on the ground. I don't think it was Penny.
Penny was a slob.
The pond is full of trash, but there's none out here. The chrome and paint on the motorcycle are clean.
Not bad. "Cleet's not your guy," I said.
How about you? The word is you might be up on a murder beef.
"You must know an Iberia detective named Spade Labiche."
I try to stay upwind from dog shit, she said.
The coroner's car turned off the asphalt road onto the dirt track that led to the trailer. "You need me for anything else?" I said.
Nope.
Her mouth formed into a button. "That's it?"
Yep.
"You haven't bagged anything from inside?"
Not till the coroner gets here,
she said. "There's a gold cigarette lighter in a corner right by the mop."
Yeah, I saw it.
"I'd handle it with special care," I said. She looked at me blankly. "You might have to get downwind from dog shit after all," I said. Chapter 19. I went to Helen's office and told her what I had seen at Kevin Penny's trailer. I didn't mention the gold lighter. She leaned back in her chair.
"You know what this means, don't you?"
"We lost one guy who could cut me loose on D'Artez's murder."
"Who would have that kind of motivation?"
she said.
"Take your choice,"
There's something you are not telling me. The person who did it is a psychopath. Penny was tortured for reasons of information or revenge. That leaves lots of possibilities. How about Tony Nemo's nematodes? She said. I think Maximo Souza might be a candidate, I said. How about Juju? He does what he's told. She rubbed her forehead. I wanted Penny for the D'Artes killing. We're going to have trouble with the DA. This stinks. There was a gold cigarette lighter on the floor of Penny's trailer. It took her a second. Why didn't you say that? I'm not objective about certain individuals. Have you seen Labiche? In the coffee room. Tell him to get his ass in here. That evening I went to an AA meeting in Lafayette. Sometimes AA is a hard sell in South Louisiana. Booze is a big part of the culture. When I was a teenager, nobody was ever carded. Uniformed cops worked as bartenders and in gambling houses in St. Martinville, Lafayette, and Opelousas. The law in Louisiana was never intended to be enforced. Its purpose was to provide a vague guideline that made people feel respectable. New Iberia had the most notorious red light district in the state. There was a semi-cat house and bar right around the corner from the Lafayette Daily Advertiser in the middle of downtown. Friday was family night, no prostitutes allowed. The boiled crawfish and shrimp were free. What better way to give unto Caesar what is Caesar's? Drive-through daiquiri windows are open until 2 a.m. You can get plowed before you go to midnight mass. Fans get wildly drunk at baseball games. If anyone tells you he's from New Orleans and doesn't drink, he's probably not from New Orleans. Louisiana is not a state. It's an outdoor mental asylum in which millions of people stay bombed most of their lives. That's not an exaggeration. Cirrhosis is a family heirloom. The meetings I attend are made up of the bravest people I've ever known. Don't let anyone tell you that only victims of war suffer post-traumatic problems. The unconscious of a recovering drunk is filled with images no one wants to have as part of his spiritual cache. They hit you at a red light, shopping in a grocery, talking to a friend, kneeling in church. There are people in AA who have killed people with their cars or their bare hands. There are people whose negligence killed their children. As I sat in the meeting in Lafayette, I felt dishonest and unworthy. I had owned up to my slip, but not to the possibility that I was involved in a homicide. Nor had I told anyone that the desire to drink was still with me, that pushing a basket down the beer and wine aisle at Winn-Dixie made my throat go dry. A Lutheran minister sat on one side of me, a black hooker on the other. The woman leading the meeting owned a chain of hair salons. Our commonality lay in our addictions and unexplainable chemistry, one that absolutely no one, including us, understands. Though I don't believe in capital punishment, I don't mourn when someone like Penny gets blown out of his socks. However, no one deserves to go out the way he did. When it was my time to speak, I told the group that I was a police officer and had seen an awful instance of inhumanity that morning. I added that when drunk and in a blackout, I may have been guilty of inhumane acts myself. After the Our Father, the hooker told me to have a nice evening. The minister asked if I could give his car battery a jump, and the woman who owned the beauty salons stopped washing coffee cups long enough to throw me a dish towel. As sober drunks say, there are no big deals in AA. Early Tuesday morning, while I was shaving and Alifair was on her jog, someone twisted the bell on the gallery. I walked into the living room and looked through the window screen. Spade Labiche stood 4 feet away staring at a squirrel on the lawn. I resumed shaving. 2 minutes later, he was at the back door. "What do you want, partner?" I said. "To get something straight." "See you in my office." "I know we're not on best of terms, but I'm going to tell you what I told Helen. You can look at the sign-out sheet. I went to interview Penny. I lost my lighter somewhere. It must have been at his trailer. Could be, I said. I got a call from Miss Broad in Jennings. She ran my prints. She wants to interview me. Sherry Picard? Yeah, that's her name. She sounds like a real cunt. You delivered your message, Spade. Can't we be friends? Shake hands or something? I shoot off my mouth sometimes. No problem. I'll see you later. Okay, you got it, he said. I watched him walk away, obviously confident that he had righted the universe. I wondered how much time would pass before he tried to give it to me between the shoulder blades. That afternoon, I was just leaving my office when Sherry Picard came up the stairs and walked toward me. Her badge holder and a small holstered revolver were hooked on her belt. A pair of cuffs was pulled through the back. 2 deputies at the water cooler couldn't take their eyes off her. "Got a minute?" she said to me. "Sure," I said. Behind her, one of the deputies pretended to draw 2 pistols and fire at either me or her. I let her walk ahead of me into my office. I closed the door. "Tell the 2 needle dicks at the cooler that I heard their comments," she said. "Report them to Sheriff Swallow. She doesn't put up with that kind of thing." "There are no helpful prints inside the trailer," she said. "How about on the fast food trash you picked up by the shed?" "They're not in the system." "What did you get off the drill?" "The latents aren't in the system." I twiddled a ballpoint on my desk pad. "Why are you here, Detective?" "The social worker, Carolyn Ardoin. She and Purcell are an item, right?" "Anybody who knows Cleet will tell you he's not capable of doing something like this. I won't even discuss it." "Where is he now?" "I'm not his keeper." "That's a joke." She was sitting in front of my desk. She wore starched, Cloroxed jeans and a white snap-button Western shirt. Her hair was thick and had the same purplish-black sheen in it as Alifair's. "I've seen Purcell's sheet. He has a way of settling scores on his own." This time I grinned and said nothing. She looked away, her frustration obvious. I suspected she didn't get a lot of support from her peers in Jennings. "I'd start with Fat Tony Nemo and a couple of guys named Maximo Souza and Juju Ladrine," I said. "With respect, you don't know shit about this case, Detective Robicheaux. Kevin Pinney was a confidential informant for the FBI. "How do you know this?" "An agent told me. Pinney set up his wife's brother. The brother hanged himself in his cell. The agent told me Pinney couldn't have cared less." "So maybe Tony Nemo is your guy." "I knew Tony when I was with the St. Bernard Sheriff's Department. He's not stupid enough to torture and kill a federal CI. "What else can I tell you?" I said. "Evidently you worked a couple of the Jeff Davis 8 cases," she said. "That's right." "You just shut the drawer on them?" "Nobody shuts the drawer on a corpse, particularly a young girl's." "What a laugh." She got up to go. The 2 deputies who had made comments about her walked past the door glass. She dropped her business card onto the chair. "I think you're in the right place." Rather than take overtime pay, I took Wednesday off and went fishing in my boat just north of Marsh Island. The wind was up and a hard chop was slapping the hull and few boats were out. I didn't mind being alone. Solitude and peace with oneself are probably the only preparation one has for death. I put the statement in the third person for a reason. I don't believe I ever achieved these things with any appreciable degree of success. But there are moments when we understand that the earth and the sky and the presences that may lie behind them are always with us. The coastline was a heartbreaking green inside the mist. Flying fish broke from the bay's surface and sailed above the water like pink-gilded winged creatures in defiance of evolutionary probability. The salt spray breaking on my bow was cold and fresh and smelled of resilience and the mysterious powers the earth contains. My boat seemed to float on a cushion of air rising from the same primeval soup that gave birth to the first living creatures. I saw a burnt orange pontoon plane come in low out of a pale yellow sun, the pilot seated in an open cockpit. The plane swooped by, then circled and set down in the chop, blowing water in a huge cloud. The pilot cut the prop and let his plane drift toward me. He pulled up his goggles with his thumb, smearing grease below his eye like the World War I aviator he obviously wanted to be. He threw me a rope. "Hope I didn't chase off your catch," Jimmy Nightingale said. "Lose your way home?" I said. "Sheriff Swallow told me where you'd be. Can I come aboard?" He jumped onto the bow without waiting for me to answer. "This is the life. You got any coffee or sandwiches?" I pointed to my cooler. He pulled off the lid. "Man, I love fried chicken," he said. "Fang it down." He sat on a cushion behind the console and bit into a drumstick. "I'm out here to make a confession. I watched you pitch a number of times, Jimmy. You had a nasty habit." "Like what?" "Spitting on baseballs." "Think I'd throw you a slider?" I didn't answer. He began talking about marlin fishing, Washington politics, benchmark oil prices, everything except what was on his mind. Then he said, "Maybe I did get it on with her, but it was consensual. I had more to drink than I was willing to admit. We were both out of it. I also happened to have a bowl of Afghan skunk on hand. She probably didn't tell you about that." "You're talking about you and Rowena Broussard?" "Who else?" "We've gone from denial of rape to denial of any physical contact at all to consensual. It's hard to keep up with you, Jimmy. It's the truth. You confess, but you don't confess." "You're right. That's not what's on my mind." He stared at the water, the tide slapping against the hull. "You saw some bad things in Vietnam?" "Can't remember. It's odd." "Be honest." "Nope. I'm a total blank on it," I said. "I did something. I'd like to stick in an envelope and mail to Mars." I didn't want to be the repository for all the evil in the world. Like Cleet, I had too many videos of my own. They may not have been of my making, but nonetheless I had to carry them. I was determined not to add Jimmy Nightingale's burden to my own. "Take your bullshit somewhere else," I said. He tossed a chicken bone over his shoulder into the water and wiped his hands on his trousers. "You're going to hear it whether you like it or not. It was in South America. We were drilling in jungle that was so thick the wind couldn't blow through it. The temperature was 100 degrees at 10 p.m. and the humidity 90%. We all felt like we had ants crawling inside our clothes. The Indians claimed the land was theirs and hung bones in the trees as a warning. When that didn't work, they started shooting arrows at us. We built a wooden shell around the derrick. It turned into an oven, maybe 120 degrees. The floor men were fainting or puking in a bucket. We poured water on everybody every half hour. One guy got hit with the tongs, and then a kid took a blow dart in the neck. It had poison on it. "I know where you're going," I said, raising my hand. "Don't say any more." He ignored me. "The crew was going to quit. The alternative was to bring in the army. And that meant we'd have them on the payroll. For all I knew, it was the army who stirred up the Indians. What was I supposed to do? Everything was coming apart. There was no reasoning with the Indians. They filed their teeth and mutilated their bodies. The head greaseball said they killed their own children. I had to do something. My father said a leader has to take charge. You save lives when you take charge. That's what he always said. Jimmy paused in the way people do when they want you to agree with them. I stared at the incoming tide, the orange pontoon plane rocking in the chop, bait fish skittering across the surface as they tried to evade a predator below. I got a hold of some satchel charges, he said. They were old, maybe Korean War issue. I didn't know if they'd detonate. I was 22 years old. Another geologist and I flew over the Indians' village. He took the stick and I pulled the cord on the satchels and threw them out the window. I thought maybe they'd land in the trees and scare the hell out of everybody. I mean, the plane was banking. I wasn't thinking clearly. That's all I wanted to do, scare them. That's what I was thinking when I got in the plane. Just scare them. I told that to the other geologists. That kid they shot with the blow dart almost died, for Christ's sake. I reeled in my line and laid my rod across the gunwale. Just off Marsh Island, a sailboat was tacking hard in the wind, waves bursting on the prow. My father used to trap on Marsh Island. He was killed in a blowout on a derrick. Sometimes I would see him standing in the surf, giving me the thumbs-up sign, his hard hat cocked on his forehead. "You're not going to say anything?" Jimmy asked. "No." "What? You think I'm geology's answer to Charlie Manson?" "No." "Get off it, Dave. What are you trying to do to me?" "What happened to the Indians?" "The Army went in and cleaned it up." "Cleaned it up?" "Took care of the injured, or whatever." "Did you go to the village?" "I had a deadline. We were down 8,000 feet. We should have hit a pay sand at 5,000. Our investors were shitting their pants." "Answer my question." "The village was on fire. You could see it glowing all night. In the morning, there was a black column of smoke across the jungle for 2 miles. It smelled like garbage burning. Any white person who went down there would have been killed or tied to a tree and had the skin stripped off him." I unscrewed my thermos and filled the cap with café au lait and drank from it. "I'm sorry I don't have another cup. There's some cold drinks in the ice." "A cold drink? Where's your soul?" "You've made your statement, Jimmy. My advice is to get rid of the past and get on the square." "I am on the square. That's why I'm running for Senate. I want to do good things for other people. There are people who say I can be president. Look at Clinton and Obama. They came out of nowhere." "You're in with Bobby Earl," I said. "When he's no longer useful, you'll throw him out with the coffee grounds. Here's a reminder for you. Mussolini was hanged upside down in a filling station by the same people who elected him." "I'm going to be a dictator?" I shifted my position on the cushion and flung my line, baited with shrimp, in a high arc over the water. I kept my back to Jimmy Nightingale until I felt the boat wobble as he stepped onto his plane. Then I pulled my anchor and started my twin outboards and headed toward home, eager to see Alifair and Cleet and all the others who represent what is good in the human race. In my opinion, one of the great follies in the world is to put yourself inside the head of dysfunctional people. The mistake we usually make is to assume there is a rationale for their behavior. In most cases, there is none. Long ago, I came to regard the mob in New Orleans as I would an infected gland. Most of them had the technical skill of hod carriers. They were brutal, stupid to the core, and had the visceral instincts of medieval peasants armed with pitchforks. Their sexual appetites were a hooker's nightmare. The portrayal of them as family men was a joke. They preyed on the weak, corrupted unions, appropriated mom-and-pop stores, and created object lessons with chainsaws and meat hooks. The reinvention of this bunch as Elizabethan men of honor probably would have made Shakespeare and Christopher Marlowe sick. Tony Nineball not only came to New Iberia, his chauffeured Chrysler caught up with Alifair on the paved running track in City Park. He rolled down his tinted window.
How you do, Miss Alifair? I'm Tony Nemo, an associate of your father's.
She thought she was looking at a malignant octopod stuffed into a tailored suit. She sped up and past the picnic tables and swing sets under the live oaks and circled by the baseball diamond while the Chrysler paced her.
I just want to explain something,
Tony said out the window.
I got the backing for the picture, but I gotta tie it down. Hey, how about listening here, you deaf?
She stopped and breathed slowly. Say it.
Get in. I got coffee. I got beignets. I got cinnamon rolls. I got some chocolates, too.
She had done 3 miles. She wiped the sweat out of her eyes and tried to catch her breath. Last chance, Mr. Nemo.
I gotta get out of the car. I can't bend over and talk like this. It pinches off my pipes.
His driver helped him out, then walked him to a picnic table. Tony collapsed on the bench, wheezing.
These guys in Hollywood say I gotta get the option. It ain't enough to use a historical story. Levon Broussard told me to get lost, that a local person is already doing the treatment. So who's that local person gotta be?
I don't have control of the options, Mr. Nemo. I was doing an outline for fun.
Nobody does anything for nothing in the film business. Look, come in with me on this deal. I checked you out. You're already in the Screenwriters Guild. The state of Louisiana pays up to 25% in tax exemptions and subsidies for films that get made here. We put some locals in Confederate uniforms and hire a boxcar load of boons, and we're in business.
When she didn't answer, he looked her up and down.
I'm not supposed to say boons. They call each other niggers.
The answer is no.
Union minimum fur treatment is what, 22 grand? That's for 10 pages. I'll write you a check now.
Sorry.
How much you want?
Talk to Levan.
He won't talk. That's why I'm here.
He began coughing and spat a wad of phlegm between his legs. He wiped his mouth with a lavender monogrammed handkerchief. His face was dilated, his eyes as big as oysters.
I'm going to have a heart attack here.
Levan doesn't think Civil War adaptations have a future.
He's a snob, and sour grapes is what he is,
Tony said.
I ain't a bad man, no matter what everybody says. I didn't invent the rules. I go by the rules. I'm a ruthless son of a bitch who always keeps his word. You could do worse in this business.
He began choking again, the handkerchief pressed to his mouth, his face turning purple. His driver spread his gloved hand on Nemo's back. You better take him to Iberia General, Alifair said. Tony waved weakly at the air.
I want you on that script. You've got balls.
I've got what?
Balls. You got balls,
he said, his voice hardly more than a whisper. She wondered how so many people could be afraid of such a sick man. The driver held an oxygen cup to Tony's face. I hope you're better, Mr. Nemo, Alifair said. Then she jogged across the green toward the drawbridge at Burke Street, her tanned legs flashing in the sunlight. Chapter 20. She didn't tell me about her encounter with Tony until that evening. Why didn't you say anything earlier, Alf? I said. You were at work. He's a pitiful man. I think we should feel sorry for him. Don't tell Clete Purcell that. You should have seen him. Tony Nemo should have been sent to a rendering plant a long time ago. Pretty callous, Dave. I feel as bad about that as I can. But you can't get mad at your daughter because she's compassionate even if you think her feelings are misdirected. I called Levan's house. Rowena answered. Could I speak to Levan, please? I said. What for? It's of a personal nature. How's this for personal? Why don't you do your job and leave us alone? Where is he, Miss Broussard? He just went out the door with his favorite shotgun. Maybe you can catch him. When I got to the Broussard home, I heard the popping sounds of gunfire from behind the house. It was twilight, the yard deep in shadow, the sky marbled with purple and red clouds. I skirted the house and came out in the backyard. Levan was firing with 12-gauge at clay pigeons he launched from an automatic trap thrower, bursting them above Bayou Teche, regardless of the neighbors on the far side of the water. He took the plugs out of his ears. He was wearing a sleeveless shooting jacket stuffed with shells. His face seemed thinner, his eyes receded, the color of buckshot. Slumming? He asked. I need a lesson or two about film rights and such. Tony Nemo is on Alifair's case. About what? He wants her to write a screenplay or adaptation or whatever you call it, based on your novel. I've heard from my agent and a couple of producers. This character has been pestering. Evidently you stoked him up. I told him he could create a historical piece that wasn't dependent on your novel. Thanks a lot for doing that, Levan said. He says these guys in Hollywood actually want to go into business with him. They probably do. Nemo is wired into the entirety of the casino culture. He knows how to get around the unions. He launders money. Hollywood is Babylon by the sea. He's a perfect fit. According to Alifair, period pieces are dead on arrival. Now they are. But someday? What do I know? I don't care either. What writer wouldn't want to see his work on the screen? I said. J.D. Salinger? Salinger didn't like to see people either. That's why he put his name on his mailbox out on the road. You want to shoot? He asked. No. He ejected the spent shell from the chamber and began thumbing 5 fresh rounds into the magazine. You don't keep a sportsman plug in the magazine? I said. I don't have to. I don't hunt. I shoot on the clay targets. He rested the shotgun in the crook of his arm. You don't look the same, I said. What? Everything copacetic? I'm not the issue. Rowena is. I'm sorry all this has happened to you, Levant. Actually, I'm surprised you're here. You must not have seen the local news this evening, he said. You were the lead story. I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news. At 10 p.m., Alifair and I watched the replay of the interview with T.J. D'Artez's wife. It was hard. Her grief and incomprehension were real. All of her features were round, without corners or angles, her face without makeup, a pie plate full of dough. Her husband was dead, killed, she said, by someone in the Iberia Parish Sheriff's Department, a man who had harassed both her and her husband. She had no income and was about to be evicted from the quarters outside Lauraville. Alifair started to turn off the set. Let's hear her out, I said. Mrs. D'Artez was crying, her handkerchief twisted between her fingers. The interview had been prefaced with the caption, "Justice denied." The newsman was obviously moved and had trouble completing the interview. He thanked her for being there, then looked silently at the camera. Someone is doing a job on you, Dave, Alifair said. Nobody has that kind of beef against me. Labiche does. He's not that smart. At this point, you should get a lawyer. A lawyer will tell me to shut up and not cooperate with the department. Everything I do will be interpreted as an indicator of guilt. She couldn't argue with that one. I had been in the midst of Katrina and its aftermath. Oddly, I wanted to return to those days. There is a purity in catastrophe. We see firsthand the nature of both human courage and human frailty, the destructive and arbitrary power of the elements, the breakdown of social restraint in our mechanical inventions, and the release of the savage that hides in the collective unconscious. An emergency room lit only by flashlights and filled with the moans of the dying and feet sloshing in water becomes a medieval scene no different than one penned by Victor Hugo. It is under these circumstances that we discover who we are, for good or bad, and when all this passes, we never talk about it, lest we lose the insight it gave us. Wars have the same attraction. Rhetoric fades away. Truth remains. In my hometown, I was trapped by shadows that had neither substance nor face. Helen called me in the next morning. I just got back from the prosecutor's office. He watched the news last night, I said. The wire services and networks are on him. I've had 3 calls myself. I see. Internal Affairs has taken over. Internal Affairs is a joke, I said. Let me put you on the desk. All this will pass. Not for me, it won't. Maybe I killed D'Artez. I have dreams I can't remember. I think he's in them. I see headlights shining and hear glass breaking. I see blood coming from someone's mouth. It was obvious that she didn't want to hear it. We have a witness who puts Kevin Penny at the scene, she said. That's reasonable doubt. The prosecutor knows this isn't a prosecutable case. Then why doesn't he say that? At some point, all of us will. Then a shitload of criticism will come down on our heads, and time will go by, and everybody will forget it. She was dead wrong, but I let it go. Tony Nemo's in town. Tony Nineball is in New Iberia? He wants Alifair to do a film adaptation of Levon Broussard's Civil War novel. Lucky her. I went to see Levon about it. He talked about his wife's suicide attempt and her depression. I expected him to say something about Jimmy Nightingale not being under arrest. So, I thought it was kind of funny, that's all. If I ever saw an instance of Southern inbreeding as that guy, she said, the day Levon Broussard makes sense to you is the day you should have yourself lobotomized. Cleet had brought Homer Penny to New Iberia and placed him during the day with a Creole woman in an Acadian cottage on the road to St. Martinville. According to legend, it was built in the late 18th century and was the oldest structure in the parish. Each morning she took him to school, and each afternoon he rode the school bus back to the cottage where Cleet picked him up at 5. In the meantime, Cleet visited Carolyn Ardoin at her home in Jennings and brought her flowers and candy and baskets of fruit and books from the library, his heart emptying out each time he looked at the damage that her assailant or assailants had done to her. He also launched his own investigation into the attack, starting with Pookie the Possum Domingue. Cleet found him early in the day in an upscale billiard hall in Lafayette, one that had a bar and a mixologist and rows of beautifully maintained tables. Pookie was shooting a game of rotation by himself. He wore an expensive oversized suit and a loud tie and tasseled loafers and a crisp shirt with cufflinks. His pointy face shrank when he saw Cleet walking toward him.
Know who Carolyn Ardoin is?
Cleet said.
Maybe I heard the name,
Pookie said.
Wrong answer. She's my lady friend. Know what happened to her?
Pookie rested the butt of his cue on the floor. He looked at the people drinking and eating at the bar. The free lunch that day was chipped beef poured on crushed beignets. A bowl of it sat on a chair by Pookie's pool table. It looked like cat puke.
Want me to ask you again?
Cleet said.
There's a shutdown on information in that area.
Because of Kevin Penny?
Cool it, huh?
Who did him?
I don't know, Purcell. I don't want to know.
Who attacked Miss Carolyn?
I warned you about Maximo and Juju.
Tony sicked him on Miss Carolyn?
I ain't said that. You don't get it. It's the dope, man. That's what all this is about.
The stuff coming in off I-10?
It comes from everywhere. There's legal marijuana farms in Puerto Rico now. The meth labs are going to take a hit. You know the drugs you can buy in any schoolyard in the state?
I don't care about that, Cleet said.
Nobody does. That's why guys like Tony the Nose are happy. You might pass that on to the broad in the Jeff Davis Sheriff's Department dresses like she's at the rodeo.
Sherry Picard, Cleet said.
Yeah, the one that's got a nose in the air. Here's the word. Stay out of Jeff Davis Parish. Don't mess with any of Tony Squid's people. People should forget any rumors about Jimmy Nightingale.
Nightingale is a great guy, Cleet said.
He slept with some of those dead girls.
One of the Jeff Davis 8.
I ain't saying no more.
What if I spread it around that you've been shooting off your mouth? I might end up being your only friend, Pookie. Give that some thought. Pookie's skin turned as gray as a dehydrated lizard's, his eyes as tiny as seeds.
This ain't right, no. I always helped you out, Purcell.
Then do it now. There's at least one guy out there who needs to go off the board. Dave Robicheaux saw Penny's body. The man's feet were bolted to the floor. The guy who did him took his time, then pushed an electric drill through his eardrum into his brain. Somebody power broke a tight rack, spilling 2 or 3 balls onto the floor. Pookie sat down on a felt-covered bench and picked up his bowl of chipped beef and started spooning it into his mouth as though it were wet confetti. He gagged and spat it back in the bowl.
I can't take this. I gotta get out of town.
Tell me what you know.
I don't know nothing. That's the point. Ain't nobody gonna believe me either. Nobody got my back.
Cleet went to the bar and bought 2 long necks. He sat down next to Pookie and handed him one. Guys like us are old school. Drink up and quit worrying, Pook. We're not that important to anybody." "Think so?" "You bet," Cleet said, taking a swig. Words he would regret. On Friday morning, I began gathering my notes and writing my conclusions regarding the sexual assault on the person of Rowena Broussard. In many ways, the difficulty lay in the recalcitrant and illogical and contradictory statements and behavior of the accuser. She had not gone to a hospital, nor had she called the authorities or asked for a rape kit. Instead, she had showered and destroyed any chance of the prosecution using the kind of forensic evidence that people have learned about from television shows. She had been impaired when the attack took place, if indeed it took place. A pillowcase had been pulled over her head, intensifying her pain and fear but leaving her descriptions muddled. The bruising on her body could have been caused by a fall outside the lounge where she had gotten drunk with the accused. She said she had been raped by 2 men in Wichita, Kansas, but the prosecutor had dropped the charges for political reasons. It was possible she had transferred her rage at the injustice done her in Kansas to her current situation in New Iberia. It happens. The family physician had indicated that she may have been a neglected wife. "Hell hath no fury," he had said. Jimmy Nightingale was a conundrum as well. He had claimed he never touched Rowena except to pick her up when she fell in the parking lot. Then he had indicated he may have had a consensual experience with her, but he could remember no details. He had said they were both swacked out of their minds on hashish and alcohol, which I believed. Other than that, I knew little more than I did when the investigation began. I've seen cops write off this kind of situation as he said, she said. That's the cliché they use. When we see it in print or in an interdepartmental email, it means the woman is about to get it in the neck. Why? The situation is not equal. The woman has to prove the existence of an act nobody other than the perpetrator was witness to. Perhaps a year will pass before the case goes to trial. In the meantime, she has to give depositions in front of strangers, accept lewd stares in a courthouse hallway, the hidden smirk in the face of a redneck cop, the muffled laughter among a group of males as she walks by. I once heard a Lafayette cop in the bullpen, right by the dispatcher's cage, tell his colleagues about a man who held a woman down and rubbed his penis all over her body. He thought the story was hilarious. In my summation, I said I believe the scratches on Rowena's hip, the bruise inside her thigh, the bite mark on her shoulder, and the obvious emotional and psychological trauma visited upon her were consistent with her claim, namely, that while she was impaired, she was raped and probably orally sodomized by James Buford Nightingale. I also believed she'd showered and hadn't told her husband about the assault immediately because she was ashamed and felt her drunken state had invited the attack. What I couldn't put in my report was my dismay at Nightingale's attitude. He was obsessed with guilt for air-bombing the Indians, but cavalier about the possibility that he had raped Rowena Broussard in a blackout. Regardless, I did the best I could with the information I had, and I emailed it to Helen's computer. 10 minutes later, she opened my door and leaned inside. "Way to rock, Pappy." On Tuesday, Jimmy was formally charged. With an attorney by his side, he surrendered at the courthouse, and in under 2 hours he was fingerprinted and released on $25,000 bail. That evening, he gave an interview to 3 local television stations in his backyard. He was dressed in golf slacks and a polo shirt and seated by a reflecting pool blanketed with floating camellias. His skin was pink in the sunset, his bronze hair freshly barbered, his expression both calm and humble. Just as the interview began, he set aside a book he had been reading, one that looked like a Bible. His diction was perfect, his accent like the recorded voice of William Faulkner or Robert Penn Warren or Walker Percy. You felt he could recite from the telephone directory and turn it into the Sermon on the Mount. "I'm disappointed. and disturbed by the conduct of some of our officials," he said. "I bear them no ill will, but I believe a small group of individuals have acted politically and done a disservice to their constituency. I promise to be as forthcoming as I possibly can. I love the state of Louisiana, and I love its people. I would never lie to them, not now, not in the past, not in the future. I say this before the throne of God." He gazed at the scarlet reflection of the bayou and the moss-hung boughs of the live oaks, his face as chiseled and noble as Robert E. Lee's at Appomattox. No one could say Jimmy Nightingale didn't have the touch. Chapter 21. The man who got on the flight from Miami to New Orleans and took a seat next to a huge black woman whose rolls of fat seemed to drip into the aisle wore Bermuda shorts, red tennis shoes, a canary-yellow T-shirt with Mickey Mouse's face on it, and big, round sunglasses that were as black as welder's goggles. His skin was the color of powdered milk, his hair like wisps of corn silk on a doll's head, his smile a slice of watermelon. He stepped on the black woman's foot, tumbled across her body with his drawstring beach bag, and smashed his head on the window. "Owie!" he said. "Are you hurt?" the black woman said. "Not much," he said, pressing his hand against the red knot on his forehead. He gathered up his sunglasses. "I hope I didn't hurt your foot too bad." "I've been reading my Thought of the Day book. I don't let nothing bother me." "My name is Chester Wimple. What's yours?" "Birdie." "It's nice to meet you, Miss Birdie." He took 2 unpeeled peaches from his beach bag and gave one to her and began sucking on the other like a child finding a teat. "Sometimes people call me Smiley. I can speak Spanish." She couldn't quite put the 2 statements together. "Smiley is a very nice name." "I have a lisp. People think it's because I'm from New Orleans. It's because I had a cleft palate that had to be operated on when I was little." "Don't let nobody be telling you your voice ain't nice. It's nice." He flipped down the table on the back of the seat in front of him. "Do you like checkers?" "Our church group plays checkers and Monopoly at the old people's home every Sunday night." "I love Monopoly," he said. He pushed back in the seat with the thrust of the plane, his face filled with delight, then felt the plane level off and catch hold of the clouds. He could see the city disappearing behind him in the twilight, the condos and palm trees and waves on Miami Beach miniaturizing, the way every stage of his life seemed to shrink and diminish into nothingness whenever he decided to move on to his next adventure. He did not understand why people had trouble with life. Every so often you got on a plane and flew away and let whatever was wrong with that place correct itself. Even the Everglades were shrinking into a tiny pattern of green islands and brown canals and bays that looked like a map rather than a watershed. Distance allowed you to sort things out. Otherwise, there was too much confusion, too many voices bouncing around in your head, too many people who needed correcting. He opened his folding checkerboard and set out the checkers for his new friend and himself. "You're a lady, so you go first." Shortly, as though in a dream, the sun was gone. The sky blue-black as they approached the Louis Armstrong Airport. Chester could see Lake Pontchartrain and headlights streaming across the causeway, the Mississippi winding in serpentine fashion through the wetlands, Algiers shrouded in mist across the river, the revelers dancing in the streets of the French Quarter as though none of them had to die, the Garden District and Tulane and Loyola universities up St. Charles Avenue, all of it streaking past him, about to become real and not as much fun as it was up here. He took a pad from his shirt pocket and wrote on the top page and tore it off and handed it to Birdie. "That's my number."
If you ever have any trouble, call me.
He always had difficulties with his R's, and trouble came out as twubble. Bertie looked at the blinking sign above the captain's cabin and buckled her seatbelt.
You have been very courteous to me, Smiley. I'm not fond of flying, but with you, I didn't feel no fear. Your father probably wasn't no good, but your mama was. How do you know that? He said. Women know these things.
Inside the airport, he retrieved his small wheelie bag and rolled it next to Bertie out the door to the cab stand, which was located in a car tunnel under the building. Two black guys, maybe 19 or 20 years old, locked on to Bertie and Chester as soon as they saw them, the way schoolyard and sidewalk bullies always recognize the weak and the vulnerable, the halt and the lame, those born ugly or fat or mentally handicapped or misshapen, those who somehow seemed deserving of torment. They were probably stealing luggage or shagging change or maybe shagging a country girl new to the city. They were a classic pair, sneering, loud, stupid, cruel, born of a single mother, detested in the womb, raised on welfare, smelling of funk and pomade and rut, users of their roles as victims to cause scenes when confronted with their abuse. They were both chewing gum, smacking it, their eyes bright, the unpredictable glaze you saw in the eyes of meth heads.
"Here come Aunt Jemima and the Pillsbury Doughboy," the taller one said. He had one gold tooth and one missing tooth.
"Shut your mouth, boy," Bertie said.
"Big Mama speaks," the other guy said. His pants were so low his pubic hair was showing. "Got her jelly roll ready to rock."
"I'll slap your face," she said.
He responded by tripping Chester. "Sorry there, boss. Help massa with your bag."
Chester got up from the concrete, Bertie's face like a hurt child's.
The taller guy was chewing his gum rapidly, grinning. "Go on, man. We didn't mean nothing. Hey, you listening? Get the fuck out of here."
Chester opened the back door of a taxi and helped Bertie in. She looked up at him, a dignified churchwoman who had probably spent a large part of her life forgiving other people.
"We can share the ride if you go in near Gentili."
He shut the door and patted the top of her hand when she placed it on the windowsill.
"I got to take care of some business that came up all of a sudden." "You stay out of trouble." "Yes, ma'am. I love you, Miss Bertie."
The cab drove away. Chester stood among the crowd on the pavement, the arc lights burning overhead, his knees scraped from the fall. He watched the two black guys walk away and get into an old Honda in the parking lot. Chester grabbed the next taxi in line, one driven by an Arab who had turned his cab into a bead-strung mosque that smelled of burning incense and was filled with yowling sounds.
"My name is Chester. What's yours?"
"Mohammed," the driver said.
"Do you see those two black boys?"
"I see them, sir."
"They're friends of mine. I want to go where they go."
The driver turned all the way around to get a full look at his passenger. He had a beard like shaggy black rope wrapped under his nose and scrolled on his cheeks.
"I have seen those two men before. They are not good young men, sir."
"They're bad?"
"They are very bad."
"They shouldn't be acting like that,"
Chester said.
"I'll tell them."
The driver started the meter and drove onto I-10 not far behind the Honda.